Chapter 1, Passerby Role. Zhao Yuyu now feels very good about herself. She is a transformed girl. How could she be a super beautiful girl these days? When she found out that she had become a girl, she felt that the wave was stable. If it's not a super beautiful girl, what's the point of being transformed? Is like a cute boy who wears women's clothing and only likes to hear about it, so that he can become a big JJ cute girl who turns all living beings upside down. If this transfiguration is not a super beautiful girl, then it is better to kill yourself as soon as possible. Zhao Yuyu doesn't think she has the super perseverance of that female schoolmaster Wu Di. After crossing into a fat girl, she can lose weight and become a goddess-level figure. As expected, one step is the best, and she hates the wishfulness first. Then Zhao Yuyu took out a small mirror and took a picture with confidence. This should be considered a beautiful girl? The facial features are correct, the skin is fair and delicate, and she has short hair with full ears. The bangs are casually placed on the forehead. The hair quality is pretty good. This look reminds her of the woman in How to Raise a Passerby Girl. Lord Kato Megami. She should be the three-dimensional Megami Kato, and she turned out to be a beautiful girl. This classic setting will not be faked. Then she merged with the memory of the original body, only to realize that the other party's 15 years of life was really monotonous and pitiful, and her personality did not have any sense of existence at all. Shouldn't it be said that she is the appearance of the three-dimensional Kato Hui? She also found out that she had never received a love letter, and no one had expressed affection to her, and even many classmates could not remember her as a person. It must be admitted that Zhao Yuyu felt that she felt very good about herself and thought that she was a beautiful girl. Maybe it was just an illusion. How could a real super beautiful girl have no sense of existence? With his face value, he can conquer everything, just like the cartoonist An Yi, who has pitted countless fans. As long as he shoots a photo and sells a cute one, he can easily quell the grievances. Therefore, objectively speaking, Zhao Yuyu is a girl who can only be regarded as cute, and because her personality is too ordinary, she seems to have no temperament, which leads to an extremely weak sense of existence. Many people recall their school days, and they can often remember the school masters with excellent grades, the school flowers and grasses with extremely high looks, and the poor students who did not study well, or even openly contradicted the teachers, but the looks are not the same. Will classmates who are not outstanding, have good or bad grades, and have ordinary personalities still be remembered? Perhaps only when the classmates reunite, the other party announces the name, everyone will remember. It seems that they do have such a classmate. There is no doubt that Zhao Yuyu exists in this way. She doesn't even have any specialties. When she was a child, she enrolled in a lot of interest classes and learned a little about everything, but she was not good at anything, because she did not have that kind of strong enterprising spirit. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuyu discovered what made her gratify, that is that she should be regarded as a rich daughter, but she is not the kind of top rich daughter, the daughter of the richest man. Her father is the dean of a private hospital, the hospital is regarded as her family's property, and her mother is a university professor. Anyway, even if she is a rice bug, she can live forever. It's a pity that she definitely can't afford private jets, luxury yachts, top villas, etc. You can still drive a Marriott car, or you can live in a luxury apartment. She hasn't been pleased for long, and feels that this kind of setting really lacks the protagonist temperament. The protagonist should either be born at the bottom, and through her own efforts, embark on the path of grassroots counterattack, or should be born in a top family, of course. It may be an illegitimate child, a trash boy or something, and finally take control of this top family. In her family background, there is absolutely no room for the protagonist to play. Sure enough, she is not the protagonist at all, but a passerby, right? No, she is no longer the original Zhao Yuyu. She wants to change herself, increase her sense of existence, and let the whole world know that she has been here. She decided to check her golden finger first. At least she must have an unforgettable, or computer-like brain with various classic works. Then she can happily copy documents and let herself the copied works are selling well in this parallel world and gaining countless fans. This will definitely make everyone remember her, right? However, what made her unbelievable was that she was completely unable to restore those classic works, such as the works of Jin Yang, which must be copied by the public. She knew the legend of Condor heroes and also remembered its general plot and classic characters. Write it by yourself according to the memory. She can't write it at all. She doesn't have the writing style. She can't copy this novel, let alone comics. Don't forget, she is a girl without any specialties. The road of copying the public is so cut off. System, come out for me. Without a system, I will really become a paradox and a passerby in this world. Zhao Yuyu muttered to herself in her heart, hoping to hear something like ding dong, binding, and host, but there was still no response. Zhao Yuyu finally found out helplessly that she seemed to really have no gold fingers, and before crossing, she was also a passerby with no specialties, and her personality was similar. How did she change from a passerby to a protagonist? Do you really have to study hard to become a master? She opened the high school textbook she had just gotten, and glanced at it. Why is it so complicated and difficult? Is it too difficult to be a master student? Sure enough, let's go to the sea to make a film. This must be a very existential thing. Her identity as the daughter of the dean still has a selling point, right? But how could she really do this kind of thing? The competition in that line is also very fierce. There are so many girls who went to the sea to film in the former island country, but they are really memorable. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also has how many? Zhao Yuyu used to like Kato Megami in Passerby Mistress, but she didn't have Kato Megami's sage mentality at all. She would not be willing to be a passerby. In fact, Kato Megami was under the guidance of the male protagonist. Later, she became more and more attractive and present, and she deserved to be the heroine. Zhao Yuyu decided to train herself, from a non-existent passerby to a present protagonist. Now she is full of two words messing up. The classmate behind Wang Yang, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Teacher Chu reminded him. Zhao Yuyu stood up. What she wanted to say was I am not interested in ordinary humans. If there are aliens and future people among you. Although this stem is very old, it can definitely attract attention. However, what she said was, my name is Zhao Yuyu, and I am very happy to be classmates with everyone. She has a light tone and a nice voice, and she also resembles Megami Kato, but her self-introduction is too ordinary. Everyone just glanced at her at random and didn't care about it anymore. Zhao Yuyu sat down discouragedly. She found that she had a desire to make trouble, but she was totally unable to act. Harui Suzumiya's shameful self-introduction of the second class, how could she be embarrassed to say it in the real world? I don't want to use this method to brush my presence. After all, why should a passerby character like her be the protagonist? If there is a novel that uses a person like her as the protagonist, it is better to be in as soon as possible, because she will definitely hit the street, right? So, the book is over like this, sprinkle flowers and sprinkle flowers. However, Zhao Yuyu finally found a place where she could make trouble, and also discovered her special ability. Chapter 2, Spicy Chicken Network Writer. Zhao Yuyu originally thought it was just a dream. After all, that kind of thing only happened after she went to bed at night. She closed her eyes and saw a very mysterious door, like a blessed soul. Her mind naturally knew about this door. All the information. The name of this door is called the Gate of Dimensional Elements. Through it, you can enter into cultural works such as cartoons, novels, and games. Passers-by female characters, but if you play the heroine or the heroine, you have to be psychologically prepared, that is, their characters, abilities, etc. are completely set, and she can only strictly follow the characters that have been set. There is basically no room for action with personality, and if you use a passerby female character, then she can naturally set it unscrupulously, because the author obviously won't give a detailed description of the character who just came out to run a trick. Settings. And if she can make her role known in the real world and become an unforgettable classic character, then she will be able to use this character's abilities in the real world. The more attention and popularity this character has, the stronger her inherited abilities, and the longer it will last. If this character is not cared about, of course she will not be able to use the character's abilities. Zhao Yuyu, who was still worrying about her lack of gold fingers during the day, now only feels that her future is bright, so how could she be a passerby? She opened the door of the dimension and walked in, and she knew the general information of the world. This is an online novel called The King of Superpowers, which tells about a student who has gained superpowers after the Diozi students. It is a story about traveling the city, opening the harem, entering the inner world, and fighting with other supernatural powers. Of course, this novel is still being serialized. The popularity is not high or low. The average subscription is less than 2,000. There are 5 or 6,000 manuscript fees per month. Of course, Zhao Yuyu has never read this novel. She directly chose a female dragon suit named Zhang Jiajia. This dragon suit was also slapped in the face by the male protagonist because she was a salesperson in a high-end clothing store. She used her eyes to despise a pair of clothes. Silky male protagonist, the male protagonist who made a lot of money by betting on stones after obtaining the ability, directly used the money to slap her face. After this little plot of pretending to be forced to slap her face, Zhang Jiajia basically never appeared. Zhao Yuyu unceremoniously made such a setting for Zhang Jiajia. First of all, she had max intelligence, max perseverance, and remembered her life. There was no way, because she felt that she was too mediocre in all aspects in reality. If she inherited Zhang Jiajia's intelligence and perseverance, as well as the ability to remember her life, how could she still be a passerby? At the same time, Zhao Yuyu also gave Zhang Jiajia the superpower of Misaka Mikoto. She thinks that if the super electromagnetic cannon can be used in reality, it would be really cool. It is worth clarifying that in this King of Superpowers, the hero's current superpowers are not strong. After all, the novel is still in the early and mid-term. And the hero is using superpowers to pretend to be in front of ordinary people and slap in the face. Rich second generation, official second generation or something. Zhao Yuyu's own random setting greatly disrupted the balance of the work. At the same time, when she saw a man who looked like a hooligan harassing a lady driving a sports car on the street, she used super. The electromagnetic cannon killed the little hooligan. In the world of novels, she is just like that. Later, she discovered that the man who was killed by her was the male protagonist. It's incredible, the clothing salesperson who had been slapped by the male leader before, actually completed the counter-attack and counter-kill. The next day, when Zhao Yuyu woke up, she immediately took out a coin and threw it into the air. She yelled super electromagnetic cannon. As a result, the coin hit her head and nothing happened. At the same time, she found that she still didn't have the ability to remember. It really is a nonsense dream. Zhao Yuyu sighed, how could there be a golden finger like the door of the dimension? When she was in the morning class, she suddenly heard Wang Yang in the front seat, and said to his desk mate Zhang Chao, it's really bad, and there are still that kind of writers. It's just playing readers like monkeys. I even gave him a reward. If you can't write, don't write it like this. Wang Yang is a fan of online novels. He loved to read online novels when he was in junior high school. Now in high school, he still maintains this hobby. After returning to the dormitory, he secretly uses his mobile phone to read novels. Zhang Chao prefers to watch online comics. Anyway, the world has developed Chinese online novels and comics. After all, Japan is a vassal state of China, and Japanese comics are national comics. What's the matter? Zhang Chao asked with interest. The book I am following is called The King of Superpowers. When the male protagonist molested the eldest lady, he was expecting how he would bring her into the harem, but suddenly an electric superpower named Zhang Jiajia appeared, the kind of invincible ability. The author also specifically said that she was in all aspects. They are all super strong and have the ability to never forget. After speaking, she came with a super electromagnetic gun and directly killed the hero. The development of this plot is too fucking. Do you think it? I thought that this powerful person would also be the harem of the male lead. After Zhang Chao heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "Who is this author, so talented? It's not because of bad grades that he takes revenge on society, right? Anyway, I will never read the novel written by this spicy chicken author again. Who does he think he is, and if he comes up with a plot like this, it will make readers remember him. Remember this book? Forget it in a few days." Wang Yang said disdainfully. There are too many ways for internet writers to escape these days. Didn't they still write about a meteorite destroying the world? This kind of escape method of anti-killing male protagonists is nothing. Zhang Chao said with a grin. When Zhao Yuyu heard the words of these two people unexpectedly, she was stunned, because in fact, she was the culprit of all this. At the time, she really thought she was dreaming. In order to have an addiction, she ran into troubles unscrupulously, but she did not expect to kill the male protagonist. She took out her mobile phone, opened Yuyu to read the book, searched for the book. And then she discovered that the book review area of this book had exploded, and many readers scolded the author with the pen name "I am the strongest." Equals 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 equals. Chapter 3, Wake Up. In the book review section of The King of Superpowers, there are all comments like this. This book is well read, why did it come out like this? The author, are you drinking too much fake alcohol? I deliberately looked at the previous content and found that the character Zhang Jiajia seems to be a female dragon set whose face was beaten by the male protagonist. It turns out that the other party is a hidden super boss, who will kill the male protagonist at a critical time. This book should be famous. Is it called Super Female Dragon Set? The bullshit, it's too bullshit, the book has been taken off the shelves, and the author has been blacklisted by me. The author's unfinished method is really special. The superpower of the female dragon set to transform into a big boss is quite creative. When Zhao Yuyu saw this exploded book review area, she felt a strong sense of guilt. How could she not expect that one of her troubles would abruptly ruin a work, and she also remembered that she wanted the condition for inheriting the abilities of the character is not that she can completely inherit it by randomly setting a super character, but that this character must be a classic that all readers can remember. Now, where this character is a classic, it is clear. Laughingstock. In addition to the explosion of the book review area, in the Dragon Sky forum, there are also some good people who posted this matter here, but it did not cause much disturbance at all. First of all, this book was not originally. What kind of work? Secondly, there are too many internet writers who wrote that the plot went out of the way and the work was unfinished this year. Zhao Yuyu came to her senses. If you want the character to become a classic that everyone remembers, you can't do it like this. You must thoroughly understand the setting of the work, and even find the original author, discuss with the other party, and make perfect preparations before you can do it. To put it simply, it means that the balance of the work cannot be disrupted and the entire work collapsed directly. If her existence can increase the popularity of the work, it will be a win-win situation. After all, the higher the popularity of the work, the more likely it is. Let the role be remembered. Zhao Yuyu is not the kind of girl who chooses to escape after doing something wrong. She directly chose to register a starting account, her nickname is Yuyu, and then she just topped up 5,000 Chinese yuan. For her, each I have 20,000 Chinese yuan in pocket money every month, and it's easy to just give out 5,000 yuan. That's right, she is also the dean's daughter. Her parents' concept is that they are also rich in their daughters, so they don't have to have that kind of daughter. That kind of situation where a bad guy with a little money hooks up. Of course, the consequences of raising a daughter will often turn into a daughter being chased by a poor boy who has nothing but true heart, which is very embarrassing. Zhao Yuyu first gave the book a full subscription, and then rewarded him with 1,000 Chinese yuan, which is a leader. It turned out to be the #1 fan list of this book. It turns out that there is no leader in this book. There is only one head, no way. The author is a newcomer after all, or that the author's vest is only one work. Zhao Yuyu can only express her guilt in this way. She really did not expect that the gate of dimension is not her dreaming, so she thinks about it, how can dreams be so realistic? The book review area of this book suddenly appeared. Her read the sky was falling in a hurry, and she was touched. The gentleman deserves this reward. Yuyu rewarded me with the strongest 100,000 starting currency. This flamboyant read immediately shocked the readers who were scolding the author in the book review section of this book. The local tyrant is surprised. Have you seen the latest chapter? Is this encouraging the author to write indiscriminately? This kind of broken book will also have a leader, it's so funny. The author hasn't come out and apologize quickly. Do you write like this, worthy of the local tyrant who rewarded the leader? Zhao Yuyu saw her rewards and attracted so many comments, although they all expressed doubts about her behavior. How can the author come to reward the author after writing it down? But it was the first time that she felt such a strong sense of existence, so she was by fume, but Zhao Yuyu could not spend money to enjoy others' pursuit. This makes Zhao Yuyu feel very enjoyable. She suddenly felt that in reality, it's okay to be a passerby character who is completely unconcerned. Now that the internet is so developed, she can completely pretend to be on the internet. At the same time, in a rather messy 4-person university dormitory, the author of My Strongest had just woke up, and he felt his head was still a little dizzy. Yesterday, he and a few buddies drank alcohol on a string. He was always good. Yesterday he was dizzy with 2 or 3 bottles of beer. In that case, after he returned to the dormitory, he wrote several chapters. He admired himself. He remembered that he was in excellent condition at that time. It is when si like a spring, because he feels like he has written alive a character named Zhang Jiajia. Fuck. What kind of writing is like a spring? I definitely drank fake wine yesterday and went crazy. I was the strongest and remembered the chapter I wrote. He suddenly rolled down from the upper bunk. Yuyu read www.yuyuganshu.com hurriedly turned on his laptop and opened the interface of his own Super King of Powers. To his surprise, he unexpectedly found that his book review section had a lot of red rewards. Piaohong means that at least someone has rewarded 50,000 starting coins. This is 500 yuan. Then I was the strongest to see that the other party was rewarded with 100,000 starting coins, which made him immediately excited. He has been writing online novels since he was in college, and he has been in the street until his senior year before writing through this book. After going out of the call center, at least when other classmates are confused about what job to find, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. The third-rate university he goes to can be 3,000 or 4,000 a month after he goes out. The monthly manuscript fee for the book is also 5,000 or 6,000. This is because he is too lazy. Writing 4,000 words a day is like saving the world. So yesterday he directly wrote 6 chapters of 12,000 words to make him afraid. Is it possible that this local tyrant reader watched him burst into 6 shifts, so he rewarded a leader if he didn't agree with him? Speaking of it, this is the first leader since he wrote the book, the Virgin Leader, so he was quite excited at this moment. At this time, he noticed the nickname of the local tyrant reader. It was Yuyu, and the gender was still female. The other party actually subscribed to the book. This made him excited. Is it possible that he is still a female fan? Are there any female readers who read his essays with the ability to slap his face and open the harem? However, he was not happy for long before he noticed a scolding in the book review area. Then he opened his QQ and found that his readership had also exploded. Originally there were only 200 readers who joined the group. Dozens of readers left the group directly. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 4, Welcome Newcomers. I was the strongest to see that so many fans withdrew from the group. The whole person was bad, especially among the people who withdrew. There were a few Rudder fans who had rewarded at least 100 yuan, and then he also saw it. The chat history in the previous group. I was overjoyed when I saw Chapter 6, the most powerful big liver. I thought I could enjoy watching the wave. The content can be updated. What is it? The protagonist is dead. What else to watch? Yes, the most powerful thing is probably that I can't think of the next content, so I messed up like this, and the book is directly unfinished. Hey, I'm tired, I feel like being tricked by the spicy chicken author. Quit the group to protect IQ. I also quit the group and never read the author's book again. Leaving the group for a while, saying that this group has not even a girl, I really don't know how to stay in it for so long. Withdraw from the group, withdraw from the group, withdraw from the group, withdraw from the group, withdraw from the group. I'm the strongest. I'm a little bit crying right now. What made him feel relieved was that those who yelled about leaving the group did not leave the group, but some diving parties quietly withdrew. Think about it, this reader. In fact, the group rarely discusses the content of the book seriously. Those who are already active group friends have met other netizens through the reader group, and they are used to chatting with them every day. All kinds of water groups, if you withdraw from the group, I feel that something is missing. And not all readers are so careful, because the author completely abandons the author when he writes a book. They may scold you as Poison King or something, but the body is still very honest. If the author opens a new book now, as long as it looks good, they will continue to chase. My strongest hurriedly explained in the group, I'm very sorry everyone, I really drank too much yesterday, and I was very irritating with what I wrote. I will delete these chapters immediately and write again. At all members. My strongest one appeared in the group, and the activist who had not retired from the group immediately teased him. I think the most powerful is really talented, because I can guess the next development because of the routines I obey when written by others, but this time, I completely miscalculated. You don't have to rewrite it at all. Isn't there some local tyrants who saw this plot and rewarded your leader? Continue to write the invincible stream of super female dragons that dominate the world. It turns out that the most powerful guy really drank fake wine. After my strongest apology, I immediately opened the author's backstage. Before preparing to change this work, he also sent a private message to his virgin leader Yu, hoping that she could add his readers. Also you can add him QQ directly, and if you have any suggestions for the work, you can ask him. The strongest I looked at the backend subscription of this work again, and sure enough, the latest update of the subscription was a big dive, which made him even more depressed. In fact, for the author, it is very happy to have readers reward the leader, but the subscription is the only thing. The water is flowing, the leader is often just a one-shot deal. The strongest of me started to modify the text madly. He didn't believe it when he said it. He felt that the revised text was dry, as if he had lost his soul. But the content he wrote yesterday after drinking high, let him take special care of it. He felt very satisfied, but unfortunately it was just an illusion. After waking up, he realized how nonsense what he wrote. My strongest didn't realize it at all. He would write something like that. It was a passerby character who was doing something. Zhao Yuya quickly discovered the private message I had sent to her the strongest. Although she rewarded the other party with a leader, she still had guilt in her heart, so she took the initiative to add the other party's QQ and added the other party's readership. Because I am the strongest, still revising the manuscript madly, so naturally I did not approve the application of a friend at the first time, but her application to join the reader group was quickly approved. After all, the administrators of this group are those who are in the water. Served by many readers. Zhao Yuyu's QQ nickname is also Yuyu. According to the data, she is still female and she is 15 years old. In fact, according to the virtual age, she should be 16 years old. Her QQ avatar is still the coffee avatar that comes with the system, and because she has not used QQ for a long time, her QQ level is still very low. Such a QQ account really looks like a trumpet, and the information is very unreliable. As soon as Zhao Yuyu joined the group, she found such a speech. Welcome newcomers. Welcome into the skirt.jpg, a picture of a cute girl lifting up her skirt. The rookie has a quick photo burst. The newcomer is actually a girl. Impossible. Register a small account deliberately, and the QQ profile is changed to female. This is a girl? Besides, how can a girl read this kind of book? Don't pretend the newcomer, you must be a stubborn guy. After watching the most powerful new chapter, you went into the group angrily to hunt him down, right? This possibility is really great. Squinting smile. The ID of the newcomer is inexplicable. Fuck, the rookie won't be the most powerful leader for rewards, right? It seems really it can't be called Yu by such a coincidence, right? Talk to the newcomer. Zhao Yuyu was a little surprised when she saw how lively the group was. The main reason was that she had never added a reader group. The group she added was a group of classmates, often dead groups. Basically nobody talked. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Occasionally someone talks, or posts an indescribable website, because the virus in that person's QQ was stolen. But the typing speed of this group of people is really fast. She wants to post a message, but in the process of typing on her mobile phone, many messages have been swiped on the screen. At this time, when she saw someone asked her to speak, she felt like a teacher was calling her name, and subconsciously typed a word, here. As a result, her reaction made the group friends happy all of a sudden. The reaction of the newcomer is so interesting, so cute. Mensen is coming to the bowl soon. Well, I think the newcomer is a girl, no matter whether he is a girl in reality or not, but he will sell cute on the internet, isn't it a girl? That's right, the big JJ cute girl is high. You guys, don't molest Mensen. Don't look at him as a cute new person, look at my picture. At first, the cute husky showed the old driver's smile at the end. Whether the newcomer is the leader of the local tyrants. Zhao Yuyu saw this reaction from everyone, and made a soft hui, her face was blushing. If someone sees her now, she will think she is really cute. Next, she affirmatively answered the question that everyone wanted to know if she was the leader, but the group suddenly became more enthusiastic. After a wave of praise for her as a local tyrant, everyone asked her unanimously why she wanted to reward the leader. Is it possible to not know that the author of this book recently made a big death? Equals 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 equals. Chapter 5, Calm and Indifferent. As for the question of why rewarding the leader, Zhao Yuyu certainly cannot answer truthfully. She can't always say that it is out of guilt, and then she is actually not interested in this work. So she just casually perfunctory, saying that the writing is very smooth, and it is very good to read. Yesterday the author seemed to have a good news, so she rewarded the author and encouraged it. A group of friends asked her if she had seen the latest chapter. Zhao Yuyu decisively said no, she just turned on the automatic subscription and hasn't watched it yet. This answer did not surprise everyone. Just as a group of friends gloated to tell Zhao Yuyu about the latest chapter, the author of this book, I Am the Strongest, jumped out. It turns out that he was just in the process of revising the manuscript. After glancing at the screen, he naturally noticed the communication between his virgin leader and other group of friends. To be honest, there is such a reader who likes his work, he is still very touched, even if the other party may be more likely to be a man. After all, he also knows the readership of his work, plus the other party's QQ number or a trumpet. According to his estimation, a local tyrant like the other party, the QQ large is definitely a super member who has opened a lot of drills at the same time. It's normal for the trumpet to get any information as a female. Anyway, he couldn't let the local readers see the latest chapters of his hot eyes, so he jumped out and explained to Zhao Yuyu, saying that after he changes the manuscript, let's continue reading. Zhao Yuyu saw that the author appeared, and she felt guilty, but when the other party said that the content could be modified, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least her mistakes can be made up. After that, my strongest superpower king was brought back on track by him, and the readers who had originally left have slowly returned. Even later, there were a few more leaders, but he couldn't believe it. After he became a little through this book, he even missed the original code word after drunkenness very much. At that moment, he felt that he had become the real creator and wrote a soul-filled text. This incident also gave Zhao Yuyu a sense of enlightenment. In the future, if she enters a world of works through the door of the dimension and rushes into trouble, she may not achieve the purpose she wants. Not every author will be like this. I'm the strongest to be careless and send out the content when I'm drunk. Some serious authors will repeatedly modify the work. Maybe when they think a part of the work is strange, they will delete it decisively. Then she will naturally be there. It was a waste of energy. At this time, she felt that her cheat finger was quite restrictive, and it was impossible for her to reach the sky in one step. But Zhao Yuyu is not depressed about this. Anyway, she is used to being a passerby. What if she is a passerby even if she enters the work? She calmed down, and she had a new idea, and she was waiting for the next time she entered the door of the dimension. At this time, Zhao Yuyu is listening to the principal's speech in the school gym with all the freshmen in high school. This is the opening ceremony. In this September of early autumn, the new semester is about to begin today. I hope that all freshmen can cherish the freshness of just entering school, and hope that this feeling can enrich your campus life. In the first year of high school, establish a long-term vision. It is very necessary to set up a lofty ideal and the goal of the university. The college entrance examination in 3 years' time will be your battlefield. When the principal spoke, many of the junior high school freshmen who were classmates and friends were also chatting. There was no way. The school opening ceremony was so boring these days, but no one dared to play with mobile phones. Mobile phones are banned on the internet, and now there is a class teacher watching over. Everyone is very restrained. No one talks to Zhao Yuyu. This is also normal. Passerby attributes can almost make her invisible automatically, and even if you talk to her, it is estimated that there will only be a wave of awkward chat. After Zhao Yuyu got used to this state, she felt very clean. She suddenly felt that the reason why Kato Megami became a sage was probably because she had been in such a bystander state for a long time, and there was a word called the bystander is clear, which can also explain why the insight of the Saint Hui is so strong. He can always see through everything. Zhao Yuyu admitted that she was learning from Kato Megami unconsciously, which helped her maintain a calm and indifferent state of mind, suppressed her desire to do things, and accumulated strength for bigger things in the future. After the principal finished his speech, another outstanding student representative came out to speak. He was also the city's high school entrance examination champion. His name was Huang Zhongchao. He was a man in the middle of junior high school and had a strong sense of presence. In addition to the students of this school, even other schools knew him. A very remarkable thing. However, it was the first time that Zhao Yuyu knew about this person. Sitting on the rostrum, he was not handsome, but the whole person looked very energetic and gave people a feeling of self-confidence. This made Zhao Yuyu a little surprised. She thought it was a man. What about nerds? Huang Zhongchao's speech also had some meaning. It wasn't that kind of boring rhetoric. Instead, he told some funny and humorous stories. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seemed to be improvised, which made the principal on the side smile satisfied. Sometimes I have to admit that in this world, in addition to ordinary passers-by like Zhao Yuyu who have no special skills, there are also special students like Huang Zhongchao who have a strong sense of existence. I am afraid that many years later, many people at his school will remember this number when they recalled their school days. Character. Not long after school started, there was a bottom testing test. Zhao Yuyu had a very difficult test. She did all the simple questions and it was quite easy. But when faced with a problem, she was completely lost. She felt that it was an IQ problem. Well, there is also the problem of perseverance. Zhao Yuyu is born with a good background and cannot bear hardship. Her parents are also very relaxed about her. She thinks it is good for her daughter to maintain medium grades steadily. After all, the junior high school and high school are very good and stable. It's okay to maintain a middle grade. She can barely get a copy based on her current grades. She will find relationships, spread money, and become a special student, and then enter a prestigious university. There will be no big problems. This makes the original Zhao Yuyu not motivated at all, but she has a very happy life. So, why should I cross into a girl with this kind of template? Even the soul is completely integrated, and I feel that my self-motivatedness will gradually be obliterated. Zhao Yuyu once again complained about herself. She just wants to make herself better, at least not to be so difficult in the exam. When encountering questions that she can't know, she can only watch it. It feels really uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Yuyu's long-awaited dimensional gate appeared in her dream again, and she walked in firmly. What kind of world is it this time? Equals 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 equals. Chapter 6, Learning Makes Me Happy. Zhao Yuyu entered the door of the dimension this time, and has learned the lessons from before. She was not in a hurry to set her own character and make herself invincible. Instead, she was ready to figure out all the conditions first. Through the dimensional gate, the only information she can obtain is the name of the work, a general introduction, and the names and settings of the female characters. From the number of settings, you can actually judge which female characters are heroine or important supporting role, which characters are passers-by. The name of this work, called Pure Love, sounds very pure, but it is actually a campus harem comic. The general introduction is that the male protagonist Yang Ming ushered in his high school life, and there is only one in his family who has no blood relationship. His beautiful sister lives with him and takes care of his life. The housework is omnipotent. The parents go to travel the world. Of course, the younger sister has the attribute of brother control. In addition to the younger sister, the male protagonist will also have many beautiful and different attributes in high school. The girls, they all revolve around the male lead, fighting for him openly and secretly, staged a fighting and unbreakable Shura field. Simply put, this is actually a cliched campus harem comic. The male protagonist's settings are also classic gentle, kind, slow, and impotence. From the beginning to the end, the male protagonist will maintain the identity of a virgin, but he will often enjoying the face wash by accidentally falling, or accidentally breaking into the female bathroom, dressing room, etc., seeing the naked girls. Anyway, the creators of this type of comics will skillfully use these routines. Sell benefits. After learning about the general information of this work, Zhao Yuyu ruled out the option of directly acting as her sister and other harem members. It was not because she could not accept herself as someone else's harem. Anyway, it was just a two-dimensional world evolved from comics. What is used is also the body of the female character in the work. If there is a need for the plot, she dare to play a reverse push. As long as she can make her character a classic, and then gain the ability of the character in reality, she has why don't you dare to make trouble? If she can enter the world like Fate, Magic Forbidden Book Catalog or even Fights Break Sphere, then she directly chooses to play Saber, Misaka Mikoto, Xiao Suner, that is Lai Win. The unforgettable classic female characters don't need to be set by her personally, and it is very stable to follow the original. It's a pity that the probability of winning the jackpot is really too small. She feels that the character setting of the harem members in Pure Love has no bright spots at all. It is purely a vase. It is like the women in the harem stallion novel. It is completely impossible for readers to remember. Will not choose to play them. In fact, she felt that it was too difficult to create a classic female character that all readers would remember in such a work with no highlights, so she decided to use her new ideas. The passerby role she chose to play is a girl who has appeared in comics 2 or 3 times. The name is Su Jing. She is the best friend of the male protagonist Yang Ming's sister Yang Qian. She has an ordinary single ponytail haircut and a beautiful appearance. At this time, Zhao Yuyu suddenly discovered the highlight of this work, that is, the cartoonist style and craftsmanship are really good. The 3 passerby female characters are all beautiful girls. No wonder they say that 99% of the two-dimensional elements are beautiful women. So many Azai are addicted to the two-dimensional elements and have no sense of the real world. Zhao Yuyu only added one setting for Su Jing, that is, she is addicted to learning, she is a very hard-working girl, not a kind of intelligence max, all kinds of almighty characters. Otherwise the reaction to reality will make the comic author feel strange now that this kind of setting is made. Why is she still a trick? Sure enough, I made a mistake, and then corrected the unreasonable settings made by Zhao Yuyu. This made Zhao Yuyu useless and made her lose the opportunity to enter the door of the dimension again. The dimensional gate is undoubtedly not just as you want to enter, and there is no limit at all. The sequelae of Zhao Yuyu's mess up last time are also very obvious. Originally, she started from a fantasy world with low-level abilities, but now, she enters this world. It is obviously a pure everyday world with no abilities. This energy level has dropped. If she wants to enter the world of higher energy levels in the future, she must create a classic character and gain the will of many readers to let her through the door of the dimension, enter the world of higher energy levels and gain stronger abilities. After making such a simple setting, Zhao Yuyu felt that the manga creator would definitely not be aware of something wrong. This kind of indulge in learning and hard work is too common. After Zhao Yuyu became the Su Jing she set, she suddenly felt a strong desire to learn, and countless expression packs were loaded on her body. I love learning, learning makes me happy. JPG. There is only one thing in my heart, which is learning. JPG. If I don't study for a second, I feel uncomfortable. JPG. If you don't let me study, it's better to let me die. JPG. It's useless if you like me, I like learning. JPG. I am addicted to learning, I am getting thinner. JPG. At the same time, she also felt the strength of the quality of effort, because in reality, she can't be said to be lazy, and she is definitely not the kind of girl who is particularly hardworking and motivated. This can't be blamed on her. Saying that people are poor and have short ambitions, in fact many people are poor, think about change. They have completed the grassroots counterattack, but they are the children of the rich. For anyone, hard work is an excellent quality. So Zhao Yuyu completely forgot everything, and began to study hard in this world with Su Jing's body. It happened that Su Jing was in the 3rd year of junior high school and was preparing for the high school entrance examination. Originally, Zhao Yuyu didn't have a solid knowledge of junior high school at all, but through Su Jing, master this knowledge to perfection again. Zhao Yuyu's new idea is that since she is not sure to create a classic character that all readers will remember to inherit the ability of that character, can she use this character in the dimensional gate to gain knowledge? Can she inherit this knowledge? The next day, after Zhao Yuyu woke up, with a strong sense of anticipation, she took out the math test papers she had tested. And then she found helplessly, how could she still be able to solve those problems? Is it possible that the knowledge gained through study cannot be inherited? No, I clearly remember all that knowledge. She quickly understood. Even if you have the qualities of indulging in learning and working hard, how much can you gain in one night? Learning is a long process, and if you persist, the effect will become more and more obvious. Sure enough, the knowledge gained through her own hard work can be inherited. On the contrary, if Su Jing is directly set to be a super genius and super academic bully, this kind of vain setting will not only make her feel refreshed in the comics world and return to reality. During this, nothing will change. Zhao Yuyu thinks that she is already qualified to say such a famous saying. There is no genius in the world. I just spend the time other people sleep for study. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 7, Campus Atmosphere. Zhao Yuyu sits in a luxury car. Of course, this car belongs to her father Zhao Jiyi. She has no research on the world's car brands, but she knows that she rides in a luxury car, because the comfort of this high-end car is really different from ordinary cars. On one level, the layout of the car is also special. She likes to use the Bluetooth of her mobile phone directly connected to the car audio equipment to choose the music she loves. On the way to school, she feels very relaxed and leisurely. Sometimes she will watch the video of Station B directly in the back seat. The full name of the station is not Bilibili, it's just a barrage video website starting with the letter B, because the car itself is equipped with a tablet-like smart device, but she needs to use her mobile phone hotspot. She has never had it. I was worried about the traffic problem and never paid the phone bill, because these were all linked to my father's private hospital. Zhao Jiyi's private hospital is obviously not for ordinary people. The patients in it are either rich or expensive, so the money and connections it brings to him are beyond the imagination of the general hospital director. The luxury car was still parked a short distance from the school gate. This was Zhao Yuyu's previous habit. Obviously she didn't want others to know that she was a well-off eldest lady. She always felt that that would have a bad effect. This is probably something this kind of inexplicable self-esteem is at work, otherwise, even if she is ordinary, the identity of a young lady will make her stand out. It's just that middle school students are actually relatively simple and don't pay much attention to money. This is probably the best stage for men to pick up girls with their looks and talents. Today, Zhao Yuyu, although there is a heart in her bones to make troubles and longing for more attention, she is not ready to use her family background to attract attention. She feels that doing so is inferior, as if she is too much ordinary, but can only use this method to forcefully pretend to be the same. Of course, Zhao Yuyu's personality has not changed much from before, because she is a soul fusion, and she has perfectly received the memories of her past. Otherwise, she will be very how to be a girl, and the whole person will definitely be very awkward. Not so calm. After the luxury car stopped, the driver Lu Zhongcheng got out of the car and opened the door for Zhao Yuyu. One hand was slightly covered under the top of the back door of the car to prevent Zhao Yuyu from accidentally hitting her head. Uncle Lu, thank you. Zhao Yuyu got out of the luxury car and walked to the school with her school bag. Actually, Lu Zhongcheng really wanted to carry a bag for the eldest lady, but the eldest lady thought it was too eye-catching, so she had to give it up. He felt that it was a very lucky thing to be a special car driver for the eldest lady, because the eldest lady is very easygoing and polite, and at the same time respects him very much, and it is very easy and comfortable to get along with the eldest lady. In fact, it can be understood from another angle, that is, Zhao Yuyu has no aura of a daughter. Walking on the campus, Zhao Yuyu was able to carefully observe the high school she will go through for 3 years. Her memory of her school days has long been blurred. Anyway, the other one is not qualified to go to this kind of high school, so she is very cherish this opportunity. The greenery of the school is very good, the facilities are also very complete, and there is a swimming pool. Zhao Yuyu saw a lot of honorary photos and experiences of outstanding alumni along the way. They were erected there like road signs. They were academicians, entrepreneurs, etc., as well as the honorary students who had just graduated from the previous few years. The honor is that they were admitted. Capital University, what kind of competition won the first prize, and so on. And when you enter the teaching building, there are celebrities hanging on the wall beside the corridor. Many Zhao Yuyu feel familiar and unfamiliar. The familiarity is because Zhao Yuyu was very familiar with these celebrities. Combined with other memories, she felt that what these celebrities did should be done by another group of celebrities. Zhao Yuyu also didn't bother to worry about these messy things. She walked into the classroom from the front door, and on the right-hand side was the ranking list of the final exam after school. There were more than 50 people in the class. Zhao Yuyu ranked 27th, really ordinary. The golden mean is implemented to the end. On the right side of the blackboard, there is a grid. Every day, the study committee will copy the course of the day on it to let everyone know the course of the day, so that the teaching materials can be prepared in advance before each class, but there are many things that save trouble. The classmates put the textbooks of the main courses directly on the desks and piled them up there, as if they were building a bunker. They were able to give themselves a sense of security. They took a nap during class, and ended up being caught upright by the teacher. Numerous facts have proved that the bunker can only give people a kind of psychological comfort, and has no substantive effect at all, but everyone still enjoys it. At the top of the blackboard, there are 8 big red letters: study hard, make progress every day, and in the middle is a red flag with gears. Yes, there are also great men comparable to Teju appear in this world. They also have the same famous sayings, but their names are different. At the same time, he still let China become the hegemon of the East. Both Korea and Dongying are China's vassal states. Large tracts of land in the Far East also belong to China, forming a bipolar world with Europe and the United States. On the left edge of the blackboard, there is also a vertical line. Everyone is asked by the Chinese teacher to copy an aphorism every day. During class, the Chinese teacher will lead everyone to read it. The curtain of the projector is also here. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Some teachers are used to using computer multimedia teaching, but there are also many old school teachers who like to write blackboards with chalk. After a lesson, the blackboard is full of neat handwriting. It is particularly fulfilling, but the students who take notes are suffering, because sometimes the teacher writes too fast, causing some words to be scribbled and unreadable. Zhao Yuyu keeps going forward. The glass on the innermost wall is the water dispenser. Every time PE class is over, there will be a lot of people in front of the water dispenser, so witty classmates will fill the water bottle with water one lesson in advance. The whole classroom is full of nostalgic memories of youth. Most of the classmates in the classroom have arrived, because they are basically boarding students. They may not be in the capital city of Jiangnan province. They can only go home during the monthly vacation, which is quite pitiful. At the same time, the boarding students have to get up early for running exercises. Compared with them, Zhao Yuyu, a day student, is really too happy. It's just because she's a day student, she can't quickly integrate into the small groups that the girls have formed. It's just because the roommates who live in the same dormitory have become friends and buddies really fast. After all, they eat and live together. In fact, school cafeterias are allocated tables according to the dormitory, not the kind of personal meal. It is said that this can prevent comparison. Zhou Feng, the desk mate of Zhao Yuyu, already has a girlfriend, and he will call the dormitory roommate named Zheng Wen when he goes to the bathroom after class, but he hasn't said a few words with Zhao Yuyu, and he is still polite because he is not familiar yet. When Zhou Feng saw Zhao Yuyu coming, he smiled and greeted him, then stepped aside and let Zhao Yuyu walk in. As soon as Zhao Yuyu sat down, a representative from the department came to collect her homework. equals 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 equals. Chapter 8, Style. Although it is only a freshman, this school has late self-study. It is no wonder that there are so many provincial college entrance examination champions. It can only be said that it is very strict in all aspects. Parents are also very at ease about sending their children to this high school. Like Zhao Yuyu's father, Zhao Ji, is not superstitious of aristocratic private high schools. On the contrary, the atmosphere is not very good. It is still this kind of province that places great emphasis on school discipline and strict school rules. Key high schools are better. Generally speaking, homework is collected in the last class of evening self-study and there are 10 minutes before get out of class ends. The next morning class representatives will hand in the homework to the teachers of each subject. Zhao Yuyu did not go to evening self-study. This is also the privilege of day students. Because the 3 evening self-study ends, it is almost 10 o'clock in the evening. It is not safe for day students to go home. Self-involuntary, of course, most of them are voluntary. Actually, Zhao Yuyu will not have this kind of safety problem at all. Although she does not exaggerately have personal bodyguards, she is picked up by a special car. How can there be safety problems? However, Zhao Yuyu still chose not to study in the evening. She feels that doing homework at home is the same. Well, she just wants to be lazy, because she can do her homework at home and use her mobile phone while writing. If she hears her mother's footsteps outside, she will immediately hide her phone, pretending to be immersed in homework, and when she encounters a problem she doesn't know, she doesn't bother to study assiduously, but can't help but find the answer directly online. This is Zhao Yuyu in reality. She obviously has the mentality of getting by and passing by. There are still several day students in the class. She is the only one who takes advantage of this safety issue and does not go to self-study at night. This incident makes her too much. There is a lot of presence, and everyone's impression of her is one more word mixed. So, the representatives of each subject can only collect her homework in the morning class. After all, she is not studying at night. At this time, the representative of mathematics who came to collect her homework was named Chen Haoran. It seems that the math scores in the high school entrance examination are full marks. This time the base examination is also full marks. In junior high school, he also won the first prize in the math competition, so he was awarded by the math teacher Gu Yayan. The representative of mathematics is his favorite general. He asks questions during math class. If other students can't answer, Gu Yayan will let Chen Haoran be the terminator, because the other party will never let him down. Zhao Yuyu handed the mathematics lecture to Chen Haoran, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses and was slightly fatter. Chen Haoran glanced at her lecture. The handwriting was beautiful and the curls were neat, which made people feel good about it. He couldn't help but said, "You're pretty good." The last question in this handout was difficult for the classmates for a long time. It was solved after discussion. "You didn't expect you to do it alone." His voice is a little louder, and the students around him heard it, and some people murmured, "Awesome ghost, if I have a mobile phone, I can easily make it." In fact, everyone basically has a mobile phone these days, but they only dared to put it in the dormitory and dare not bring it to the classroom. The teacher confiscated it, but it was bad luck. It is estimated that you will be called a parent. The abnormality of this school is that the plugs in the dormitory are all out of power. It is just decoration. Many boarding students can only charge once a week, or they will be allowed to go to school. Bring it home to help recharge it. Chen Haoran heard other people say this, and then he was surprised. He scratched his head and said in a slightly embarrassing manner, "I'm sorry." He really didn't expect to be able to use a mobile phone for a while. He also has a mobile phone, but his parents were forbidden to bring him into school. For fear that it would lead to premature love and affect his studies, he had to call the public phone when he contacted his home. In fact, Chen Haoran really wanted to please Zhao Yuyu just now. You may not believe it. He thinks that the most beautiful classmate in the class should be this classmate Zhao Yuyu. Her skin is really good, white and tender, no one. She has acne, her voice is very soft and pleasant, and her short hair is also very cute, but I don't know why, she is always ignored and has no sense of existence. Chen Haoran is a boarding student. He lives in the countryside below the county seat. However, he has studied hard since he was a child and is weak in liberal arts. However, it is more than enough to enter this school. Unlike Zhao Yuyu, he has to pay tens of thousands of construction fees for the school and ask school leaders to eat. I just mixed in after eating. After the lights in the boys' dormitory are turned off at night, they always can't help all kinds of small talks. This is just the beginning of school, and the head teacher rarely makes surprise rounds, so everyone chats and chats very happily, which often makes the next morning class a supplementary sleep time. The topics that boys talk about must include the girls in the class. There are often class flowers and school flowers in novels. In fact, these words are rarely mentioned in reality. If a girl's name is often discussed by boys, it can actually be assumed that she is the class spender. Zhao Yuyu was obviously not mentioned. When Chen Haoran's dormitory discussed the beautiful women in the class, Zhang Qing, the literary committee member of the class, was mentioned the most, because she had a cheerful and generous personality and always had a smile on her face. She even sang solo during military training. The hottest pop song at the moment impressed many boys. Of course, perhaps the most important thing is that her are really big. But Chen Haoran just thinks that Zhang Qing is not as beautiful as Zhao Yuyu. Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu.cm. The military training was held 1 week before the start of school, and it was based on the principle of voluntary. Zhao Yuyu was traveling abroad at the time and did not participate. In fact, even if she did not go out to travel, she would not participate. In such a hot day, military training was required. She could not bear the suffering. It's okay. Zhao Yuyu smiled and said nothing. Chen Haoran took Zhao Yuyu's paper back to her seat, and thought that Zhao Yuyu was also very beautiful when she smiled. After Zhao Yuyu handed in her homework, she was a little boring, and most of the surrounding students started to read early. For example, her deskmate Zhou Fang studied very seriously, even if the head teacher and Chinese teacher Chu Yingchun hadn't arrived yet. Since the teacher hasn't arrived yet, why do you have to read early? Isn't this a loss? That's right, Zhao Yuyu is the kind of student who can show a hard-working appearance only in front of the teacher. I have to say that this is really grounded. In the school days, there should be many students with styles like her. Zhao Yuyu surreptitiously took out her mobile phone and prepared to go to the Starting Point Cartoon Network to enjoy the webcomic Pure Love. By the way, she would reward another leader to get a relationship with the comic author. Anyway, she has money. However, she hadn't watched it long before, the head teacher Chu Yingchun sneaked into the classroom from the back door, and the sound of reading also covered his footsteps. Then he caught Zhao Yuyu, who was reading comics on his cell phone, and his cell phone was confiscated on the spot. Zhao Yuyu immediately received the attention of the whole class she wanted so much, and her sense of presence skyrocketed, but she really felt embarrassed, but at the same time she was thinking that the fruit phone seems to be out of the 8th generation, and it happens to be a new phone. Ah, this is really a typical Baifume style. Chapter 9, Problem Solving. Zhao Yuyu was called out by the teacher Chu, the teacher in charge, and then naturally she criticized and educated her and asked Zhao Yuyu to write a 3,000-word review before she could return her mobile phone. Give it back to her. 3,000 words review book? Zhao Yuyu suddenly suffered a lot. How could it be possible to write so many words? Sure enough, let's just give up the phone, it is better to buy a new one. Chu Yingchun saw Zhao Yuyu's bitter face, and he still felt that his punishment was very light. He didn't want Zhao Yuyu to conduct a public review, but in his opinion, writing a review can change the phone back. He was tolerant enough to call her parents over. Speaking of it, Chu Yingchun was full of anger when he caught this girl reading comics on her mobile phone in the morning reading class. Then after calling her out, she saw her white and lovely cheeks, but she couldn't get angry anymore. It can only be said that being beautiful these years has advantages, and Zhao Yuyu's attitude after being arrested seems to be good, admitting mistakes very happily, and has not had much reaction to the confiscated mobile phone. It was another student. Seeing that his fruit phone worth 6,000 or 7,000 was confiscated, it was estimated that he would cry, even the teacher would basically return it. Chu Yingchun feels that this girl with a very correct attitude of admitting mistakes should be able to hand in the review book within 3 days, and she can almost leave a deep lesson to the other party, saving it from committing the next time. Zhao Yuyu returned to her seat depressed. Her desk mate Zhou Feng was a little gloating in her heart. After all, Zhao Yuyu often played with her mobile phone unscrupulously when the teacher was away, but only overturned the ship today. The retribution came too late. But she comforted her mouth. It doesn't matter, Lao Chu is so overcast. He sneaked in through the back door. For some reason, Zhao Yuyu suddenly thought of the funny pictures that had been circulated on the internet. A student sitting in the back row by the window was playing with his mobile phone seriously. As a result, a teacher outside the window was deathly staring at him. The students played Glory of the King in class, but the teacher received the mobile phone in front of the podium and let the other party watch their teammates lose the game. Zhao Yuyu couldn't help but smile. She said gently, "It's okay, thank you for your concern." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Yuyu say this, her face was slightly hot. She was gloating in her heart just now, but she also discovered that Zhao Yuyu laughed so tenderly and healed. The most important thing is that her temper is still so good. She thinks if it were her, she might be crying on the desk right now. Zhao Yuyu, who doesn't have a mobile phone, can only helplessly take out the language documents, but she just read silently, too lazy to read aloud, let alone recite, and then she simply flipped through the following articles, as if she were reading a storybook. Because of this, the writers of the world are also different, so she sees it quite fresh. If Chu Yingchun, a Chinese teacher and head teacher, knew that Zhao Yuyu had no intention of introspection at all, he would surely jump with anger. After the morning get out of class, there were a lot of sleepy classmates. They immediately slumped on the table and greedily spent the 10 minutes before class to make up for their sleep. Most of them were boys, and the whole class was quiet all at once. Up. When Zhao Yuyu used her own cup to pour water from the drinking fountain, she was light-handed. Speaking of which, her porcelain cups are also very valuable. It is a famous luxury brand's Oriental Horse series. A set of 6 pairs of cups and saucers totals it costs 15,900 Chinese yuan, and 2,650 Chinese yuan for a pair of cups and saucers, which is probably unimaginable for other students. Zhao Yuyu poured some hot water and then some cold water to mix. After taking a sip, she couldn't help frowning and poured the water directly out of the window. Because of the smell of bleach and disinfectant, it felt like a bucket of pure water. It seems to be filled directly with tap water. It is obviously produced by a school-run factory. I didn't expect it to be like this. She decided to bring in a vacuum flask and fill it with water in the future, and decided not to drink pure water from the school. Originally, she still wanted to make some tea and coffee. Forget it, let Uncle Lu directly prepare it for her in the car. Well, drink it after leaving school. Zhao Yuyu, who doesn't have a mobile phone, feels uncomfortable all over her body. She really couldn't bear it for a moment. She decided to buy a new mobile phone immediately at noon. As for the question of review books, she is not in a hurry. She still remembers that when she was a student, there were always a few talented women in the class who were very good at writing things, and also started the business of writing love letters, so she should be able to write review books on her behalf. Right? Zhao Yuya won't let someone help her for free, so she can directly open a 1000-character 100 for 300 yuan. It should be possible for someone to help her concoct a 3000-character review book. If it doesn't work, she can only find a template on the internet. It's over. Actually, Zhao Yuya hopes that Lao Chu has a bad memory and forgets about it. As for the confiscated mobile phone, it will be gone if it is gone, and it will be floated into the river by playing with the mobile phone. The first class started soon. It was Gu Yayan's math class. This teacher Gu was very young, handsome, and behaved, so we, Yan Kong's Miss Zhao family, listened carefully to him. The 10-minute class talked about the test papers for the bottom test. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yuyu wandered away from the sky and began to be in a daze. Student Zhao Yuyu, come up and explain this question to everyone. Gu Yayan noticed Zhao Yuyu, who had been in a daze for at least 5 minutes. He didn't know her. He glanced at the name on the seating table on the podium before calling the other party. He had no hope that Zhao Yuyu could explain this topic to everyone. Just tell her not to be in a daze. Zhao Yuyu came back to her senses only after Zhou Fang's reminder, which caused a little laughter from the whole class. She walked up with the test paper in a dazed manner. This was a little bit beyond Gu Yayan's expectation. He thought the other party would sit cheeky. In his seat, he naturally explained it to everyone himself. Teacher Gu, which question is it? Her voice was still gentle and healed, not rushing. The whole class laughed louder. They felt that this girl who had just been trained by the old class in the morning reading class was going to be ashamed. Gu Yayan couldn't help but smile. He had a good temper, but now he still thinks this Zhao Yuyu is very cute. He pointed to the question on the test paper. AB equals AC, AD is vertical to BC, AMMD equals 2:3, MN//AC, find an NB. This question is not a difficult problem, but Zhao Yuyu did not solve it in the exam. Yuyu read www.yuyuganshu.com and did not correct it after returning. Gu Yayan sighed in his heart. This girl is cute, but she seems a little lazy in her studies. The students in the class also showed an expression of watching the show. Only the representative of mathematics, Chen Haoran, had anxiety on his face. However, what everyone did not expect was that Zhao Yuyu thought for a moment, but she remembered her memory of indulging in learning in the door of the dimension. She did not know this question before, but now, she can see how to solve it at a glance. But she feels like she doesn't know how to pretend to understand, and she doesn't know how to answer. There's no way, she really doesn't have the aura of a master of study. She picked up the chalk, first drew a geometric diagram based on the conditions of the question, and then answered. Make d//AC intersect at point E, because it is an isosceles triangle, BDDC equals 1:1, the same is true, AEEB equals 1:1, but an NE equals AMMD equals 2:3, so, assuming AE equals EB equals 5A, then N equals 2A, NE equals 3A, NB equals NE plus EB equals 8A, so an NB equals 2A 8A equals 1:4. While she was writing, she explained in her gentle voice, her thoughts were very clear, and she finally came up with the correct answer. Finally, she put down the chalk, she was very happy, and smiled and looked at teacher Gu. The class is silent. Equals 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 equals. There are too few recommendation votes. Give me some motivation. This is a 2500-word chapter. The author is really hard-working. Why don't you give me a recommendation? Chapter 10, Cartoonist. Many of the classmates in the room originally thought they would see the scene of this cute girl who was caught in class and was caught upright by the teacher, standing in front of the podium at a loss. Everyone would not laugh at her. I feel that this cute girl with a bob head is really unlucky today. She was caught in the morning reading class and confiscated her mobile phone. The math class was again brought by teacher Gu. Collapsed. But it must be admitted that sometimes when people are unlucky, they will be unlucky all day, and they will always encounter all kinds of unsatisfactory. But what everyone didn't expect was that this girl could easily solve this small and difficult problem, and she also explained it so thoroughly that everyone understood it. Many classmates couldn't help but admire Zhao Yuyu in their hearts. They inexplicably felt that this girl had a big heart. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to do what she did, giving people a very reliable feeling, and her voice and smile, I really have a full sense of healing. Gu Yayan was actually stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect that Zhao Yuyu would be able to solve the problem even when she was on a short run. She didn't see her correction of the test paper. It seems that there is only one truth, and that is that the girl should work hard after returning home. Otherwise, he is very quick-witted. Anyway, if Zhao Yuyu can solve the problem, it is worthy of praise. Gu Yayan said, student Zhao Yuyu explained very well, but be careful not to be distracted and concentrate in class in the future. Zhao Yuyu nodded vigorously, with a very sincere attitude, and Gu Yayan satisfactorily let her go down. While Zhao Yuyu was doing ordinary campus routines, in a comics studio also located in the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, 2 painters were at the desk, working hard. These 2 painters, one is So Li, the creator of the campus harem comic Pure Love, and the other is her assistant Zhang Ziqiang. I am afraid that the readers of Pure Love would not have thought that this campus harem comic, which is purely based on selling meat, was actually produced by a female cartoonist. So Li's appearance is actually okay. After dressing up, she can definitely be regarded as a beautiful cartoonist. In fact, when she was in college, she did not devote herself to comic creation, and there were many suitors, but at that time, many people might not believe it. She has become fascinated by the painting book, and is even known as the fan world under the pseudonym Wang Li. Through the painting book, she has made a lot of money. People always have pursuits. After graduating from university, So Li is ready to become a real cartoonist. This is not to say that she is ready to go ashore and close her hands. In fact, she still participates in the world-class events twice a year in summer and winter. The comic exhibition called Holy War continues to make money by selling books that I draw on it. Her reputation in the fandom also allowed her to successfully get the manuscript for the comic magazine Wind Manga. First, she created a few short comics to test the water. The readers' response was good, so she was qualified for serialization. Starting Point Comic Network has cooperated, serializing in the magazine at the same time, also serializing on the internet, so that she can not only get the manuscript fee from the magazine, but also get the subscription and rewards directly from readers, but the subscription and rewards directly from readers. For rewards, she can only get a quarter. However, So Li is still very happy to communicate with her readers on the internet, and she has also established her own fan base. Occasionally, when she sees readers in the group saying that her painting style is very similar to Ms. Wang Li, she is a little frightened. She was really exposed. She carefully concealed her identity in the fandom, pretending to be a pure and cute new cartoonist, but the skillful meat-selling scene in Pure Love always made many readers tease her teacher So Li, why are you so skilled? The feedback from readers on the internet is always very timely, allowing her to think about the next plot based on the readers' opinions. Campus harem comics like her basically depend on which female characters in the harem readers prefer. She gave more pen and ink to which female character, and at the same time gave that female character more benefits. So Li also has her own editor in charge. The other party did not give her any advice on the plot, but always thought of various ways of selling meat for her. To be honest, So Li is not very satisfied with her work called Pure Love. She always feels that this work is not much different from the book she drew, but the book is more humorous, and even will make love completely. The scene is portrayed, and although this work does not have age scenes or even reveals points, it is covered by holy light at critical times, but various naked sexual cues are really very obvious, which can often make male readers look hard. No holiday for a moment. Soli was originally a weak point in plotting, and she only used templates to portray characters, which was very facial makeup. She originally wanted to exercise her abilities in these two areas by drawing normal works, but obviously, pure love this work did not allow her to achieve her goal. But Soli must continue to draw, because the popularity of this work is not bad, and it is very popular with male readers, so her manuscript income is also good, and she can at least call herself a cartographer with confidence. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. But at the same time, she also knows that the harem comics like her paintings have reached this level of popularity at the most. Even the possibility of animation is unlikely. It is estimated that it can be adapted into a radio drama. When this work is over, it will be forgotten because it is not unique, and there are too many works of the same type that can replace it. Unless, in her work, there can be a classic female character that makes all readers dream of, and can even compete with the cute king. However, how is this possible? Soli was ready for her first feature-length debut, but she suddenly heard Zhang Ziqiang, an assistant who was dealing with her background, said, "Teacher Soli, the role of this sister's best friend seems a bit interesting. Will you become a member of the protagonist's harem?" "The role of my younger sister, best friend?" Soli subconsciously asked. "Isn't this role a passerby? What's the point of her?" Zhang Ziqiang is a fat, bald uncle in his 30s. He is still single. He still has his own comic dream, but his talent is really not good enough. He can only be reduced to being an assistant to a young but talented cartoonist like Soli. Although Soli is currently weak in plot and character portrayal, her style of fresh and juicy and superb meat-selling skills can enable her to gain a firm foothold in the harem comics genre. Zhang Ziqiang pondered for a moment, and then began to tell his feelings about the Su Jing role. Friends who have a book list hope to add the book to the book list. In addition, the book has been signed and can be rewarded, so brazenly asking for rewards. Chapter 11, She is always studying. Zhang Ziqiang said, "First of all, of course, it's because of the excellent painting skills of teacher Soli. The characters drawn by passersby are very beautiful and impeccable. He also gave Su Jing a single ponytail hairstyle. You think this hairstyle is too ordinary and doesn't have any cuteness. In fact, it highlights this character by accident. She seems to be the only female character with a single ponytail hairstyle in the comic series." Soli heard his assistant say this and couldn't help but humble himself. "I feel that I still lack painterly. It is purely accustomed to painting the kind of female characters I am good at, which led me to clearly prepare to paint a passerby character, but unconsciously painted it as a beautiful girl. I have to mention that sometimes the appearance of comic characters is really homogenized. It is distinguished purely by hairstyle and hair color. The worst is actually the male protagonist. The male protagonist of the harem fan always gives people a kind of always the feeling of the same person coincides with the essence of Tongran's face, and there is nothing wrong with it." At this time, Soli said again, "As for the hairstyle, you are right. I personally prefer black long straight, double ponytail, oblique ponytail, bobo head, etc., even the orthodox single ponytail. The hair must grow to the level of the hips. The most common single ponytail hairstyle in reality like this character. Anyway, I feel that there is no cuteness, so I use it casually. I didn't expect to accidentally make this character become different. It's different. It's not just these that make you feel interesting, but what else?" Soli continued to ask. Zhang Ziqiang also doesn't reserve. As Soli's assistant, he feels that he should not only assist good people in painting, but also do his part in creative thinking. Of course it is the character and behavior of this character, Zhang Ziqiang said slowly. As a result, So Li showed an expression of "you seem to be teasing me." Before Zhang Ziqiang could finish speaking, it was mainly because Zhang Ziqiang was really slow to speak, and So Li was impatient. She couldn't help but retort, "This character has a ghostly personality, let alone behavior. I didn't waste any pen and ink to portray her, did I? She doesn't even have a few lines, always has a background." Zhang Ziqiang was not anxious about So Li's rebuttal. He still said calmly, "The character of this character may be set by the teacher yourself, but I have noticed it. That is, although this girl has ordinary talents, but it's always right to work hard and love to learn to the point of indulging in it." So Li nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, it's just a passerby character. Of course, he has ordinary talents. Otherwise, it must be because of my negligence that I made a mistake. You must know that the protagonist's harem has blonde hair with an IQ of up to 250. I can't set a female character with a high IQ for the role of the poor-breasted and arrogant eldest lady. This seems to be repeated. It doesn't matter what talent is, what's important is her working style and love to learn. I don't understand what you are talking about. How interesting is this simple setting on a humble passerby character? Is this your illusion? I said it this way, purely to give me the best of this work. The important younger sister character Yang Qianqian is a green leaf. There is an old saying called near Zhu Zhe Qi, close to Mo Zhe Black. I set up such an ordinary but positive girlfriend for Yang Qianqian, this can definitely add to Yang Qianqian. Points. So Li elaborated on her thoughts on setting the passerby character Su Jing. She didn't realize that this passerby character had actually been changed. She firmly believed that all of this came from her own thoughts. This shows the brilliance of Zhao Yuyu, who is secretly involved. If she enters the door of the dimension for the first time, she will give her characters an invincible superpower or something, although the works in reality will also be because of her. The creators who changed but found something wrong would only think that it was because of a sudden brain twitch or just drinking too much that they came up with something that obviously did not conform to the setting of the work, and then immediately corrected the mistake. But now, So Li firmly believes that all this is her original setting. The role of the younger sister Yang Qianqian is indeed emphatically portrayed by So Li, first of all because she is actually a younger sister, although there is no younger sister in reality, and secondly because the role of younger sister is very popular and is the favorite female character of many male readers. So she naturally tends to favor her younger sister. Other harem roles, she doesn't even mention whether she has any girlfriends. Therefore, So Li is right. The passerby character Su Jing actually exists depending on his sister. Without her sister's high popularity, there would be no her. At this time, Zhang Ziqiang sighed slightly. He actually didn't want to argue with So Li. The other party was obviously a very assertive cartoonist. Her achievements have also cultivated her arrogance in her bones, but thought Su Jing in the role, he still bit the bullet and said, "This may not be a bonus item, but a subtraction item." What? So Li was not calm at all. Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. She even thought, it's no wonder that Zhang Ziqiang has been in the comics industry for so many years, but he has no achievements and can't grasp the key points at all. He actually said that he was a passerby character. Interesting. Zhang Ziqiang also changed his slow rate of speech, and said in one breath, "Indeed, when this Su Jing appeared in the comics, it was always the background board, but she was always learning. When Yang Qianqian missed her elder brother and was in love, she is studying. Yang Qianqian is thinking about how to fight for pets and steal the fishy cat, she is studying. Yang Qianqian and other harem members tore in front of the male protagonist, she is still studying silently in the corner when performing the Shura scene. Even if she is still, it's the background board. I thought that teacher So Li's arrangement like this must have profound meaning, but I didn't expect that I was thinking too much. This So Li was a little dazed by Zhang Ziqiang, who was speaking very fast, but Zhang Ziqiang hadn't finished speaking yet. This is a campus harem comic. All the characters in it are basically students. However, whether it is the male lead or the many female lead around him, including Mr. So Li, your sister Yang Qianqian, who you think is very satisfied with the portrayal. This group of people, as students, do not do business all day, knowing that they are noisy, jumping up and down, tearing, compared to the Sujing, who is quietly studying in the corner. What I want to say is that Sujing is a pure and innocent character. Contrived, it's totally different from the coquettish in the male protagonist's harem. That's why I think this character is a bit interesting. If readers have not noticed her all the time, once they noticed her, they will definitely lose points to the girls. Yes, the women have no independence at all, almost all of them are inverted, cheap. After listening to So Li, he was completely confused and completely messed up. Equals. Ask for collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 12, Exit Method. After So Li came back to her senses, she couldn't help saying, I admit that you have some truth in what you said. This passerby character is indeed different from other female characters, but she is a passerby character after all. And I was almost circumvented by you. My Pure Love was originally a campus harem comic. What readers want to see is the interaction between the male and female protagonists, the scenes of the female protagonists selling meat instead of learning. Men who are up these days also prefer the coquettish bitches who take the initiative to post upside down, right? Zhang Ziqiang was a little disappointed when he heard this response, simply because he felt that the interaction between the male and female protagonist and the meat-selling scene was too boring. He hoped that Sujing could take the position, and then some more interesting plots would appear, but it is a pity that Mr. So Li still stick to your own opinions. While he was disappointed, he also developed admiration, because this should be the attitude of a professional cartoonist. Nowadays, the most popular heroine of Pure Love is still his sister Yang Qianqian. Everyone is used to the style of this work and hastily changed. That's nonsense. This is like in an online novel, a certain author has been writing according to the routine, and the results are not bad, but one day, he decides not to use the routine, he wants to play something new and write a plot that the reader can't guess, but he does it. Take it off. The so-called since ancient times the true feelings cannot be retained, only the routines are popular. Is this truth? Sometimes the author thinks that he has written a sincere plot, but the reader refuses to buy it, which is very helpless. Is that to reduce the role of Sujing and slowly hide her? Zhang Ziqiang asked. To his surprise, So Li smiled slightly and said faintly, it's not necessary. Instead, I will slowly increase her role, first from a passerby to a supporting role. Why? Zhang Ziqiang was a little surprised. Because I was persuaded by you, and I think this role is a bit interesting. Let her be more conspicuous. Let's take a look at the reader's reactions. We both find it interesting. It does not mean that the readers find it interesting. My focus is always on in the female character most popular with readers. So Li replied very confidently. It's really teacher So Li, this time I, as an assistant, really got taught, and it is true that teacher So Li achieved such results in this first feature-length series. It is not without reason. Zhang Ziqiang sighed. So Li was no longer humble, smiled, and continued to devote herself to the creation. She didn't know if it was her illusion. She felt that when she was painting the character of Sujing, she felt like she was writing as if there was a god. This character has her own soul and will, and she can't control this character's actions at all. She was not surprised. Instead, she thought of many creators. When talking about the fate of a certain character in her work, especially some tragic character, readers strongly urged that the character's ending be modified, hoping not to be so miserable. As a result, those creators pretended to tell readers that there was no way to modify it, because the character in my work was no longer under my control. She has her own will and soul, and she is destined to be a tragedy. Lee has always felt that this is something that some creators who prefer to make people feel stunned, because in a sense, the creator is the creator of a certain world, and all the characters are his puppets. How could it exist? Unchangeable ending? But now, in the process of creating, she suddenly understood that she didn't want to distort the will of a certain character, but just wanted to make her move by herself. Like those works that portray the group portraits well, they should be typical of using characters. Promote the plot, right? It's just a pity for Lee that she only had this feeling when she portrayed the character Su Jing. When she painted other characters, she still felt dry. Comparing the two, she actually felt that there would be more pen and ink is the kingly way of Su Jing, but after all, she restrained this desire because she didn't know whether the readers liked it or not. Zhao Yuyu, a secretly messenger, naturally doesn't know that she has already received the attention of the creators. This is actually not a good thing, because Zhao Yuyu feels that it's good to study at the gate of the dimension with peace of mind, which can make up for her in reality. She is lazy, and if she is favored by the creator, she will inevitably interact more with the main characters in it. Isn't this a waste of her precious learning time? At the same time, Zhao Yuyu was sorting out more information about the dimensional gate, and then she knew that it was not accidental that the mobile phone was confiscated and the name was named in class today, but the negative consequences of the last time messing around. Mysteriously speaking, it was her consumption. For her luck. This lesson made her use the dimensional gate more carefully, and would never casually destroy the efforts of other creators. At the same time, Zhao Yuyu also figured out how to leave the world of a certain animation, game, or novel. First, of course, just like she did before, she randomly set passerby characters, incarnate the horror monster, and destroy the protagonist, completely destroy the balance of the whole work, and make the work collapse, but the consequence is that her luck in reality is reduced. The misfortune continues, and the more popular works are destroyed by her, the more serious the price she will pay. Second, it is the death of the character she possessed. If a passerby character dies in obscurity, it is actually okay. Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not have a negative impact on the whole work, so she will not have a negative impact on the whole work. Doom. But wasted a precious opportunity to enter the door of the dimension. And if she goes to possess a major female character, and then die in an inexplicable way, then refer to the first article. Therefore, as a heroine, even if she dies, she must die by story killing instead of falling into the water. Drowning or choking to death is a nonsense method of death. If the story killing has aroused the size and strong reluctance of many readers, it is a bonus. Third, the characters she possessed have already possessed super popularity, and she would have the right to choose to leave the work in the dark. This is the ability that readers are willing to add to the back. In other words, as long as she becomes what readers think of as a classic character, she can leave the stage, but the author may destroy this classic character in the process of subsequent portrayal of this character, such as transformed female Swiba. The heroine of Wu Di was very popular and classic in the early stage, but was completely ruined by the author in the later stage, so the abilities she inherited were gone. So in fact, the most perfect way is to let the character die when it is most brilliant and attracting the most attention. At the same time, it is ensured that the creator in reality will not resurrect the character on a whim, destroying the character's image. Fourth, the work ends normally, refer to Article 1 for abnormal endings, and of course she can leave. This condition can avoid the tragedies of the characters and end when she is the most popular, saving her deliberately seeking death. Equals 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 equals. Everyone who has a treasure can become my fan and get the title of the so-called Yiren, and search for drunk lying and smiling Yiren in the 515 Great God Theory. Chapter 13, Got a Bold Idea. After Zhao Yuyu understood the method of exiting from the works, she lived more calmly in the door of the dimension. The big deal is when she gets bored in a certain world of works, and then she silently commits suicide and exits. It can also be in the real world. Some unscrupulous authors will definitely do so. But now Zhao Yuyu feels that she is enjoying herself in the world of pure love, purely because she has a super study addiction. While studying, she can also watch good shows and watch with a caring for mentally retarded eyes. She felt embarrassed and funny when the hero interacted with the women. As we all know, the characters in comics have always been very exaggerated in their behavior. From time to time, the characters will be reduced to the Q version of the characters. When you read the comics in reality, you will find it very interesting, but when you really cross into the comics world, read when the characters interacted, the various exaggerated behaviors, content, and tone of speech were very embarrassing, but all passers-by were not surprised, perfectly integrated into the segment. She was "Everyone is drunk and I am alone." But it doesn't matter, she is also very good at being a background board anyway, which relieves her pressure on studying in reality. The junior high school math problem in the final exam last time relied on her efforts in the dimensional world. It was solved all at once, otherwise it would definitely be embarrassing. Zhao Yuyu naturally did not succeed in rewarding this work because her mobile phone was confiscated. Later, although she bought a new Fruit 8 generation mobile phone for 8,000 yuan on the same day, she felt distressed again afterwards. There are still 20 in this month. For many days, if we continue to wave like this, I am afraid that I will capsize and become a maiden who eats soil. This is very bad. Zhao Yuyu originally thought she was rich, but after she spent the money, she realized that the money is never too much. If she can make money on her own, it will be fine, otherwise she feels like spending her parents' money. Inexplicably unhappy. So she just went to the comic book store and bought the 4-volume 1-page version of Pure Love, which can be regarded as support for the creator of the comic. Be patient. She read all the serialized content bit by bit. When she sees her role as Sujing appearing in the comics and silently acting as the background board, it feels quite interesting. It's just that sometimes she can't help but fantasize. If she really becomes the main character in the comics, what kind of picture will she look like in real works? And to be honest, if she hadn't entered the world in this work, she would actually not read this work, even if its style of painting makes her admire, who makes her a face control. But she still dislikes other plots and characters. First of all, because she personally doesn't like harem comics, she prefers works with single CP or no CP at all, and secondly, the trash heroes in harem comics make people feel like they are tired and crooked. Why is this kind of gentle male protagonist whose greatest advantage can be liked by so many beautiful girls? Can you be ambiguous and unscrupulous? In the end, the male protagonist is indecisive. Even at the end of the work, he can't choose his true love, let alone overthrown. He is simply an impotence and herbivorous man. Zhao Yuyu would rather watch Makoto Ito see a harem man who pushed a real scumbag who was finally hit by a hatchet, and the last blood is so pleasing. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Can she take the initiative to turn the protagonist Yang Ming of this pure love into a scumbag protagonist? Wouldn't it be beautiful to let him be killed by one of the harem members with a hatchet in the end? When this bold idea came up, her heart that was already eager to make trouble started to move. She suddenly lost the thought of doing homework. Putting down the black pen, she took out her new Fruit 8 generation mobile phone, and first searched the internet to see if there was any work called Day on Campus, or rather, has there ever been such a classic harem male host being stalked by a hatchet? If there is, then she feels that there is no need to mess up, because the readers have already been shocked once, and then they have created a similar bridge paragraph. It doesn't make much sense. Although this world is a parallel world, some works still exist. She has heard some familiar old songs, and even while visiting kijimanga.com these days, she accidentally saw a toei named Yoshimoto Kishi. A cartoonist from the vassal country, accepted an interview with Sanjiang from Qidian.com and said that the new work will be a work on the subject of ninjas. He will first launch the comics website and weekly shonen manga magazine. This shonen manga magazine is really amazing. Is the best-selling comic magazine in the entire East Asia. Whether it is in China, or the cartoonists of Dongying and Goryeo vassal countries, they are proud of serializing comics in the magazine. Every time it is listed, it will be translated into multiple languages. Published worldwide. If Zhao Yuyu is a princess who makes a living by copying, Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu. I am afraid that Com is going to have a headache. Who knows if the work I have conceived to copy will suddenly pop up. However, Zhao Yuyu doesn't have to worry about such things at all. Instead, she is looking forward to the world's Naruto by Kishimoto. Or to be Naruto's mother Kushina. Or is it simply to buy Kishimoto in reality, ask him to draw a female dragon set with only a name, and then go in and possess the female dragon set, set the limit of blood succession of the bull fork or the eye of death, and have a big deal? Unfortunately, Naruto is a work with a higher energy level. If she wants to go in and make trouble, she has to accumulate willingness. Far away, what she is looking for now is whether there has been a work of the scum bulldozer man was hit by a hatchet. After discovering that it did not appear, her face showed a happy smile. Perhaps, she can make the series of Campus Harem comics Pure Love has become a classic comic that will be unforgettable for many readers. But Zhao Yuyu is not in a hurry at all. She is more worried about her abnormal actions in the comics and being discovered by the author, so everything must go with the flow and take a step back. Even if she did not succeed in making Pure Love evolve into Day on Campus, then she is not at a loss. Anyway, she just wants to be a passerby who is addicted to studying, but if the author can't think about it someday, let the male protagonist attack her on a whim, and affect her study, then she can't complain. She has done a lot. It will be a tragedy caused by studying. Equals 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 equals. From tomorrow, we are going to prepare for the second watch. I hope that everyone's votes will be more powerful. Please give me a reward. Chapter 14, Find a Helper. After Zhao Yuyu recovered from her thinking, she reluctantly found that she still had a lot of homework. She was only a freshman, so why did she have so many homework? She thought a little depressed. Zhao Yuyu subconsciously wanted to search for the answer directly with her mobile phone, so as not to use her own brain, but she suddenly thought of herself, who studied hard in the door of the dimension. How could she be compared by Su Jing? She silently put the phone on the bedside to charge, still consciously doing her homework, which made her feel more at ease. Otherwise, if one day she can't enter the door of the dimension again, won't she be completely a waste? Therefore, Zhao Yuyu decided to work harder in reality, even if this kind of effort is a whim. For example, she consciously does not rely on her mobile phone to do homework today. Maybe she will have fun during a holiday. It's so high, the last day's homework didn't move a word. At that time, she must have left some consciousness behind. Zhao Yuyu is such a girl. If she insists on saying that she is lazy and lazy, she will sometimes struggle to show you, saying that she is the kind of super hard-working and enterprising person. It is even more nonsense. She is lazy and even herself are afraid. But now she does have a heart that loves to do things and has a sense of existence, but what she wants is a positive image, not the image of a clown who has done embarrassing things, so that even if she has a sense of existence, it will remind people of fear. It will only show ridicule, and will soon be forgotten. Zhao Yuyu not only has to become a classic character in those novels, animations, and games, but she also has to become a perfect heroine in reality. Wherever she goes, she will be watched and respected from the heart. Just after Zhao Yuyu ignited the flaming fighting spirit, she suddenly thought of something, and her face suddenly collapsed. She had to write a 3,000 word review, which is really unlucky. Although it has been a few days, Lao Chu has not asked her to review the book. Maybe the other party really forgot about it, but this is really unlikely, because the fruit that was confiscated by her 7th generation mobile phone is still quite expensive. Yes, if the miscellaneous books are confiscated, they will not be returned if they are not returned. It is impossible not to return such valuables as mobile phones. Therefore, Zhao Yuyu must produce the 3,000-word review book as soon as possible, just in case, but she also decided that as long as Lao Chu does not come to ask her to review the book, she will assume that this has not happened before, in an attempt to get confused. Pass. She has just finished her homework now, and there is a problem that can't be solved. She still uses her mobile phone to find the correct answer in desperation. This makes her heart very tired, but it makes her cherish the study time in the door of the dimension even more. At the same time, she also decided that if anyone disturbs her study in the work, whether it is the male lead or one of the females, she will definitely make them look good. She now hopes to be able to study in the dimensional gate for a longer time. I have made a solid foundation that was not solid before, but I don't know how long this pure love can be serialized. Anyway, for her, the longer the better. Zhao Yuyu didn't really want to make a certain classic character at once, and inherit the ability of a cow fork. She thinks that as a background board for passers-by, the feeling of quietly learning and gaining knowledge is not bad, but it is safe. Since doing homework has used up all her enthusiasm, she definitely doesn't want to write a review by herself. She is thinking about whom she can turn to for help in her mind. In the past few days, she has become familiar with her classmates in school. The relationship with Zhou Fang at the same table is relatively recent. She occasionally talks about girls' topics, but the other party will definitely not be willing to help her write. Review the book, not to mention that the other party's best girlfriend is her roommate Zheng Wen. She is not the kind of helpful person, not to mention that this matter is still risky, in case of being caught by Lao Chu. I found out that it would be really miserable, and it is estimated that it would completely destroy the friendship between her and Zhou Fang at the table. I have to admit that some girls are more cautious. Sometimes a small matter is always in the bottom of my heart, fearing that it will slowly brew into an uncontrollable event. For boys, it's okay, even if it's a fight, as long as you don't take it to your heart. Maybe you can still become good friends. In addition to Zhou Fang, Zhao Yuyu is also familiar with the two boys in the front seat. Their names are Wang Yang and Zhang Chao. The former likes online novels, and the latter likes comics. They have a common language, and they often give each other their own favorites. Works. It's also a coincidence that Pure Love is one of Zhang Chao's favorite comics, and when he was excitedly recommending this Xiao Huang man to Wang Yang, he noticed that Zhao Yuyu was also listening carefully, and he immediately stopped that. Xiao Jin quickly changed the subject and began to talk about another combat comic. Discussing a certain little yellow man in front of girls is indeed a shameful thing, but I don't know that Zhao Yuyu old Siji has already watched the latest series of Pure Love, and she herself is still serving as a background board for passers-by in the comic. It was probably because I noticed that Zhao Yuyu seemed to be interested in the topics they were discussing, and they also felt that Zhao Yuyu was not the kind of lifeless girl who only knew how to study, and was picked up by her mobile phone at the beginning of school. She was really a member of my generation. At the same time, Yuyu reads www. She didn't seem to look down on them either. Naturally, they often turned back to talk to Zhao Yuyu after class. The two also liked to mock each other and sneer in front of Zhao Yuyu. And deliberately made Zhao Yuyu laugh, because Zhao Yuyu laughed a lot good looking. Appearance is second. In fact, they think Zhao Yuyu is very easygoing, and easy to get along with. As for Zhao Yuyu's desk mate, Zhou Fang, they feel that they are the representative of boring girls, and Zhou Fang can't wait for the word disgust written on the face. I am completely disinterested in online novels and comics, and regard them as a scourge that affects my learning. However, Zhou Fang's grades are indeed good. The total score of the final test is 8th in the class, which shows that she has a very solid grasp of junior high school knowledge, unlike Zhao Yuyu, who has passed junior high school. These two boys, it's okay to chat with them casually, let them help write a review. I am afraid it will be difficult for a strong man. Then I am more familiar with the representatives of the various subjects who come to collect her homework every morning. Among them, the math class representative Chen Haoran always likes to chat with her a few more words, but this guy is very biased and hard at liberal arts. She suddenly thought of a person in her mind, her classmate, named Han Ling, and the composition was very good. When explaining the Chinese test paper this time, Lao Chu called him up to read his composition as a model essay. The most important thing is that Zhao Yuyu remembers that he and her were classmates in junior high school. At that time, she seemed to have the title of talent in the class. She was very good at writing things. I heard that he also opened the business of writing love letters on behalf of her. I think maybe I can ask him for help. How come I'm an old classmate? Equals 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 equals. Today's first update: ask for collection, reward, recommended ticket, recommended ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 15, Zhao Yuyu does not exist. Zhao Yuyu's primary goal now is to become a top student in the real world, because in a country like China that has valued education since ancient times, top students are often very concerned. How can it be possible that they no longer have a sense of existence? And she happened to be in this school that pays great attention to academic performance, and she herself also hates the situation that she can't do her homework or encountering difficult problems during exams, so she chose to become a first in the world of pure love. A super student who loves learning. In reality, because of her perseverance problem, she can't continue to study hard. She doesn't have that kind of persistence, but when she plays the character Su Jing, it is different. It really makes me feel uncomfortable if she doesn't study for a moment. Since the character Su Jing is not popular and is not a classic character, Zhao Yuyu can't use Su Jing's ability to indulge in learning in reality, but she has learned in the process of playing Su Jing you can remember her knowledge in her mind, so she is willing to be a passerby character in pure love instead of doing things casually. The small problem Zhao Yuyu faces now is the problem with her 3,000-word review book. In fact, if she is a top student, the problem with this review book is not a problem at all. What is the top student playing with her mobile phone in class? This is the status quo of the school. The teachers are very tolerant to the top students. As long as you get good test scores, you can do whatever you want and don't influence others' studies. This is also the reason why Zhao Yuyu eagerly wants to be a top student. It actually means a lot of privileges, and at the same time it can make her parents happy and save face. Maybe she can increase her allowance. This is the top student. The status in China has an explosive sense of presence. Almost every child from someone else's family is the kind with excellent grades. No matter how ugly it is, it can be respected. It's the afternoon, and the penultimate class will be over. The last class is an activity class, which should be considered the most popular class. Boys can go to the basketball court and football field to sweat, and girls can play badminton. Or simply call friends, walk and chat on campus together, or go to the library to read books, or even secretly go back to the dormitory to play on mobile phones. This is why activity classes are so popular. Of course, there are some serious students who will stay in the classroom to continue their studies, just to make their grades better and to be able to go to their favorite university in 3 years. Zhao Yuyu wanted to take advantage of the next class activity time to ask for help from her old classmate Han Leng in junior high school, to see if he would like to open the business of writing review books on behalf of him, and the price was easy to negotiate. Han Leng, as the name suggests, looks very cold, and his whole body exudes the aura that no one can get close to. He has a tight face and frowned brows all day long, as if thinking about some difficult philosophical question, his dark circles. Very thick, Handsome cheeks are full of fairy air. I am afraid that he will stay up late every day before going to bed, which also leads to a lot of pimples on his face. If he does not have acne, maybe his appearance is good. Higher. So almost as long as the get out of class is over, he is lying on the table alone to make up for his sleep, and only a few minutes after the class bell rang, he woke up leisurely. It stands to reason that Han Leng is a kind of indifferent man with facial paralysis and mouthlessness. He should have no friends and be rejected by others. In fact, he is very popular among boys. It seems that some girls have a crush on him in junior high school. Perhaps this is the charm of talent. Well, the cold look is also pretty cool. Han Leng looked at his digital watch at this time, yawned unscrupulously, looking forward to the arrival of the activity class. He should be able to sleep happily. If anyone dares to disturb him, no, this possibility it doesn't exist, because people who know him know that he hates other people disturbing his sleep, and people who don't know him will not approach him when they see his cold face. He is so confident that he knows everything except his own ignorance. Some people may think he is lonely, but he never minds being alone. It's more comfortable than loving a girl. The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. He was racing against his desk, as if returning to a warm bed, closed his eyes, and his tight cheeks finally softened. It was so cool. But what he thinks is more refreshing is that the teacher slept sneakily during class. The sound of the lecture was really a good lullaby. It was a pity that it was always a little frightening. But then again, if you are unscrupulous, it will be without that kind of comfort. It is like a wife is worse than a concubine is worse than stealing, and stealing is worse than stealing. He feels struggling to choose between sleeping and not sleeping during class is like confessing to a girl of first love. Whether the other party accepts it, it makes people feel nervous and sweet. After class, Zhao Yuyu calmly took out her thermos cup and drank in small sips, acting quite ladylike, showing excellent education, but she turned her head slightly to observe Han Leng with the corner of her eye. After finding that the other party fell asleep as expected, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party went out to play with other boys, then it would be difficult for her to use the activity class time to find Han Leng. After all, this is a pie deal, which might even make people misunderstanding, all kinds of rumors and gossip in the school, but spread very quickly. And if the other party is in the class, it will be easier, because after all, there are only a handful of students who stay in the class to study. How about going out to play badminton, Xiao Yuyu? Zhou Fang at the same table invited with a smile. Next time, you know I still have the review book that I haven't written yet. Maybe Lao Chu will ask me tomorrow. I have to hurry up and write. Zhao Yuyu declined. Zhou Fang showed sympathy, apparently thinking of Zhao Yuyu's tragic experience, but she had to admire Zhao Yuyu. This guy actually bought a new mobile phone. As soon as get out of class is over, as long as the teacher is not there, she will play with her mobile phone. Even if it is heavily controlled by mobile phones, and if you are too courageous, you are not afraid of being confiscated again? When the students in the class left one after another, the UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com classroom gradually became empty. A slanting sun poured in the classroom, shining on the clean blackboard, sputtering a charming halo. There is dust floating in it, like an extremely beautiful painting. Zhao Yuyu finally walked towards Han Leng slowly, and patted him on the shoulder. The other party was obviously not asleep yet. When she raised her head, her always expressionless face was a little frustrated, not because he was just about to fall asleep. He was obviously confident that no one would dare to bother him, but he had an accident, which made him feel like he had lost a lot of face in front of him. That's why he was so furious. Even if Han Leng saw Zhao Yuyu's lovely white cheeks, and Chunch's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment to disturb others, he did not move, but said indifferently, "Classmate, which class are you in? Are you in the wrong class?" "I'm in the same class as you. I'm still a classmate in your junior high school. My name is Zhao Yuyu." Zhao Yuyu hurriedly stated her identity. Zhao Yuyu? It doesn't exist. I have never heard of this person. You should have found the wrong person. Han Lang seemed to recall for a moment, and then said seriously. So, Zhao Yuyu is really upset about her passerby attributes. She and Han Lang were classmates in junior high school for 3 years, and this guy actually said that she had never heard of her. It's really annoying. Equals 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 equals. Second update seeking collection, reward, recommended ticket from tomorrow, it will be updated at a fixed time. It will be updated at 8 in the morning and the second at 5 in the afternoon. That's it, on Sunday. The second shift will be at 12 o'clock in the morning, in order to make the list. It's a new week now, and I'm in dire need of recommendation votes. Everyone helps me get on the new book list. Chapter 16, Transaction completed. Although Zhao Yuyu is very clear that her sense of existence is indeed weak, but when she hears what this guy says Zhao Yuyu doesn't exist, she can't help but want to add that Han Lang is afraid that this guy is lunatic. Zhao Yuyu took a deep breath and calmly said, well, if you don't know me, you won't know me. Now, let's get to know me again. My name is Zhao Yuyu and I am also a member of this class. Han Lang, you remember? Han Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and the short-haired girl's profile was just bathed in the light of the setting sun, so beautiful, her tone of voice was so calm, she looked very flat, and her voice was very gentle. This guy has such a good temper. Han Lang also smelled a faint scent from the girl around him, which was faint and distant, still in memory. Han Lang is obviously not remembering Zhao Yuyu, but just saying that on purpose. In fact, he doesn't understand why a girl like Zhao Yuyu who is so beautiful and good-tempered is so inexistent. Maybe she is a little bit less tempered and self-willed, right? Sorry, I never remember the names of ordinary people, because it is meaningless. Ordinary people have absolutely no pursuits of their own. When they grow up, they will only live an ordinary life without their own personality. What a difference! The meaning of life should lie in wandering around in exile, looking for a different excitement. Han Lang yawned again, and said a little bit flatly. That's just to cover up that she didn't find a place to stop, saying that the meaning of life is wandering in exile. Zhao Yuyu still commented in a flat tone, as if there was never anything that could make her angry. When Han Lang heard Zhao Yuyu's response, he glanced at her in surprise, vaguely thinking that this girl was not easy. Later, I heard Zhao Yuyu say, if you can't remember the name, I'm used to it anyway. I'll ask you if you can write a review book for me. It requires 3,000 words. The review will play the mobile phone in the morning reading class. Matter. Han Lang looked cold, and felt that Zhao Yuyu seemed to insult him. Is he the kind of person who helps others write reviews? I did write a love letter once, but it was a romantic thing to show his literary talent. It would be even better if he could get some fans through the love letter. He wanted to read all the books in the world and sleep with his sweetheart. So Han Lang resolutely refused, even if I am dead, I jump out of the window and I won't help people write a review book. That would be a waste of my life. When Zhao Yuyu saw Han Lang's resolute refusal, her heart was so cold, did she still have to do it herself? But she still tentatively said, 300 yuan, I will give 300 yuan for you to write for me. Han Lang's cold posture suddenly changed, he said more cheerfully, right. When do you want it? When he saw Zhao Yuyu's bewilderment, he coughed lightly, turned his head, his momentum weakened slightly, and explained, I will definitely become a great writer with a word of money in the future, but it's still near the fire. I am serializing online novels now. It's only worth 50 yuan per 1,000 words, but the subject matter of the review book is special. If you give me 100,000 words, I think the price is quite reasonable. I am quite confident about writing the review book. Zhao Yuyu really wanted to say, who just said that even if it's dead, she doesn't help people write a review book, but she just smiled calmly and said softly, "The sooner the better, it's written today, here are you 500. It was so happily decided, classmate Zhao Yuyu, I think if you were so worthy of me when you were in junior high school, I must remember you." Han Leng was no longer cold, smiling very profiteously. He wanted to take Zhao Yuyu's shoulder, but seeing the other side's clean blue and white sports school uniform, he shrank his hands. Only then did he realize that Zhao Yuyu was really different from other girls. Her skin was very white and delicate, her eyes were big and clear, and her short, jet black hair was of very good quality, but it also made Han Leng a pity. He felt that if Zhao Yuyu had long hair, it would definitely not be as inconspicuous as it is now, and he would definitely attract men's attention wherever he went. Some girls are more suitable for long hair. Often just changing a hairstyle will make people feel that her whole person is sublimated. "I'm so worthy of you? You literati, shouldn't you not bend your waist for money?" Zhao Yuyu pursed her lips, making her even more lovely. "No, you respect my ideals." "What is your ideal?" "I often forget the world, the shortness of life, and the beautiful feelings. I think about it. I want to live a shameless life. This is my ideal." Francois Sagan's Hello, Sorrow. Think freely, think freely, think freely, think less freely, freely choose my own life, choose myself. I can't say be myself because I'm just a plastic dough, but it refuses any molds. Talking to you literati is really tiring. Han Leng was completely surprised at this moment. The words "you have actually read her book" were almost written on his face. I have to admit that he will never forget this girl named Zhao Yuyu anymore. I even regret it. Why didn't she know her earlier? What a connotative girl, but why can she not show that kind of literary temperament at all? What about saying that you have poetry and literature in your belly? Zhao Yuyu still doesn't mind Han Leng's surprise. Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. She took out her mobile phone and said casually, "Is your mobile phone by your side? I will send you a red envelope of 300 yuan first, WeChat or Alipay. Let me go, can you not treat this kind of thing like grocery shopping on the street? Be low-key, low-key. By the way, isn't your phone confiscated? So I bought another one at noon that day. How, friends? Yes, you can add WeChat and QQ. My phone is in the dorm. I saw you look cold and unruly. I thought you were very courageous, but I didn't expect it to be so courageous. Wow, ho, I'm heartbroken, believe it or not, I won't write a review book for you. Oh hey? Then I have to save some money. How? Don't tell me, I am not only a one-word daughter, but also a promise. Don't call me, I'm going to eat dirt, let's talk about it, remember my name, it's Zhao Yuyu. I will remember forever." Zhao Yuyu looked at Gao Leng's changing and amused Han Leng, still pursing her lips and smiling, giving people the feeling of an elegant lady. No, she was originally an eldest lady. She picked up a pen from Han Leng's desk, wrote her WeChat ID on his draft, and turned away without reluctance. Han Leng sniffed, and muttered, "It's so fragrant." Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the draft, he patted his hot cheek, and he has no sleep. Equals 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 equals. Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. There was a problem with the starting point timing release. The set 8 points were uploaded, but it was found that it was not uploaded, so I had to upload it manually. Chapter 17, Not Lose This Wave. Zhao Yuyu finally solved one thing that made her feel bad, but she didn't know if that student Han Leng could satisfy her. However, in Zhao Yuyu's impression, Han Leng's literary talent is indeed good, and he is not the kind that only piles up words, maybe because he does read a lot of books, and his thoughts are a bit deep, which surpasses ordinary high school students. But she changed her mind again. It seems that the review book does not require literary talent, but to express her sincere confession. She was afraid that Han Leng would show off his literary talent, so she wrote an article for the head teacher Lao Chu after reading it. Review book of the face. In any case, Zhao Yuyu still believes in Han Leng. This guy was known to be able to write when he was in junior high school, and even wrote a novel with hundreds of thousands of words based on a certain online game he played. Many of his readers urge him to update every day. Her table mate at the time seemed to be a member of the party who urged him to update. That's why she was quite impressed by Han Leng. This guy is really smart. He spends so much time on writing every day, and his grades are not bad. It just fluctuates greatly. Sometimes he can get the top 3 grades in the class, and sometimes he can get the scores of 30 people. Compared with Zhao Yuyu, who was more stable and steady in the class all year round, it was more watery. Zhao Yuyu never thought that Han Leng looked so cold, and he looked like a stranger would not enter, but he was a money fan. He said that he seems to be still serializing online novels on the Starting Point novel network, and the manuscript fee can be 50,000 words. If this is the case, it is already very powerful. Wang Yang, who is in front of Zhao Yuyu, is a senior reader of online novels. He seems to be a member of the Green League fan group of a certain platinum author Sing Apple. This Sing Apple is a platinum author who writes historical articles. Speaking of the History Channel at the Starting Point is the first brother, at least it is the first few. As long as it is a fan organization with a reputation such as Green League, you know that the author is definitely not simple. Besides, the author's pen name belongs to vegetables. Fruit, this is even more difficult. Although Zhao Yuyu doesn't read online novels much, she still knows such great online novels as Ceremonial Silkworm Potatoes, I Eat Tomatoes, and Angry Bananas. This world also has Ceremonial Silkworm Potatoes, but he doesn't seem to have started to write the Fights Break sphere that made him famous and terrifying. Maybe Zhao Yuyu will also have the opportunity to engage in a wave of things in Fights Break sphere. The members of the Green League fan organization also made QQ avatars with a uniform green background. In short, they are quite disciplined. As soon as the end's focus comes out, the book review area will inevitably be green. Therefore, Wang Yang, a member of the Green League fan group, is quite clear about the gossip in the online novel circle. Unlike most people, they don't understand the concept of an average order of several thousand. For a manuscript fee like 50,000 words, if it is only for the electronic subscription manuscript, it means that Han Leng can be regarded as a good author at the Starting Point. I'm the strongest in Wang, but his income is not as strong as mine. Because Han Leng went to high school, he didn't have so much time to update. For 2,000 words, 100 yuan for the manuscript, and now he writes a 3,000-word review book to Zhao Yuyu, which can get 500 yuan. He thinks this wave is very profitable, so he decisively agreed to Zhao Yuyu. Zhao Yuyu is now somewhat interested in the novels written by Han Leng. What if she might have the opportunity to engage in trouble in this old classmate's novel? After all, the door of the dimension is completely random. That might be interesting. Zhao Yuyu left early before the end of the activity class. In her opinion, anyway, some of the classmates in the class also go to the dormitory to take a bath and play with their mobile phones. Then it is reasonable for her to go home directly. Isn't her home equivalent to a dormitory? She dialed Uncle Liu's phone and asked him to come and pick her up. Uncle Qin, the gatekeeper of the school, of course can't allow students like Zhao Yuyu who left early before the last class in the afternoon, but Zhao Yuyu's driver Lu Zhongcheng directly stuffed Uncle Qin with a pack of soft china. Uncle Qin saw the limousine outside the school. Let it go with one eye open and one eye closed. Thank you, Grandpa Guard. Zhao Yuyu thanked politely. His smile and voice were very sweet. Uncle Qin looked at this young lady with admiration. He has been a guard for so many years, and he has naturally seen many students from good backgrounds, but most they are all those who don't look straight at people, and this eldest lady, without the slightest arrogance, is very easygoing. Zhao Yuyu successfully quit school early, got in the car and drank her favorite red bean milk tea. It was really good, and she also politely thanked her driver, Uncle Lu. She has never done this kind of thing deliberately. It is purely a very natural behavior, not artificial at all. She always makes people think that she has a good personality and is quite pleasing. Who doesn't want to be treated politely and respectfully? In addition, Zhao Yuyu is still a young lady from a good background, which is even more rare. After Zhao Yuyu left to study, Han Leng had already returned to the dormitory at this time. He had long been accustomed to using mobile phone code words, and the speed was much faster than handwriting. He has always maintained such a point of view, measuring the value of words, in addition to whether it can enlighten readers and give readers a sense of life. The most important thing is to see whether words can make money for him and enable him to make more money. The more he will take it seriously. Of course, the moment when he remained the most pious for words, he wrote diaries, essays, and poems with his hands in his own private notebook. After all, life is more than just the present, poetry and distance. In his second year of secondary school, he wanted to be a wandering poet, to find the true meaning of life, and vowed not to sell words for money. After running away from home and hungry for a day, he felt that money really was a good thing. Whoever gives him money, he writes what he wants to see. I heard that online novels are very popular now? Then write it. I am so good at writing, and the editors don't sign contracts. Do the editors at the starting point eat shit? Labor and Management won the first prize of new concept composition. What? At the beginning, you still have to follow the golden 3 chapters routine, and the follow-up plot must not abuse the master? Can't there be a green hat plot? Otherwise it is very toxic. Transformation text must be clear about sexual orientation, or it will inevitably hit the street. Let's do it, readers love it. In this way, Han Leng wrote a small name on the starting point novel network step by step. He has a group of fairly loyal fans, but he feels that his integrity and compulsion are gone, and he can only sullen his face and wrinkle all day long. Frowning and pretending to be a high-cold literary and artistic youth, he regrets a little bit, and he missed the matter of writing online novels, and only hopes that Zhao Yuyu will not take it to heart. But he feels that his image in front of Zhao Yuyu is completely gone, but this wave is not a loss. Just like when he is playing League of Legends, he always comforts his teammates. Although he did not win the team battle, this wave no loss, no big problem, and then the base exploded. Teammate 1, I don't know how to say MMP. Teammate 2, I want to see you lose out before I die. Teammate 3. Teammate 4. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Book Friends Group, 517-637-875. The so-called Yiren Shenguang Group, 272-077-752. Chapter 18, Refuse. Han Leng took out his mobile phone from his cabinet. The price is of course not comparable to that of Zhao Yuyu's 8th generation Fruit mobile phone. However, this mobile phone is the most suitable for Han Leng because it has sufficient power storage. It can also be used for more than 30 hours. However, as a student, he is still the kind of student who only dares to use the mobile phone in the dormitory. Naturally, he will not use it all the time. In addition to using the mobile phone to code a chapter, he spends 2 hours a day, and he does not use the mobile phone excessively. He also made a conscious effort to save money, making sure to charge it once a week. In fact, although the school frantically made the plug in the student dormitory not energized to ensure that students can't use mobile phones or use mobile phones less, it's useless for students with flexible brains, because there is another name in the world. Battery charger stuff, just put the battery in, you can charge the phone, you can even prepare a few power banks, replace one after use, and then when the wind is released on Sunday, fully charge the mobile phone and the power bank at one time. Han Leng is purely troublesome, and at the same time, in order to restrain himself, he is too lazy to engage in battery charger or power bank. Although he is addicted to writing, he also values his grades in the general environment of this school. The key is that if you have poor grades, you will definitely be watched by the teacher, and your parents will no longer give him such a degree of freedom, which is very annoying. Han Leng clicked on the WeChat icon, then clicked on address book, and came to the add friend place, ready to add Zhao Yuyu as a friend, but somehow, he clearly remembered Zhao Yuyu's WeChat account firmly. But his fingers seem to be very stiff, it is difficult to enter that line of numbers, his face is slightly hot, only to remember, this seems to be the first girl who actively gave him a WeChat ID, and the other person still looks that way. Pretty. Although many people sometimes know that they may be affectionate, but there is always an inexplicable illusion, maybe it is not affectionate? Han Leng knew that the transaction between him and Zhao Yuyu was just a very ordinary transaction, without any other things, but why did Zhao Yuyu look for him? He is indeed very good at writing, but he believes that there must be someone else who is also willing to write a review book for Zhao Yuyu for the 300 yuan, because for high school students, this is already a small and huge sum of money. Is she interesting to me? Am I special in her eyes? Did my high-cold literary fan move her? Han Leng knows that he really thinks too much, just like when he always felt that I can fight back when he was playing League of Legends, now he also had the illusion of she likes me, but he knew it was an illusion. Can't help but fantasize. Damn youth, hormones, my soul won't be tainted with the sour smell of love, it's all the fault of this unbelievable body. Oh, Leng, playing WeChat, with your girlfriend. Roommate Zhang Xin just returned from exercise, sweating profusely, while drinking cold coke, he glanced at Han Leng's phone screen and laughed. He casually said. Han Leng decisively denied, don't be kidding, I don't have a girlfriend, no woman can understand me, women are all superficial creatures. While saying this, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Yuyu. He felt that she was not superficial at all, very deep, but on the surface she couldn't see it at all. Tisk, Leng, you look like you are destined to become a single dog in the future. 3 years in high school was the golden age of picking up girls. You are a gifted and literary youth. It would be a pity not to make good use of this advantage. Zhang Xin sincerely suggested. Zhang Xin has a good family background. Judging from his clothes, you can know that, it's a pity that this broken school usually requires school uniforms, and he can only wear that famous brand on Sundays, but fortunately he doesn't have uniform shoes. Otherwise he would not be able to wear basketball shoes worth more than 2,000 yuan. Zhang Xin decided anyway that he must find a girlfriend in high school for 3 years, or would youth leave regrets. Han Leng curled his lips and seemed to disdain to use his talents to pick up girls. He is probably quite narcissistic in his bones. He always thinks that the girl who is worth chasing in this world should be someone who can discover his connotation and depth. It is a pity that most women in this world it's all stupid. He was interrupted by his roommate, and his original little entanglement was gone. He felt a little disappointed inexplicably. He had to admit that the feeling just now was very strange. He sent a friend request to Zhao Yuyu, and the remark was Haohu, which should be able to verify his identity. After sending a friend application, he couldn't help but think, girls should be very reserved. It is estimated that even if they see a friend application, they will be delayed. I passed your friend verification request, and now we can start chatting. Han Leng discovered that Zhao Yuyu had passed his friend application in seconds, and then he immediately saw a WeChat red envelope. Congratulations on getting rich, good luck. He clicked on the red envelope, and 300 yuan went into his WeChat wallet. Great writer, this is your reward, come on, Zhao Yuyu, who is heavily controlled by mobile phones, has amazing hand speed. Han Leng felt that Zhao Yuyu was different from other girls, so he rushed to her to give out red envelopes. He decided to get the review paper as soon as possible. This is called rewarding each other for face. Sure enough. I will complete the task as soon as possible, don't worry. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. By the way, great writer, what is the title of your book on the Starting Point Novel Network? Omega. Han Leng did not reply immediately. He felt that if he returned the title of the book, it would be too compelling. Although his image in front of Zhao Yuya was completely ruined, he inexplicably did not want to ruin the second time. Besides, Zhao Yuya was indeed the girl who makes him feel special. So he thought about it, and replied like this, "You don't need to know, I am writing for male readers, and you girls definitely don't like it." When Zhao Yuya saw this reply, she smiled slyly and opened her Starting Point Novel Network account. The ID was Yuyu. She took a screenshot of the remaining balance of more than 300,000 Starting Point coins in the account, sent the picture, and then again. "I sent this message, don't hesitate, tell me the title of the book, and I will give you a reward immediately ___." When Han Leng saw Zhao Yuya's Starting Point balance, he rolled his eyes. It was really cheap to read novels at the starting point. It costs 5 cents for 1,000 words. He changes 2,000 words a day. Readers only need to spend 1 dime, and $3 a month. You can subscribe to all of his books, but there are still readers who choose to watch piracy. Yes, in this world, piracy is also very serious, especially online piracy. Therefore, ordinary readers' tens of dollars for a charge is enough to read genuine novels for a long time, but Zhao Yuyu, who has a charge of several thousand yuan per charge, really convinced her. But this time, Han Kuling was determined not to be tempted by money and refused to reveal the title of his book. Zhao Yuyu shook her head helplessly. She didn't understand why Han Leng had changed sex, but she didn't take it seriously either. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommended ticket, recommended ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 19, Added Character Background Settings. Most of Zhao Yuyu's attention was focused on her dimensional door. Her dimensional door is different from those fast-moving and infinite flow novels. As long as the creator is still creating this work, she can enter the door of the dimension every night when she sleeps. For example, now her dimensional gate leads to the work Pure Love. In reality, when her body is sleeping, her soul can naturally be attached to Su Jing, and she will work hard with Su Jing, who is a master of physique. Study, gain knowledge, and after waking up in reality, her soul will naturally leave the world of works. And what she does in the world of the work will affect the creator of this work unconsciously, and put the creator in a state of inspiration bursting. The story about her will be transformed through text, comics, and other forms. Show it. If this kind of plot is very reasonable, then the creators will naturally feel that it is their inspiration that made them come up with such an awesome plot and portray the characters so vividly. On the contrary, if the plot is particularly nonsense, then the creator will only feel that he was afraid that he was ignorant and arrogant at the time, and then messed up such a nonsense plot. The previous content about Pure Love and Su Jing was basically Su Jing's full-time passersby as the background board, in a state of learning, so there is no need to describe in detail, but now, with Su Jing get the original author Soli's favor, she appeared more and more scenes, and the interaction with the main characters gradually increased, rising to the status of a supporting role. Then it is necessary to tell in detail about Su Jing, Zhao Yuyu, in the recent Pure Love in the encounter. Su Jing's original character design is very simple, that is, girls who have no interest in others except for their love of learning, occasionally raise their heads between studies, and watch the interaction between the hero and the women with the look of caring for the mentally retarded. There were close UPS in the comics, but few readers paid attention to her, but the comic assistant Zhang Ziqiang paid attention, and then put forward the point of Su Jing is a bit interesting, and successfully made So Li decide to add Su Jing more chances to play head-on. Since So Li takes Su Jing as a supporting role, she will naturally dig deeper into this character. First of all, why does she love learning so much? Because Su Jing's family is poor, she hopes to change her destiny through learning. Why is her family poor? It turned out that her father was seriously ill and was unable to work, so he could only be ill in bed. Her mother was a laid-off employee, so she could only sell gadgets at the school gate, and was constantly expelled by the city management. It is worth mentioning that diseases like novels and cartoons must not be considered for their rationality. For example, the man who lived for 300 years soon and never failed Tachibana Yukio. Some of the so-called terminal illnesses are purely the author's creative needs. The author does not allow the character to die, then the character has a terminal illness and can still bounce around, or even be in an open state, as if the terminal illness is a powerful buff, and the author feels that the role of this role is gone, and you can go to death. Then he will be given a lunch box immediately. The disease that Su Jing's father got in pure love is a very costly disease. In fact, the author doesn't know what it is. He doesn't die anyway, but he may die the next moment. Only in this way can Su Jing's family remain poor. With heavy debts, Su Jing can only study hard. Her ideal is to be a doctor and cure her father's illness by herself. Zhao Yuyu possessed Su Jing's body this time, and found that she was not habitually studying, but returned to a home that could be described as family disciples. The home was still full of medicine. She quickly understood that the author had added more settings to her character, which made her quite helpless. She wanted to be a passerby and learner, but now she has become the daughter of a poor family. What is this? Ghost? To be honest, Zhao Yuyu is accustomed to the life of a beautifully dressed young lady in reality. In the comics world, she suddenly became such an identity. Of course she has a considerable psychological gap. She also reacted instantly. It is estimated that next there are not many opportunities for her to study quietly, and there will be a lot of troubles. In this regard, she could not help but feel a little bitter towards the creator, and also learned a valuable lesson, that is, the next time she enters the world of another work through the door of the dimension, she must communicate with the original author. Otherwise, with such a situation where passers-by change into supporting roles, it is very helpless. Fortunately, the creators can only modify the background settings of her characters. They cannot change Su Jing's personality, nor can they control Su Jing's behavior. These are the powers of Zhao Yuyu. At this time, Su Jing at home saw his father who was seriously ill in bed, and he was coughing painfully. Su Jing can be indifferent, because her heart is full of resentment towards her father. It is her father's illness that drags down the whole family. She can also take care of her father meticulously because of her good nature and great filial piety. It was something between Zhao Yuyu's thoughts. Zhao Yuyu also felt that what she did next would be drawn into the comics, because she had the same feeling when she showed the eyes of caring for the mentally retarded. Su Jing was still expressionless. She walked to her father's side, took care of his father skillfully, and gave him medicine. Then she started to do housework quickly, cooking for her mother who was setting up a stall outside selling gadgets, while Yuyu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was cooking. She was still memorizing classical Chinese. Zhao Yuyu's heart has not fluctuated. When the author changes her character background, she can also further set her own abilities according to her background. Since she is a daughter of a poor family, she must of course be in charge early, taking care of her seriously ill father and proficient in housework. Isn't it reasonable? Zhao Yuyu feels very strange, because in reality, she is an eldest lady with 10 fingers that does not touch the sun, and never does housework. But now she can do housework quickly and make meals above the standard without if she delays her study. She is memorizing the encourage learning that is required to be recited in the morning class tomorrow. If Lao Chu is not in the class tomorrow morning, she can play on her mobile phone again. Isn't it ecstatic? The dinner was eaten by Sujing with her mother. Her mother looked at Sujing and it did not look like a young girl's hand. It was full of calluses. Her mother couldn't help wiping her tears. Xiaojing, Mom, I'm sorry, I've been suffering since I was a child. Sujing held her mother's hand back, her expressionless face, and finally showed a shallow smile. Although she didn't say anything, but everything was silent. She was not afraid of hardship at all, and mother was there. She is very happy. This is the first time Sujing laughed in a comic, and the creator solely gave her a close-up without any suspense. In fact, when I painted here, Solly was feeling distressed for Sujing. She thought she had drawn a very contagious picture. As a creator, Solly, while feeling distressed, is also considering whether to kill Sujing's mother to see if Sujing can laugh. Equals 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 equals. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommended ticket, recommended ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 20, quite interesting. The scenes that Zhao Yuyu appears in the world of her works are jumpy. For example, Sujing may have been having dinner with her mother at the moment, and she may have been sitting in the classroom and studying silently the next moment, without knowing how much has passed. God, in reality, so much time has passed. For Zhao Yuyu, the effect of the scene jump is not great. Anyway, the content of her learning is coherent. The author only draws that she is learning, and will not specifically draw what she is learning. All this is up to her. She can even memorize vocabulary while doing housework. If she falls to Yuan to hand it in the future, maybe she can bring teaching aids, and she can be slapped while doing topics. Or accidentally had a car accident, the leg was broken, she can calmly take out the homework, while doing the homework, while waiting for the traffic police to deal with the accident. In short, even if the end of the world comes, it cannot stop Sujing from loving learning. However, Sujing is still not the main character. She is just a supporting role. The hard-hearted Solly has dug into the background of Sujing and opened a branch for her. Some people may not understand why. To make Sujing so miserable, in fact, this is essentially paving the way for the hero Yang Ming to attack Sujing. Yang Ming, the protagonist of Pure Love, is a very gentle and abusive person. He can't refuse any request made by beautiful girls. There are 3 girls closest to him. One is his sister Yang Qian who is not related by blood. His character is very dependent on his elder brother, and he is heavily controlled by his brother. The second is Li Xiaotong, a young sweetheart full of vitality but full of scheming. Perhaps he does not love the male protagonist much, but he is used to dominating the male protagonist and treats him as his own. The third is Lu Shat, the eldest lady of the Heavenly Descending Department, has an IQ of 250, has an arrogant personality and a lot of specialties, but she has no ability to take care of herself. But the extremely awkward personality, she just didn't tell her, but her body was very honest. From an aristocratic private school, she decisively transferred to the male lead school, and she also had the attribute of a transfer student. In addition to these 3 heroines with the most plays, there are also several supporting actresses who also have some side content. For example, the male lead has a senior sister who is a young literary girl. The male lead is a loyal reader from the book. Seeing the loneliness hidden in her heart, she comforted her and treated her tenderly. From then on, she was tied to the hero. In summary, basically the beautiful girls appearing in comics all like the male lead or are on the way to the male lead. Even the male protagonist has a friend, a super handsome guy with a male sexual orientation. This character is naturally to please the rotten girl. There is also a female character with the attribute of rotten girl in the comics, always teasing the male protagonist and him. Jiu also used the 2 as the material to draw the BL book. The main line of the comics is the easy and joyful daily life of the male protagonist and the girls. The female protagonist who accidentally falls over often touches, buries his breasts, kisses, or wears short skirts. They have only a layer of panties. Fart sits directly on the male protagonist's face, blushing and heartbeat, and slaps the male protagonist at the same time. The male protagonist looks helpless on the surface, because this is the will of the universe, but he never gets tired of it. However, with the increase in female roles, there are more and more shura scenes where women are jealous for the male lead. However, because the male lead is very slow, he treats every girl equally, and still maintains a virgin body, so the women fight against each other. Not broken, according to the general harem comics, this chaotic relationship between men and women will continue to the end, or else they will choose one of the harems to be together and wash the male protagonist's scumbag attributes to show how loyal he is to love. But this must be prepared for all kinds of complaints by readers. After all, there are so many female characters and many readers who hold down the shares of other female characters. Why should the male lead reject all other girls for that woman in the end? There are also readers who will complain about it. Why can't the male lead accept all of them? I haven't seen any harem comics that justly opened the harem and pushed all the female characters all over. The author is really too embarrassed. Now the creator Sol-Lee has made the background of Sujing so miserable, that is why she feels that with Sujing's personality, it is impossible for her to actively like the male protagonist. Sujing's favorite is learning. And she is still Yang Kyunkin's best friend. Knowing that Yang Kyunkin's feelings for her elder brother surpasses family affection, she will not like the male protagonist. But as long as her misery is noticed by the male protagonist, the promiscuous male protagonist will definitely not let it go. Wouldn't it be logical to owe a kindness that the male lead cannot repay, and then be gently attacked by the male lead? Sol-Lee added the story of Sujing's direct appearance in the content of the recent serialization. As his assistant Jang Zikyang said, there are more and more readers who find the character of Sujing interesting. Perhaps many of them are insisting on the protagonist. The readers of the All Beginning All Acceptance, seeing Sujing so beautiful, asked the author to let the male lead accept her. There are also readers who really think that Sujing is interesting. For example, there is such a scene. The male protagonist again obeyed the will of the universe, and was about to accidentally attack Sujing's chest with a god wrestling technique. As a result, Sujing escaped lightly. Sujing's skirt bottom, originally thought to be blue and white strips, strawberry cock, bear, or attractive camel toe, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com turned out to be conservative safety pants, the safety pants that men hate most. Many readers have seen this feeling like a dog. This Sujing is simply poisonous, not to mention the pear-do throw of the protagonist, and she actually wears safety pants. How can a girl like her appear in the harem? But the readers complained about it, but suddenly remembered this girl who was the most conservative, the most passionate about learning, and the most student-like in the entire comic. Her appearance completely reversed all the harem comics. The assistant Jang Zikyang praised Sol-Lee's handling of the plot even more, thinking that she changed Sujing from the original somewhat interesting level to the current quite interesting level. The more conservative girl she is, the more male readers want to see the other side of her. Sol-Lee heard Jang Zikyang's praise, she folded her hands on her chest, and said quietly, "You may not believe it, she is avoiding the magic of wrestling by herself, and the safety pants are also worn by herself. I personally want to draw blue and white stripes." Teacher Sol-Lee, are you kidding me? Jang Zikyang was a little dazed. Maybe it's because of my ingenuity. I think this kind of anti-routine is more interesting, so I painted it like this. Sol-Lee could only say with a strong smile. As the character of Sujing is getting more and more attention, she decided to set Sujing's background like that. When Sujing's readers become more and more pressured, she will go to draw the story of Sujing's raiders. When she made such a decision, she felt a little bad for some reason, and there was always an illusion of accidents. Today's first update: ask for favorites, rewards, recommended tickets, Recommended tickets, recommended tickets. If you don't vote for recommended votes, it will be wasted. Come and vote for recommended votes together. Chapter 21, Tragic Fate. The reason why the character Sujing appeared in the later period of Pure Love was that she never sold meat and violated the traditional harem comics and was refreshing. She should have had the worst life in the entire comic. The poorest female character, the joy and happiness between the male protagonist and the females, more and more highlights the tragedy and misfortune of this character. She wants readers not to pay attention to it. By the way, this character never showed pain or sorrow. Instead, he had no expression on his face. He was just obsessed with studying. Sometimes, as Yang Yunqian's best friend, he still listened quietly to Yang Yunqian's confession, and then used awkward language to comfort Yang Qianqian. The character Sujing is not good at words, because Zhao Yuyu originally wanted to be a passerby, so speaking too often does not conform to the setting of passerby's role, and doesn't it have a lot of influence on learning? In reality, Zhao Yuyu feels that she should be a talkative person, and she is willing to communicate with other people. She thinks her communication skills are also good. This is not just persuading Han Lang to write a review book for her. This ability to actively communicate with others, she personally thinks it is very important and can avoid many misunderstandings. But when she was possessing the character Sujing, she really didn't want to talk. After all, the characters in the work are all virtual characters. What is there to communicate with? She just wants to study quietly. However, this expressionless face, taciturn and poor speech seems to have been regarded as a kind of cuteness, and it is becoming more and more pitiful. Even many readers have already exclaimed in major posting bars and forums that the new generation of 3 no goddesses turned out. On the internet, in the comic comment area of Pure Love, the 3 no goddess Sujing's true love building also appeared, and more readers checked in every day. It is hard to imagine that Sujing was in the whole work before. Just unremarkable passers-by. Although this has not yet formed a storm of public opinion, the main reason is that the original plot of Pure Love has entered a period of weakness, and the favorability of the main female characters has almost been brushed, making many readers lose their freshness. It has not been animated, so its popularity is gradually declining, and Soli is even considering ending this work. But now, she finds that the character Sujing has revitalized her work. Regardless of the subtle feeling when she painted the character of Sujing, she has begun to increase the plot about Sujing, and the drama is even close to those 3. She is the appointed heroine. Before she knew it, Sujing slowly changed from a supporting actress to a heroine. Soli was thinking about drawing Sujing's mother to death, not just thinking about it, but thinking about the plot very seriously. First, she wanted Sujing to be thrown into hell, and then the male protagonist would personally save her. When it comes out, this kind of plot must be loved by many male readers, and it also gives the male protagonist an opportunity to attack Sujing. She feels that Sujing is not miserable enough now. The characters can be portrayed more deeply. She buried her head on the workbench and began to paint with that wonderful feeling. How to say it, it is as if she herself has entered the world of works. Seeing the experience of Sujing with her own eyes, made her subconsciously express everything in the form of comics according to the scene she saw. In the world of Pure Love, Sujing has just come out of school. She is still holding a notebook in her hand, walking and carrying notes on her back. At this time, Sujing, or Zhao Yuyu, always has a bad feeling. Entering the door of the dimension this time, not only has more character background settings, interaction with her parents, and more plots about her. There are too many, and it's all abusive and miserable plots, which made her feel angry with the creators in reality. She really just wants to be a passerby and study hard. Zhao Yuyu felt that if she was Sujing herself, she would have the opportunity to break the dimensional wall and enter the real world. She must go to the original author to settle accounts. Did Sujing, an honest person, plan your ancestral grave? Do you want to me like this? Fortunately, no matter what, Zhao Yuya has gained a lot of benefits in the process of possessing the role of Su Jing. At least she has consolidated all her junior high school knowledge and let her go to the high school entrance examination again, not to mention that she can win the high school entrance examination. Well, it's more than enough to go to her current provincial high school. Zhao Yuya has always felt that she and the creator should complement each other and each need to cooperate with each other, but it is a pity that she did not communicate with the author of Pure Love. However, the next encounter with Su Jing made her not calm down. Su Jing saw her mother, who was setting up a stall in front of the school. Her clothes were worn out, but she was selling them hard. Many of Su Jing's classmates looked at Su Jing's mother with contempt and talked a lot. This kind of slightly exaggerated plot obviously appears more in novels and comics. In reality, there is no way to despise a hawker in an upright manner. At this time, Zhao Yuyu naturally had to choose again, whether to let Su Jing, who possessed herself, deliberately avoid her mother, so that she would not lose face in front of her classmates, or go up to recognize her mother and help her. Of course, Zhao Yuyu chose the latter, purely because she knew that she was in the comics, everything was imaginary, and was despised by her virtual classmates. What was it? Su Jing is still expressionless. www.readaloud.com go up to help her mother diligently, turning a blind eye to the contempt of the classmates. Such a plot setting obviously uplifts the character of Su Jing. However, at this moment, the city management holding a big stick fell from the sky, and it can even be said that it appeared from the void. Zhao Yuya was no stranger to the character who was suddenly sketched out of this dramatic need, but she soon found that she was unlucky. Cheng Guan kicked over his mother's booth with one kick, and all kinds of gadgets spilled all over the floor. Cheng Guan stepped on it without sympathy, and hit his mother's thin and small body with a big stick. Bang! The sound of a big stick hitting the body is so textured. The mother, who did not respond, suddenly screamed in pain. She is already thin and weak, how can she withstand such a heavy blow? Fuck! Zhao Yuyu is completely stunned. This author is crazy. Do you want to mess with her like this? It's a real dog. Do you really want your work to fall apart? Zhao Yuyu didn't have time to think, so she controlled Su Jing to rush to protect her mother. As a result, all the big sticks that should have fallen on her mother smashed into her body. Su Jing was directly bruised all over, mainly because she had unscientifically burst her shirt. The first time she sold Bo Fu Lai to a reader, she passed out in pain until the protagonist Yang Ming and her sister Yang Qianqian appeared. In reality, Zhao Yuyu suddenly woke up from the bed. Of course, she was intact, just like she had a nightmare. She checked the time and it was only 4:20 in the morning, but she was not sleepy anymore. Equals. Two more seeking collection, reward, recommended ticket, recommended ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 22, Invincible. In fact, Zhao Yuya was not harmed herself. After all, she was not Su Jing herself, she was just possessed by Su Jing. It is not difficult to strip off her senses when encountering special circumstances. After all, she is a superior person in the same real world as the creator. How could the inexplicable big stick of the second element hurt her? But it can make Su Jing burst into tears. However, she was quite upset. She didn't know where Su Jing, who she played, offended the creator of this work. She just wanted to use Su Jing's self-motivated and persevering body to study quietly. Why is it so difficult? Zhao Yuyu, who gradually calmed down, thought about it again, but had to admire the creator who had never been masked. The other party made Su Jing so miserable, which caused the character of Su Jing to impress Zhao Yuyu herself. Let alone ordinary readers. Speaking of it, this weekend seems to be the day when the new issue of Wind manga will be released. Presumably, her experience in the dimensional world will appear in the magazine. She decided to buy a magazine and have a look at it. At the same time, she also decided first contact the cartoonist named Soli on the internet. If you can get information about the cartoonist in reality, that would be great. Really think that if you abuse the characters in the comics, you will not get retribution? She will follow the network cable to find the door to revenge. In Zhao Yuyu's thoughts, the creator of this kind of campus harem manga must be the kind of disgusting wretched man who can't find a woman for a lifetime. That's right, this is her naked prejudice. She really doesn't like this. A male and female harem comic, and the creator did everything in order to provide benefits to the readers. Before, she escaped the god-throwing technique and put on safety pants, but after all, she did not escape the explosion of the city management. Great clothes. A wretched male creator who sees a woman unable to walk like this, if he is lucky enough to be asked by a beautiful girl reader like her, will he still refuse? Then she will spend money to find a professional to attend the appointment. Are you me in the comics? Then don't blame me for making you a meal in reality. Exploded a harem cartoonist who asked a female high school student yuan to pay and was detained. The publication was suspended for 2 weeks. Come, hurt each other. But to be honest, Zhao Yuyu is invincible, because in a sense, she is invincible in the world of works, no one can hurt her, but sometimes she will be hindered by the creator. Things to do, such as studying, are very annoying. At this moment, the sleepless Zhao Yuyu subconsciously picked up the mobile phone charged by the bedside. As a mobile phone controller, she felt that she was missing an important part of her body without the mobile phone in her hand. As long as she had free time, she would play cell phone. She saw a few more WeChat messages on her phone. When she opened it, they were all from Han Ling. At 12 o'clock, the other party sent a message with 1,000 words. Of course, it could not be a love story, but a review. In the book, about 1,000 words came over at 1:30. The time of the third article was 2:30, which was the last 1,000 words. Zhao Yuyu never expected that Han Ling, this guy, stayed up late to get a 3,000-word review book. How much did he want the 200 extra rewards? After sending out the review book, Han Ling also sent the last few messages. Mo, fortunately not insulting my life. Take a look at your circle of friends. Tisk tisk, it's Miss Zhao family. She travels abroad at every turn. You can use all kinds of luxury brand bags. If you don't agree, you can enjoy high-end delicacies. Most of the night, I'll see my stomach. Cooing, I wouldn't be cheap if I knew it. Miss Zhao, you should go to bed, good night. After reading Han Ling's message, Zhao Yuyu smiled, feeling that she had just been ruined by the creator, and replied a little. She didn't say much, and very happily sent another 200 WeChat red envelopes to Han Ling, and then she went. If you decide to copy the review book, you don't have to worry about the class teacher Lao Chiu. But as soon as her red envelope was sent, Han Ling actually accepted it, and then sent a message, "Wow, Miss Zhao, are you still asleep? After doing it for a long time, we are the same kind." Han Ling didn't feel sleepy after writing the review book, so he found an online novel to start cultivating immortals, and he repaired it until now. Then he sent another emoticon to Zhao Yuyu. It was an emoticon with panda ears with dark circles under his eyes. It said "Long live Xiaoxian." This sentence was written on it. Actually, this is impossible. Zhao Yuyu has a very regular schedule and pays great attention to exercise and maintenance. She never uses cosmetics that are harmful to the skin, but uses the most high-end skincare products. Otherwise, how could her skin be that good? Beautiful women are indeed born, but if you want your beauty to last, you must rely on acquired efforts. In this regard, Zhao Yuyu, who is born with a good background, has a great advantage. Don't look at Zhao Yuyu, who seems inconspicuous in high school now. When she goes to college, she keeps her long hair, changes to the rustic sports school uniform, puts on fashionable and expensive clothes, and picks up a bag that ordinary people can't even think of for a lifetime. Instantly became the goddess that most men looked up to. Zhao Yuyu replied like this, "No, I just had a nightmare, oh. Then, wearing luxurious silk pajamas, she turned on the light in the room first, then walked to her desk, turned on the typhoon, took out the manuscript paper, and started copying the review book sent by Han Leng on WeChat. She has not practiced calligraphy systematically, but the writing is very beautiful, and she always keeps the volume clean and tidy during the exam. She can only make a general argument and 3 sub-arguments, such as an argumentative routine, for example. They are also examples of bad street celebrities such as Sun Bin, Sima Qian, Han Xin, Newton, Edison, Zhang Haidi, Shi Taisheng, etc. They don't know how much difference there is than Han Leng's talents, but sometimes they can get high scores because of the refreshing face. An excellent first impression for the marking teacher. While Zhao Yuyu was copying the review book at the desk, Yuyu read www.yuyuganshu.com feels like Su Jing is possessed, and she is so patient and focused. And Han Leng was awakened when he saw Zhao Yuyu saying that he had a nightmare. He wanted to respond to what he cared about each other, but he always felt shameless and ashamed. Besides, he was unfamiliar with Zhao Yuyu again. It was purely a trading relationship, but what? Don't say it, he feels too cold. No, he is a cold man. Han Leng struggled for more than 10 minutes, and entered a lot of content, but he couldn't click the word send, so he could only delete it, and just kept typing and deleting. He didn't know that Zhao Yuyu was already copying the review book, but in the end it was just hold out these words, it doesn't matter, right? Zhao Yuyu pulled down the message and looked at it. Of course, I don't know how long Han Leng had considered in order to issue these words. She replied normally, "It's okay. You go to bed early. I'll copy the review book first. This time it's true. Thank you very much, Omega." When Han Leng saw this message, he didn't reply to disturb Zhao Yuyu anymore. Instead, he suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. He looked at the dark circles in the mirror and his cheeks full of fairy air. Grinned, and then he opened the balcony door nervously again, went out, and stood on the balcony overlooking the entire campus. The teaching building stands in the dark. The street lights on the campus are still dimly lit and foggy. The basketball court next to the dormitory building is empty. The playground farther away is even more lonely. There is only him in the whole world. People, alone. He suddenly wanted to write something for some reason, using handwriting, to record it in his private notebook that carried the dreams of his poet and essayist. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommended ticket, recommended ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 23, very stable. After Zhao Yuyu finished copying the review book, she realized that it was nearly 6 o'clock. During the process of copying the review book, she also read through the review book, and found that Han Leng's business standard was really good, and he didn't mess with all those messy things. After reading a very sincere review book, Lao Chu would definitely think that she would never play with her mobile phone in the morning class again. In order to confirm the originality, Zhao Yuyu also randomly selected some sentences and searched on the internet, and found that Han Leng did not lazily choose to extract the ready-made online, that is to say, these 3,000 words were all Han Leng stayed up late. The word was typed with a mobile phone. Zhao Yuyu thinks that Han Leng is really kind. If it were her, she would never think about copying on the internet. In fact, she even felt troublesome to copy on the internet because she couldn't copy all of them. It was troublesome to copy things from the east to the west, so she acquiesced that Han Leng could copy them, but she didn't expect that he actually wrote them all by himself. It really deserves to be an online novel, and she has profound hydrological skills. Zhao Yuyu heard that Lao Chu asked her to write a 3,000-word review book before. She would rather give up her mobile phone than write. What made her feel very thankful was that during the Chinese morning reading class that day, Lao Chu really remembered that he had confiscated Zhao Yuyu's mobile phone and asked her to write a review book. Since Zhao Yuyu's mobile phone was confiscated once, she has been very vigilant recently, like a human-shaped radar, so even if Lao Chu enters silently through the back door again this day, she has already collected it very quickly. Her new mobile phone, pretending to recite the Encourage Learning seriously, she sits in a precarious manner, with a solemn expression and extraordinary bearing. She puts the book upside down on the desk, but recites fluently. The gentleman said, "Learning is impossible. Green is taken from blue, and blue is from blue, ice, water is for it, but cold is for water. The wooden rope is straight in the rope, and it is thought of as a wheel, and its song is the rule. Although there is violence if you don't stand up anymore, you can make it happen. Therefore, the wood is straight if it is roped, and the gold is fortified, and the gentleman is knowledgeable and saves himself every day, then he knows and does nothing wrong." The desk mate Zhou Feng on the side looked at Zhao Yuyu beside him in surprise, and said that he would play on his mobile phone whenever he had time. Whether it was Chinese or English morning reading class, as long as the teacher was not there, he would never take the initiative to read. How is it today? She changed her personal style. What made Zhou Feng unbelievable most was why Zhao Yuyu could memorize the Encourage Learning that she hadn't taught so fluently, and she still didn't read it well yet. This is unscientific. Naturally, Zhou Feng didn't know that Zhao Yuyu is now used to indulging in studying in dreams, and she would be lazy if she was too lazy. She looked like a lunatic studying, which made people worry about whether she would flow out of the class in the next exam. Direct avalanche. Just when Zhou Feng couldn't help being curious and wanted to take the initiative to ask Zhao Yuyu, she suddenly found a familiar figure standing on her right-hand side. It was the head teacher Chu Yingchun. Zhou Feng suddenly became nervous. She just stumbled and read Encouraging Learning. What she felt ashamed was that Zhao Yuyu, a learning bastard, was still reciting very fluently. It seemed that she could not only recite a paragraph, but also the whole text. It's already clear to the chest. Damn it! Comparing the two, plus the head teacher Chu Yingchun watching from the side, Zhou Feng's face is hot, really wanting to find a hole in the hole. Although Zhou Feng has already regarded Zhao Yuyu as her friend, it is because of Zhao Yuyu's own personality, which is very likable, unlike ordinary girls, is quite easygoing, and the other side is also very cute and elegant, and she pokes her mouth from time to time. Smile a little, let people see her healing smile, and the mood can't help but feel better. However, Zhao Yuyu's attitude towards learning, she definitely disagrees. Although the other party is not at all learning, but she looks careless and leisurely, and she has to play a mobile phone for a while to do a problem. She can't bear it. At the same time, what makes her uncomfortable is that whenever class is over, the first two hate boys who like to read miscellaneous books and discuss games always turn back to talk to Zhao Yuyu, play treasures and make cold jokes in front of Zhao Yuyu, all because Zhao Yuyu gives them a good face, or Zhao Yuyu treats anyone with such a gentle attitude. If it were her, she would not bother to deal with such a boy who is neither handsome nor good at grades. She doesn't understand why Zhao Yuyu can always remain gentle and calm. Well, Zhou Feng must admit that, deep down, she still envied Zhao Yuyu's saintly indifferent character, and she was also jealous of the other's popularity, but she really couldn't learn it. She was even afraid to talk to boys more. In short, it was rumored, in fact, this is absolutely an illusion, because she is not beautiful, but no one pointed out this cruel fact to her. Zhou Feng is a girl who studies very hard, and her grades are naturally very good. It may be because she knows that she looks average, has no specialties, and has an ordinary family background. Under such a circumstance, she puts everything on her studies. Attach importance to learning and be able to maintain a sense of superiority to Zhao Yuyu in learning. But now, she is really uncomfortable, because she feels that she has been beaten by Zhao Yuyu in her studies, although it is probably just an accident, purely a special situation. Chu Yingchun waited until Zhao Yuyu fluently finished encouraging learning before he knocked on Zhao Yuyu's table with Yunyu and called her out to talk. Then she praised Zhao Yuyu. She has performed very well in early morning classes recently. Ah, even if I can recite the full text of encouraging learning so fluently, I know that you are a good boy. Zhao Yuyu smiled lightly and accepted the praise. She was in the door of the dimension, but she worked very hard. Then Chu Yingchun finally mentioned the issue of the review book, and did not ask anything in a harsh tone. Yuyu reading www.yukanshu.com is very satisfied with Zhao Yuyu's performance just now. Zhao Yuyu suddenly realized, pretending to be embarrassed, and said, Mr. Chu, my review book has already been written, but I accidentally forgot to give it to you. Then she quickly returned to her seat, took the review book she had prepared for a long time, and handed it to Chu Yingchun outside the classroom. In the process, she couldn't help but glanced at Han Leng's seat, only to realize that Han Leng had already done it. When it comes to the weird thing of keeping your eyes open, reading a book, and falling asleep at the same time, it's just a sway of your head. The whole person is actually half asleep and half awake, but it can effectively avoid the teacher's patrol. It is really sleeping. God classic moves. When Chu Yingchun saw Zhao Yuyu's neat handwriting and refreshing review book, he only felt that without reading the content of the review book, he could confirm that Zhao Yuyu was really introspective, and then look at it roughly. Simple and sincere, not bad, not bad. Lao Chu gave a few more words of praise, and he returned the phone to Zhao Yuyu with confidence, and asked her to go back to her seat. He was going to go back to the office first, and wait until the morning reading class was about to end, and then come back to Yan Yubo. Zhao Yuyu smiled slyly, returned to her seat happily, and stuffed her old mobile phone into her Chloe AI bag worth more than 6,000 yuan, took out her new mobile phone, scanned the humanoid radar, and found that Lao Chu had left. Played with her mobile phone recklessly, and according to her recent observations, the other party should come back to the classroom 7 minutes before the end of the morning reading Get Out of Class, so she would put away the phone again 9 minutes before the end of Get Out of Class, and put out a pair. It's very stable when you recite it carefully. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 24, Back Carbine. Zhao Yuyu thinks she has a trick, but she doesn't know that people are not as good as this guy, let alone she was still standing frantically just now, milking herself. On the way back to the office, Lao Chu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, because the office and the toilet were in the opposite direction, and there were several classrooms between them, so he turned back and went to the toilet. The secret observation of the old Chu's secret technique. In this wave of return carbine, Zhao Yuyu's humanoid radar completely failed. There is no way. How could she have expected that Lao Chu just left for a short time before returning? Zhao Yuyu is currently using her mobile phone to scan Weibo. She happened to follow the Weibo of cartoonist Soli, only to realize that Soli's Weibo fans' attention has risen rapidly recently. Every time the other party updates a message, she will automatically post it. A Weibo, and readers who read this statement will also comment on the Weibo, put forward their own opinions, or praise the content of the statement. Probably starting from the penultimate episode of the latest serial, the number of replies to each Weibo gradually increased, and this is the beginning of Soli's increase in the story of the character Sujing in front of the scene, and the number of replies is the largest. That Weibo, on the other hand, was the character Sujing, evading the protagonist's god-throwing technique and the content of wearing safety pants under the short skirt. I saw many readers reply like this. Continue to request that the plot of Sujing be greatly increased. It's really too interesting. It's 666 in safety pants. But I really want to see the hero bury his head in her skirt. Since the super cute female character Sujing has developed more and more of her charm, I feel that this manga that originally made me look less and less attractive has regained a sense of anticipation. I always feel that the appearance of the character Sujing has a premonition of the birth of God's work. All the comics in front of the content are like highlighting the extraordinary female character of Sujing. She even robs the hero of the glory. The whole manga has made such a character. If this manga can have an impressive ending, it is not impossible for Sujing to become a classic manga character. Doesn't anyone think that when Mr. Soli painted the plot about Sujing, he was already a good painter, and he has raised a whole level, as if he had completely painted a character, so he let him. Sujing looks so outstanding. I hope I can know more about the three no goddess Sujing. For example, why does she love learning so much? Can you dig deeper into the background setting of this character? Why are there no benefits for my goddess Sujing? I think about the benefits of Sujing now, and I feel that my whole person is going to heaven. If Teacher Soli sends a wave of Sujing's benefits and drives a wave of cars, I will go to the starting point. Comics.com appreciates a silver leader, and those who support me, help me give this reply a thumbs up. Zhao Yuyu saw the reply requesting Sujing's welfare, was fancy like it, and reached the highest point, so that Weibo owners could easily see her face suddenly turned black. It turns out that the root is here. Possessing Sujing and being so miserable, if the culprit is the creator of Soli, then the accomplices are these male readers who are desperate for welfare. Wait, you guys are good looking. In addition to this reply requesting welfare, which was praised a lot, the reply that asked to dig deeper into the background setting of the character Sujing also had a lot of likes. At this moment, Zhao Yuyu can completely understand why the Sujing she possessed was treated like that in the world of works. It took a long time because the cartoonist Soli is the kind of unlimited readers. A compromising cartoonist, she will draw whatever the reader likes to watch, and even sacrifice some rationality. Otherwise, the unscientific stick in the hands of the city management who can beat Sujing to explode will not appear. She only being able to use this fierce way to give benefits to readers can also make Sujing more miserable and pitiful by the way, in order to deceive many male readers for rewards. You know, a silver leader from Kidian Comics, but it costs 10,000 yuan to pay a reward. Soli obviously has no way to refuse this temptation, plus she is also a painter, and she still has a more serious taste. Don't be too proficient in torturing female characters in the painting, she actually suppresses her own great power. Soli thinks that the plot about Sujing painted this time is already very lightly abused. Anyway, Sujing is just a female character, and the male readers basically take the role of Yang Ming, as long as she doesn't want to abuse the male protagonist. Female characters can abuse them at will. She is kind enough. Dongying also has a cartoonist named Run Akamoto who gave him the nickname Sister Abuse Madness. Run Akamoto himself also I want to draw normal comics, but I just don't get angry. In the end, I can only indulge in the abuse of girls and can't extricate herself. She feels that she is still too far from Akamoto and needs to continue to work hard. When Zhao Yuyu was happily scanning Weibo, she suddenly heard Lao Chu's roar from behind, "Stand up for me." Zhao Yuyu's black face suddenly turned pale. Didn't Lao Chu just go to the office? Why did he appear at the back of the classroom? He should return to the classroom 7 minutes before the end of get out of class. And why is her humanoid radar? Doesn't it work? It's over, this time it's really over. Will the fruit that I just bought for 8 generations be confiscated again? Is it necessary to write a 5,000-word review this time, and then do the review in public and lose face? She really doesn't want this way to brush her presence. Finally, will Lao Chu call his parents? No matter how you look at her before, she played with Lao Chu fiercely, her nature is quite bad. Zhao Yuyu is not afraid of her father, because his father spoils her very much. But in front of the mother of a university professor, she is like a mouse and a cat. She is afraid of being harsh to her mother since she was a child. Just when Zhao Yuyu flashed thousands of thoughts, she was about to stand up desperately and second into the palace, but heard the sound of a chair moving at the back of the classroom. www.readaloud.com. One person stood up directly, and Zhao Yuyu stood up. She took the opportunity to use her amazing hand speed to shove her phone into the desk. The person who stood up was Han Ling. It turned out that he went to bed early in class and was caught by Lao Chu, who was secretly observing him. Zhao Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Really, she almost scared her just now. But she is really lucky, fortunately someone happened to block the gun for her, otherwise she is afraid that she will be completely killed by Lao Chu soon. Of course, the nature of sleeping in the morning reading class is not as serious as playing with a mobile phone. Han Leng was just yelled to stand up and read. In addition, his original composition is super good, and his Chinese scores are among the best. The heavy rain is small, so I won't catch him. Lao Chu went to the bathroom after another 2 laps in the class, and he was not afraid of pulling in his crotch. Who made him be responsible like this? After Lao Chu left, Han Leng's desk mate and mathematics representative Chen Haoran couldn't help but said to him, "Lengzi, are you stupid? When Lao Chu comes, I'll remind you that you can't stop hold on waiting for Lao Chu to leave before going to bed." Han Leng yawned, still expressionless, and said coldly, "Just treat me as stupid. Did you have a bad head for cultivating immortals?" Chen Haoran asked with great concern. He really regards Han Leng as a good brother, and he is very loyal. He never sleeps in the morning class, so he is responsible for giving Han Leng a look, willing to be Han Leng's eyes. Although Han Leng still has a tight face, dark eye circles, and a cool look, his tone has softened, and the corners of his mouth are slightly tilted. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 25, Daughter is so fun. Zhao Yuyu has a delicate mind and is a girl who knows the atmosphere very well. Although the IQ is very average, but the EQ is quite high, she sometimes ignores certain details. After all, she was just in a state of panic. She took the escape this time as her luck. As for Han Ling, she could only sigh in her heart. It's really bad luck. It's probably because Lao Chu just left, so she wanted to get down and sleep happily. But was caught upright. No way, this old Chu is too insidious. He actually killed a carbine. I don't know how many students didn't expect it. Everyone should thank Han Leng of Tang Lei, at least when Han Leng stood up. Son, a lot of drowsy classmates became especially sober in an instant, and the sound of reading aloud in the classroom exploded in an instant. Zhao Yuyu no longer dared to take out her mobile phone anymore, but she also stopped reciting. Anyway, the memorial memorization in the door of the dimension was so familiar, she took out a Chinese teaching supplementary book. The name was Wang Hosiang Teaching Material Complete Interpretation, began to look for the articles in it as stories, and pass the time. Even if Lao Chu came back and saw her reading this kind of teaching aids, he would not say much. Zhao Yuyu's teaching aids are really dazzling. They are all bought by her mother. As long as they are a little famous in the market, they will buy a set. Of course, they include the famous 3 years college entrance examination and 5 years simulation. My mother did this when I was in junior high school, but basically what it looked like when I bought it, and what it looks like now, at least 80% new. Zhao Yuyu's mother was called Wang Hua. She was a beauty and scholarship since she was a child. She was versatile and her father was also a well-known calligrapher in the area. Therefore, Wang Yu was born in a scholarly family and had a wealthy family, except that Zhao Yuyu's grandfather died when she was 8 years old. Since she was a child, Wang Wei wanted to educate Zhao Yuyu strictly, to train her into a lady who was as versatile as herself, and enrolled her in a special class. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuyu couldn't stick to it, because Zhao Yuyu's father, Zhao Ji, was too accustomed to his daughter. If you are acting like a baby and crying, you can't say that you won't be on it. The most important thing for children is to have a happy childhood. Zhao Yuya was really wild and playful in her childhood. She still misses the days of catching crabs and fishing lobsters while living in her ancestral home in the countryside, and the friends who accompanied her. Then Wang Wei would argue with Zhao Ji, saying that the children were spoiled by him, just like him when he was young. He was particularly confused in learning, and finally being able to become the dean depends on her family background. I really don't know how she was blind. When he saw him, Zhao Ji smiled and said that he was still very proficient in medical skills, and his wife had the best vision. Wang Wei sneered and said that he was not doing business at all when he went to the hospital. In this matter, only his wife and daughter are in his mind. The two had a cold war for a few days, and finally reconciled. Xiu-Nai and spreading dog food made Zhao Yuya leave a psychological shadow on the lovers, unknowingly becoming a member of the senior FFF team. She feels that it's good to be alone and do what she loves. No worries, no worries. Anyway, Zhao Ji and Wang Wei, it was only the daughter of Zhao Yuya who later saw Wang Wei. The daughter should be ordinary. At least she looks cute and healthy. On the surface, she still listens to her very much. She only needs her throat. At one high level, her daughter shivered like a quail. It's so fun, and then she liked playing with her daughter like this. On her daughter's birthday, she would wrap a basket of teaching aids in a pretty gift box and give it to her daughter, and then looked at her daughter with a smile when she opened the gift box. Zhao Yuyu, Mom sells batches. Just when Zhao Yuya was living her daily life on campus and decided to engage in trouble and pure love, so that the creator of Soul Li and the readers could feel her anger, the creator of Soul Li was give the manuscript of the new story to Wei Suo, her editor in charge. Wei Suo is very short and has a bald head. Standing with a beautiful cartoonist like Soul Li, he does have a bit of acrid eyes, but he is looking through Soul Li's manuscript very seriously. At the end, he shows a very wretched appearance. He couldn't help but praised, "Mr. Soul Li, these words are very interesting." Finally, it is so creative to send readers the benefits of the role of Su Jing in such a way. Jing tortured like this is also a very good development. Readers will definitely look forward to the hero's salvation of the beauty and finally capture the heart of the goddess. Wei Suo is also regarded as a senior editor of Wind Comics, especially good at harem comics. Under his training, Soul Li has also improved his harem manga skills, but it is not about characterization and plot layout. Improve. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is about how to sell welfare, because Wei Suo basically does not give Soul Li plot advice. He hopes that Soul Li can guarantee that every word will be given a welfare. In this case, the popularity of the comic will not decrease much. Soul Li heard Wei Suo's compliment, only smiled faintly, and responded casually. How can she say that she is also a big hand in the book industry, and her imagination in torturing female roles is still very good? Wei Suo went on to say, in fact, based on your ability to shape the character of Su Jing shown by Mr. Soul Li, there may be no need to draw this kind of harem comics in the next one. You can try to draw some fresh and refreshing harem comics. Love comics, or fighting fan, that type may be easier to animate, and there will be more excellent editors who will work with you at that time. Soul Li heard this and hurriedly said, Editor Wei, I have always thanked you for your help. Wei Suo waved his hand, took the manuscript bag and left Soul Li's comics studio. The last sentence he left made Soul Li almost jumped up happily. It turned out that an animation company had already noticed her comic, and thinks that her recent story about Su Jing is very interesting, and she has a preliminary intention to adapt Pure Love into an animation, but of course she will further increase the story of the character Su Jing in the animation. Because this role is now the most concerned by readers. This weekend, the new issue of Wind Manga is finally on the market. 2 more Seeking Collection, Reward, Recommendation Ticket, Recommendation Ticket, Recommendation Ticket. The new book list of the classification has rushed to the first place. Thank you for your support. and hit the higher rankings in the general list, and beg for recommendation votes. Chapter 26, Weekend Happiness. For the high school where Zhao Yuyu is located, the half-day break in the afternoon on the weekend should be considered the most anticipated time apart from monthly and holidays. You can go out to eat a meal that is different from the school cafeteria and buy some snacks that are not available in the school commissary, online hacking of League of Legends and even small couple dating, except for single dogs, but the time is not long. It is limited to return to the classroom at 3:30 in the afternoon and continue to study until dinner time. After dinner, go to study at night. This whole weekend is actually a long time of self-study, because the teacher will assign quite a lot of homework. It can only be said that this kind of high school with a particularly rigorous style of study, most of the students have a hard time, and the result is that this school has a 95% enrollment rate and 99% undergraduate rate. Many alumni will inevitably be successful people in the future. It will be a precious network resource, and it is also like an eldest lady with an extraordinary background like Zhao Yuyu studying in it. Maybe there are some guys who can tease sisters and get into Bai Fu Mei? Or Cinderella found her prince. There are quite a few second generations in this school, but the kind of arrogant second generation who can't wait to write the word second generation on his face is too rare. If it is too arrogant, it violates school discipline and school rules. If you do, you will be punished as you should, and there will be no softness. The school should be a place for students to study, not other messy places. For many students, the 4 self-study classes in the morning are very difficult, because they have to endure the heart that is about to fly out of school. Zhao Yuyu is naturally an exception. Although there are teachers in the 4 self-study classes, except for Lao Chiu, the other teachers basically sit on the podium and play with their laptops. Some teachers even bring headsets. After watching a movie, no matter where the students under the podium will be taken care of, as long as the students keep quiet, it is enough. Gu Yayan, a young and handsome mathematics teacher, even couldn't help but play League of Legends. Unlike Lao Chiu, he hates having to sit in classes on weekends. Since school does this, he plays games while in class. Anyway, he is very popular with students, and no one will report him. Before the game is finished after class, some bold boys will go up and watch. He is also happy to show off his diamond god skills and say something silly. Everyone is optimistic. Mr. Gu wants to take one in this wave. 5 kills. The group of chickens on the opposite side is like sending sub-questions. Students, pay attention, this wave is sending sub-questions. If he succeeds in the show, he will naturally be exclaimed. Of course, it feels very sour and refreshing. If he finishes talking about the show, he will be killed. If he doesn't say anything, he will close his notebook, and without looking back, he will stride towards the office. It can be said that death is like the wind, always with me. In fact, he was worried that he would be seen by the next teacher while playing games, which would be more embarrassing. And Zhao Yuyu, of course, took out her mobile phone in the self-study class and started to play happily. The teacher on the podium can play on the computer, but I can't play with the mobile phone? Besides, how do I do my homework if I don't have a mobile phone? In reality, Zhao Yuyu is not a student who can bear the temper like Su Jing. Sometimes she may conscientiously discover or give herself a psychological comfort and choose to do the problem alone, but more often, I can't help being lazy. When I look at this topic, I feel like it's troublesome, and it's a headache when I think about it. Let's check it online. The most difficult class for Zhao Yuyu is the self-study class of Lao Chiu. He never brings a laptop, only the textbooks and preparation notes. The students study underneath, and he also studies on it. He often has to go for a few laps. It's almost like proctoring an exam. Zhao Yuyu admitted that she was quite afraid of Chu Yingchun, the head teacher. In fact, the other party was not fierce at all, but an honest person, but she just felt that Lao Chiu was like a dog that didn't bark, biting people, and never softened his mouth. To be honest, Zhao Yuyu is a learning who wants Lao Qiu to take care of him. At least she is patient in the self-study class of Lao Qiu, and she has done her homework with her true level. Her current level is true. Although she is not up to the level of an honor student, she is actually more than enough to deal with the homework, and she can't do the difficult finale. For other things, as long as she thinks carefully and delves into it, it may take more time, but it can definitely be done. Finally, the bell rang at the end of get out of class at 11:30 in the morning. Some students who had already packed their books left the classroom like wild horses, obviously cherishing this rare exhaust time. And Zhao Yuyu didn't rush to pack things, because she didn't plan to come to school anymore for her self-study in the afternoon and evening. After a half-day rest and one night, she decided to watch a movie in the afternoon after lunch, then go to a big meal, and buy a copy of Wind manga after eating, and watch it slowly at home. Zhao Yuyu is not in a hurry to read comics, but it doesn't mean that other people don't. For example, Zhang Chao, her desk mate Wang Yang www.readaloud.com, is quite addicted to the work Pure Love recently. Let's take a lesson. He didn't even go to the cafeteria to eat, but ran directly to the bookstore opposite the school, bought the new issue of Wind manga without hesitation, and went straight to the dormitory. Only when he arrived at the door of the dormitory did he remember that he hadn't had lunch yet and he didn't bother to go to the cafeteria anymore. Instead, he went to the canteen to buy Master Kong's black pepper beef tenderloin noodles and his favorite Zhuanghui corn sausage, and prepared treating these as lunch. He thought it was much better than the food in the cafeteria. While eating noodles, he gazed at the newly acquired Wind comics. He only felt that at this moment, his life was so happy. A week of arduous study seemed to be for weekend afternoons, and he could be addicted to comics unscrupulously. In the world. In fact, he originally watched comics on the internet with his mobile phone. And he saw it as pirated. It didn't look down on the original version, but it didn't feel worth it, because Pure Love was just a harem comic. The recent plot of Pure Love is really interesting. It seems to have escaped the shackles of the harem comics, and even all the previous content has become the foundation of a character, and this character is just the goddess who has just entered his heart. Su Jing. In order to follow in the footsteps of the new three goddess Su Jing, of course, he has to buy the magazine directly, follow the fastest update, and also support the original version. Today's first update asks for collection, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. The 515 event will soon be over. Everyone who has a treasure can become my fans and get the title of the so-called Yiren. Search for Drunk Lying Laughing Yiren in 515 Great Gods, and you can't find this shop if you miss this village. Chapter 27, Capturing the Mind. Zhang Chao saw that even the character Su Jing appeared on the cover of Wind Comics magazine. She was expressionless, dressed in a plain skirt and school uniform, with a single ponytail like a girl in reality. Who could thinking of a character who was originally a passerby, now will he be so enchanted? The content of Pure Love did not disappoint Zhang Chao, because he found that the author obviously reduced the role of the protagonist and the girls, but instead used the first point of view of Su Jing to conduct the plot. It seems that the author is also aware of it. Now, in this comic, the most interesting character that attracts the most attention from readers is this Su Jing. Soon, Zhang Chao saw Su Jing's home, who appeared in the comics for the first time. He opened his mouth in surprise, and stopped eating his noodles. He didn't expect Su Jing's home. It's so poor like this. At the same time, he also discovered that this cartoonist named So Li seems to have improved greatly in his painting skills, and he can draw such an infectious background, so that people can know Su Jing's family background. It's really bad, just like the author himself has entered the world of comics and saw this impoverished home with his own eyes. Then Zhang Chao knew why Su Jing was so obsessed with learning. It turned out to be a strong desire to change her own destiny. Her ideal was to be a doctor and cure her father's illness, but the author did not mention Su Jing. What kind of disease did his father have? He only knows that it is a persistent chronic disease, the kind that requires constant spending on recuperation. Zhang Chao saw Su Jing act swiftly to take care of his father. There was still no expression of disgust on his face. He only felt that his heart was captured by the goddess Su Jing at this moment. After all, filial piety is China. The traditional virtues of the nation since ancient times. A person with filial piety will definitely make people feel good. On the contrary, if even his parents are not filial, such a person really feel relieved to make friends with him? The most important thing is that Zhang Chao feels that the painting skills and artistry shown by the author are really amazing. He is obviously only painting Su Jing taking care of her seriously ill father in bed and feeding him medicine, but the painting is quite delicate. Added the character Su Jing, which gave readers a good impression, and also made people remember this scene deeply. Anyway, Zhang Chao watched Pure Love for so long. When the author painted the interaction between the male protagonist and the women, he would not give him such a heartfelt touch. Sometimes he even felt embarrassed. I always felt this. The characters are like the author's puppets, performing forcibly, showing readers what they want to see. However, the character Su Jing was painted alive by the author. She seemed to have her own soul, and her every move was based on her own thoughts. The author was just a pure recorder and did not force it to drive it. The characters perform embarrassing performances, which gives the reader a very smooth feeling. Hey, this is very comfortable. Zhang Chao finally finished eating the noodles and sausages at this time. He took the magazine and climbed onto the upper bunk of the bunk bed, lying on the bed comfortably. At this moment, he felt that this was the happiest thing in his life. Like this. In the leisurely afternoon this weekend, I can enjoy watching such a cartoon that has reached his heart. The next plot made him like Su Jing more and more. Because she was poor since she was a child, she was proficient in housework, and she didn't know how much she shared for her mother. She could also cook. Although it was just home cooking, she was like her. For such a poor family, it would be nice to have enough food and clothing. What other delicacies do they want to eat? What made Zhang Chao most interesting and admired was that Su Jing did not forget to learn when he was cooking for his family. This kind of picture, under the situation of the explosion of Soli's painting skills, let the readers when I saw it, I felt that my whole body was infected by positive energy. Of course, my impression and favor with Su Jing were even more profound. Anyway, Zhang Chao now feels that he is full of the shadow of Su Jing, and only thinks that the girl in reality is compared with Su Jing. They are all scum, three-dimensional rubbish. No, that's not right. Zhang Chao suddenly thought of Zhao Yuyu, who was sitting at the back of the table. He thought this girl was pretty good. Although it might not look amazing at first glance, she actually looks quite cute and talkative. The voice is also very nice. The most important thing is that she has no prejudice against the two-dimensional element. She is willing to listen to his various science and sermons. It is really a child to teach, unlike the Zhou Fang behind him, who knows to study all day. Not on the road at all, so boring. It's just that although Zhao Yuyu looks cute, it's not his dish, because he thinks that Zhao Yuyu has no protagonist temperament and does not have the cuteness of the classic anime, such as Sanwoo, Sundara, and Natural Stay. He thinks if putting Zhao Yuyu into the animation must be the kind of passerby character who has no special features and no sense of existence. Anyway, his particularly cute character now is Su Jing, who has the cute points of 3 nose, work hard and study BA. Then he saw the first smile of Su Jing in the comics. I was so excited that I almost jumped off the upper bunk. If others saw it, they would be quite puzzled. Isn't it just a comic book character? Is it necessary? Maybe this is Zhang Chao's deep love for the second element. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. And this sentence finally opened up the plot of abusing Su Jing, which made Zhang Chao furious, and he wanted to rush into the comics and kill that dog's urban management. No way, the author seems to be even more contagious in the picture of the abuse of Su-jing. Readers who have deeply substituted the comics have not noticed its irrationality, because there is such a nasty urban management in reality, with a weapon that can explode like a stick. But when Zhang Chao saw this, he didn't try to confuse his rationality at all. Instead, his whole person's heart was stung. Why is his goddess Su-jing so miserable? He has worked so hard and has to suffer such misfortunes. Comparing the protagonist and the girls who laughed all day long, he pitied Su-jing more and more, so he spent 10 minutes admiring the benefits of Su-jing after being beaten up. Although there is no dew point, it is more attractive than naked eyeballs, and then he went to the toilet. Tisk, Soli, an old driver cartoonist who doesn't know whether it is a male or a female, sells meat and still has such a set. Zhang Chao couldn't help muttering, "Ah," after reading it. "I have to wait another week to see the latest story. I really want to die, I really want to watch the next plot." Although it is estimated that it is a very old-fashioned hero who was rescued by the protagonist and then an invisible strategy, I still want to watch it. The content of was also completely on the internet, detonating readers' enthusiasm for this role. 2 more seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. If you are really impatient after chasing the book, you can try my old books transformed into a female schoolmaster and Diane Mu may become a cartoonist too. Maybe you will also like it after you order all my books, you can receive the light of the gods. Chapter 28, Huge Disagreement. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yuyu closed Wind Comics. She must admit that when she saw the character Su-jing possessed in the Gate of Dimension, what she experienced appeared in reality. In the comics here, that feeling is very subtle. If in the world of works, she was so abused by the creators, she felt particularly angry, and almost wanted to break into trouble, then in reality, when she saw specific comics, she unexpectedly found that there is a kind of seeing the excitement is not too big after all. Her current identity is Zhao Yuyu, not Su-jing. No matter what kind of suffering Su-jing suffers in the world of works, her Zhao Yuyu remains unscathed in the real world. So even if Zhao Yuyu saw the welfare of Su-jing in the comics, her heart did not fluctuate, and this was not her body. Objectively speaking, the cartoonist named Soli really portrayed Su-jing very well. I feel that Soli is completely in a kind of inspiration and drawing technique when he draws content about Su-jing. The state of double bursts. Zhao Yuyu felt that this might have something to do with her being possessed by Su-jing. She gave Su-jing a real soul, and her behavior was consistent with common sense, which made the character Su-jing have a considerable sense of reality. It's not lifelike anymore, but it's really alive. Compared with other facialized characters without souls, they are judged above all else. That's why so many readers think that all of the previous pure love the plot and characters seem to set off Su-jing, which makes her stand out from the crowd. From another perspective, this shows that the creative level of creator Soli, especially in terms of characterization, is really too general. If Zhao Yuyu enters the works created by high-level creators, or every individual has flesh and blood in the world of group portrait works, so naturally it is impossible for her to stand out from the crowd like this. Such a situation has both advantages and disadvantages for Zhao Yuyu. The advantage is naturally that the character Su-jing will easily stand out and leave a very deep impression on many readers. The disadvantage is that the film is called pure love. His works, which cannot break through a certain bottleneck, will still be considered mediocre and cannot stand the test of time. After all, a work cannot be supported by only one character. Zhao Yuyu, in this situation, if he doesn't do anything, then Su-jing may only be popular for such a period of time, and then gradually forgotten, and can't become a classic role. Therefore, she will definitely not let Soli, a guy who is very mediocre in other aspects besides selling meat, continue to create according to the original idea. She has been in the world of pure love for so long, and she has long observed it. After figuring out Soli's creative routine, the other party now abuses Su-jing so hard, and finally the male protagonist and his sister appear at a critical time. It is not that they want the male protagonist to come to a hero to save the beauty, and then Su Jing receive the harem in a reasonable way? How could Zhao Yuyu let So Li go to the plot like this? Again, if Su Jing were admitted into the harem and could become a classic character, she wouldn't mind doing this. Anyway, it's not her body. Under special circumstances, she can also strip off her senses directly, and after the plot, she will be possessed by Su Jing. Once Su Jing becomes a classic character, she can inherit Su Jing's abilities in reality, open and close at will. In this way, she doesn't have to worry about her learning problems. Once she turned on her abilities, she turned it on for 2 hours after returning home. Su Jing's abilities can also be activated during the exam, and all mistakes made by carelessness will be eliminated. Don't underestimate the scores lost due to carelessness. If you don't take carelessness seriously, you will see after each exam. If you don't make mistakes carelessly, you can't help but sigh. If you don't make mistakes carelessly, you will be able to improve your ranking. But in fact, some people will never be able to correct their carelessness. Being careful is actually a kind of talent, just like hard work is also a kind of gift, especially perseverance. And Su Jing possesses these talents and abilities. However, Zhao Yuyu did not think that if Su Jing was admitted into the harem, she would become a classic character. On the contrary, it would ruin Su Jing and make her one of the girls, no longer possessing her. The attractiveness of being strong and independent has only become an accessory to the male protagonist. What kind of classic is that? Men generally like the little women who revolve around them very much, but they really admire women who are independent and have their own strong personality. The persistence, hard work, independence, toughness, indifferent, demure of Su Jing, careful, have deeply moved many male readers, but once Su Jing becomes one of the male protagonist's harem, will she still possess these qualities? So Li didn't even think about this problem at all. She knew that Su Jing's popularity is very high now, and that such a highly popular female character is accepted by the male lead into the harem, which is what all male readers love to see and can make her work more popular. Hot, and then smoothly animated. This is really too superficial. There is no way. After all, So Li is a rookie cartoonist who just came ashore from the book comics world. In fact, Zhao Yuyu has now seen readers of the work Pure Love through the internet. After reading the latest episode, a huge disagreement occurred. The two sides almost split into two camps and fought a chaotic battle. Weibo, Taiba, forums, and other social networks are their battlefields. This has also completely made a harem comic like Pure Love that is only a small fire, and it has become a big fire. Many people who don't know the truth eat melons. Yuyu reads books. www.yuyugonshu.com, of course, chose to try this work. I wanted to see how magical the manga character named Su Jing can make so many readers argue for her. This huge disagreement is precisely the question of whether Su Jing should be accepted into the harem by the male protagonist. About 60% of readers believe that Su Jing's top quality goods must of course be accepted into the harem by the male protagonist. Someone else? Scent Girl is a huge poison in harem Xiang's work. However, there are still 40% of the readers who think that the goddess Su Jing is also suitable for the harem based on the male protagonist's kind of goods, which is simply tarnishing our goddess. She is already so pitiful, and she wants to be a junior? No, it's no longer a junior, and I don't know how many are in the queue. She has to compete with those vase female characters to be jealous. Is she so cheap? Can't find a good man who is dedicated? Anyway, if the male protagonist forcibly accepts Su Jing, he will completely ruin such a female character. They strongly urge the author to draw a biography with Su Jing as the protagonist, even if she is obsessed with learning all day long, in various learning postures, working hard to do housework, cooking for her mother, and taking care of her seriously ill father. They won't get bored. They even figured out the name for the author, so it's called a certain pure love super female schoolmaster. Maybe the rumor is more popular than the original one? Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. The second event will be at 12 o'clock in the evening. In order to make the new book list, please be sure to support the recommendation votes, rush to the top 10, and go to the home page. Prove that the female lead text can still make a fortune in the male frequency main station. Chapter 29, Old Drivers Drive Steady. At this time, Zhao Yuya mixed into the QQ fan group of pure love. She did not reward any leader this time. After joining the group, just post a photo of the booklet of pure love that she purchased to prove her genuine readers. The identity of the author, otherwise they will be kicked. It is better for pirated readers to read quietly and alone, because they cannot get the opportunity to communicate with the creator in close distance. It's just that Zhao Yuya's identity as an ordinary genuine reader naturally caused her to become a small transparent in the group. If she joins the fan group as the leader, it will undoubtedly be extremely concerned. Various expressions want to hold the thighs of the rich, when the local tyrant's leg pendant remarks will appear, although most of these are joking. Zhao Yuya's luck is pretty good. Just after joining the group, I found that Soli, the comic book creator, was actually in the water group. No, it should have been widely listening to the opinions of the readers. She clicked on Soli's QQ data, and she found that the other party's gender was male, aged 28 years old. She opened Soli's QQ space again and looked at some of the other party's logs at random, and found that they seemed to be written in a male tone. In the photo album, there are mostly cute cartoons. All this shows that Soli should be a male cartoonist, and she is also the kind of wretched otaku cartoonist she thinks. But where did Zhao Yuya know that Soli's routine is very deep? This QQ number is actually the QQ that her brother discarded. She took it. She signed a contract with the magazine and used her brother's ID card. The age is not 28 years old at all, only 23 years old. After all, the university has just graduated only a few months. Why does she do this? Of course, she feels that using the identity of a male cartoonist to draw this kind of harem comics will make it easier to interact with male readers and allow them to make more bold comments. It's a bit dirty. If a male reader is too shy and restrained as a female cartoonist, he is unwilling to provide more constructive comments. That would be bad. Therefore, sometimes, the QQ data and even the content in the space are deceptive. At least Zhao Yuya was deceived by Soli. This made Zhao Yuya determined that she must make a big news. She hates this most. This is a creator of female characters as a consumer product. The fans in the group are discussing the content of the latest episode. Suda's painter is really getting better and better, and he has completely brought the character Sujing to life. After this, I feel that Sujing is going to be popular. Even with pure love, more readers will pay attention to it. As an old fan of pure love, I feel very honored. I think Suda abused Sujing too hard. After reading the last few pages, I was really frustrated. I wish I could enter the comics world personally and save her. As long as I am alone, do not want Sujing to be attacked by the male lead. I always feel that the male lead is not worthy of the goddess Sujing. You are not alone. I also admit that the male lead is not worthy of Sujing, but I really can't imagine that Sujing will be embraced by other male characters. In that case, I will definitely choose to abandon this work. Hey, when did the group discuss the plot so seriously? I just wanted to ask for a resource. Is there a book of Sujing on the internet? No, go. JPG. There is also a group friend who also posted links to some discussion posts in major forums and post bars, so that everyone can watch, and they can also show their attitude whether or not they support the male protagonist Sujing's income in the harem. All in all, now whether it is on the internet or in the QQ group, everyone's enthusiasm for discussing pure love is quite high. Soli, who was originally in a peeping state, was secretly happy, and finally couldn't help appearing in the group personally. Fans chatted for a while, and smoothly cheated a wave of rewards. When Zhao Yuyu saw Soli appear, she boldly asked the other party about the next plot development in the group, but Soli simply ignored her new kind of cuteness who had just joined the group. In other words, after Soli appeared in the group, more readers with high fan value also appeared. Of course, she will focus on those readers who reward more. If Zhao Yuyu is the leader, then Soli will definitely be very concerned about Zhao Yuyu's problem. When Soli creates comics, everything is in line with grades and money. Whoever rewards her with more money, she will listen to her suggestions. If there is a magic trick in the Million League, she will happily add it to her work. This dragon sleeve even automatically promoted its dragon sleeve to a supporting role. And Zhao Yuyu is not even a leader, Soli automatically ignored her. This makes Zhao Yuyu even more unhappy. She is not without money, but she doesn't like this type of work at first, and she did not mess up pure love like in The King of Superpowers. She doesn't owe Soli at all. On the contrary, she thinks that it is because she possesses Sujing that pure love has the current popularity, but she did not expect that the creator of Soli would ignore her. At this moment, Zhao Yuyu saw that Soli said loudly in the group, "I think everyone is arguing about whether Sujing will be accepted into the harem by the male lead. It doesn't make much sense. If you like a character, then I will definitely respect this character and will never distort the will of this character." When Soli said such remarks in the group, Zhao Yuyu seemed to feel the information from the door of the dimension in the secret www.readaloud.com. From now on, she will be in the world of pure love. Everything you do and will not be deleted by the creator. Obviously, since the creator has reaped such a great benefit because of Zhao Yuyu's possession of Sujing, he has to pay a price, just as Zhao Yuyu destroys his work. He has to pay a price, everything is fair. Zhao Yuyu suddenly smiled, her last worry has disappeared, and then she will take over the plot of pure love, and Soli will only be a pure recorder, not a creator. The fans in the group, of course, appreciate what Soli said. They also hope that Sujing will act according to her own will. If Sujing really has her own will. A leader fan 270-163-0399 asked Soli, "Teacher Soli, what is the ending of this comic? There is always no tragedy, right?" Seeing this question, Soli smiled confidently, and replied categorically, "My lord, please rest assured, am I the author who plays with readers and poisons readers and feeds shit? If it is true, I will eat by myself." Plot: I will now sell some details about the development of this work, but regarding the ending of this work, I can assure you that it will be a very happy ending. After all, an old driver like me, drives a stable car. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. In the new week, there is an urgent need for recommendation votes. Everyone must support and make the new book list of this book even higher. I hope to make it to the top 10 and go to the homepage. Thanks. Book Friends Group, 517-637-875. Chapter 30, The Sickness That Creators Will Face. Zhao Yuyu saw Soli, an old driver who claimed to be a stable driver, and replied decisively to the leader of this work, and in front of the entire group of more than 1,600 fans, made a promise that pure love must have a very happy ending. She just silently chose to take a screenshot of Soli's words. In fact, Soli not only made a promise in the group, but also posted on Weibo, which has more than 500,000 followers. She claims to be a cartoonist who absolutely puts readers first, because readers it is her food and clothing parents. Her works will always bring happiness to readers, not other messy things. This is probably because many readers saw her so cruelly abused Sujing and worried that she would get worse in the future, and even draw Sujing to death. Of course, So would not cause such worries to readers she valued very much. He expressed in an unusually firm tone. "I'm not the teacher Rin Akamoto, I'm a girl abuse madman, and I'm not the teacher Su Yuan Xian. I always like the popular characters in Bento and have an all-out ending. Pure Love is my first comic book. The style is very relaxed, joyful, warm and healing. Now I am a little bit of Su Jing, I only miss a poem called How Can I See the Rainbow Without Going Through Wind and Rain. I also like the role of Su Jing. I am even quite a bit. I prefer her, so of course her ending is happy. Similarly, the ending of this work is also a happy ending. Every character can get happiness. Tragedy? Doesn't exist. Don't worry, everyone. As soon as Soli's Weibo was posted, more and more readers of Pure Love, of course, have liked and reposted them. After all, most of the readers in this world are not masochists. Although the ending may not seem strong enough to be impressive, most readers are of course happy to see it. Besides, Soli doesn't have the awareness of pursuing classic works. She wants to draw highly popular works, works that can bring her countless income, but in fact, unless the popularity is so high that the most popular hot-blooded comics the degree, such as Toriyama Akira's Dragon Ball, otherwise, what kind of harem to the works can be remembered? In fact, the harem comics like Pure Love have already been exploded in the subject matter by the Blood Kings comics. Soli's Weibo followers follow, and it has also started to grow rapidly, and everyone has responded like this. Support teacher Soli. This way I can enter the pit with confidence, and I hope the teacher draws better. Teacher Soli is really the conscience of the industry, and it's different from the coquettish who is holding back the readers. With the promise of Sude, I decided to reward Sude with a leader. I'm sorry, originally I was a pirate reader, but now, because of Su University's kindness and integrity, I decided to become a righteous person. First go to the website to subscribe to Su University's Pure Love, and then purchase a complete set of single book collections. Of course, I will also buy the figure of Su Jing. Soli saw that the cohesion of the fans rose sharply with her promise, and her smile became brighter. In fact, she really did not understand why there is such a kind of story that she can't control the trend of the story in this world, which leads to the ending. What about the creator of the tragedy? The teacher Su Yuanxian mentioned in her mouth is called the Soldier of Love, Lao Su, saying that he has suffered from the illness of not being able to write happy end, representing as Ghost Crying Street, Song of Shay, Magic Girl Madoka Magica is in this world. Fate/Zero has not been created yet, but his healing style has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He also likes to add in the seemingly poignant love story ketchup and jelly plot, see Song of Saya for details. Eating human flesh is as comfortable as eating jelly. The key is that some people also commented that this kind of disease is a disease that any creator will face as long as they truly face the story. There are creators who cross it and write hope, and there are creators who confront it and write ideals. The persistence on either side is correct, but the type is different. Of course, Soli sneered at this. Of course, she respects this well-known script creator from Dongying, but she feels that the other side's disease is purely a literary and youthful disease, and it is so mysterious. Anyway, she absolutely does not. She would poison readers to feed shit, she said. If she really did this, she would eat by herself. While Soli is firm in his creative ideas, Zhao Yuyu is silently keeping all the screenshots of Soli's firm commitment on Weibo, and looking forward to the moment when the ending of Pure Love really comes. In the world of Pure Love, Su Jing possessed by Zhao Yuyu finally woke up, only to find that she was already lying in the hospital, and her best friend, Yang Qianqian, was guarding her. Yang Qianqian knew about Su Jing's origin for a long time, but she never disliked Su Jing, but always helped Su Jing. In Su Jing's grey and lonely life, Yang Qianqian existed just like her mother, one of the few bright colors. Although Yang Qianqian will become extremely dependent on him in front of her brother Yang Ming, she likes to act like a baby to her brother, Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but in front of Su Jing, she is like a gentle big sister, as long as she has the opportunity, she would pull Sujing out to eat together, hoping to improve her food. At the same time, Yang Jianqian also regarded Sujing as the object of her confession, and told Sujing about her emotional distress. Sujing is a pretty good confidant, because she doesn't talk much, and listens carefully to Yang Qianqian's confession, and tries to comfort Yang Jianqian with her clumsy words, even if she cannot give Yang Jianqian constructive advice. But Yang Jianqian sees Sujing, you will laugh out of the way you are, and your mood of struggling with depression has been improved. At the same time, Yang Jianqian also relied on Sujing very much in her studies. She would always ask Sujing if she could not do anything. This is what Sujing is good at. When Sujing explained the topic, she would naturally become eloquent. You can teach Yang Jianqian. Both of them have agreed that they must go to the same school in high school and continue to maintain their best friend relationship. Yang Jianqian saw that Sujing finally woke up at this time. She hugged her best friend and wept with joy, showing how deep her feelings for Sujing were. Sujing felt the softness of Yang Qianqian's body and the good-smelling body fragrance. She suddenly had uncontrollable jealousy and anger. Why would Yang Jianqian like her brother Huaxin so much? Can't she do it? She obviously can do anything for Yang Jianqian. Sujing hurriedly got rid of her strange psychology, until one day, her mother passed away forever. Today's first update: seeking collection, rewards, recommendation tickets, recommendation tickets, recommendation tickets. Now the new book list is ranked 12th. Everyone can give it a try and vote for the recommendation to help this book make the top 10. Chapter 31, Blackening. After Sujing's mother was beaten by the city management, her internal organs were injured. This is the legendary internal injury. If treated in time, the subsequent tragedy may not happen, but the mother is really afraid of her internal injury. My daughter, so she forbeared not to say it, causing her internal injuries to get worse and worse, and eventually she died. In fact, the creator Solly doesn't know at all whether internal organ injuries will lead to death. She is determined to let Sujing's mother die, otherwise how to liberate Sujing and talk about it. Where's in love? The author seemed to think that Sujing was not miserable enough. After Sujing's mother died, her father's chronic illness also suddenly broke out. Not long after, he also passed away, leaving a lot of money for Sujing. Since then, Sujing has been alone and has become an orphan. After studying, he has to go out to work to make money and pay off his debts. In fact, according to Solly's idea, Sujing should be forced to sell her body to repay the debt by the hateful creditors. The male protagonist Yang Ming stepped forward to save Sujing from desperation. From then on, her heart was tied to her. In Yang Ming, in order to compete for Yang Ming, she even had to turn her face with her best friend Yang Jianqian. This kind of plot in which the two girlfriends fall out for a man may make female readers feel sick, because in reality there are too many such incidents, the so-called fire prevention, anti-theft and anti-girlfriends, but for male readers, this is natural. They just love to hear, they can't wait for all the good women in this world to like the protagonist, because they are the protagonist. Most of the readers of this work are male readers. And the more the author portrays the friendship between Sujing and Yang Jianqian deeply, when Sujing turns her face for love, it can also explain how much she loves the male protagonist, and male readers will definitely be addicted to this. The story of the Shura field where two women compete for one man is really awesome. Is there anything? As for the final outcome, of course, the women really love the male protagonist too much, so they compromised with each other. They all said to the male protagonist that no matter how many women you have, as long as you have me in your heart, it is enough. In the end, the male protagonist and the girls live happily together. This is naturally the happy ending in the minds of readers. Many harem novels and comics like to play like this. Anyway, love can contain everything. But just because this ending is so common, it will also cause the work Pure Love to be gradually forgotten by readers over time. Similar harem lu works will appear one after another and gradually replace it, Su Jing after becoming one of the women, she will also lose her unique personality, and even be disgusted by others, because no matter how you look at her behavior, she is very nasty, much like a junior. In order to compete for the male lead, she turned her face with her best friend. In fact, this is not in line with Su Jing's personality setting. If she really does this, then her character will be completely broken. How can she become a classic image? Therefore, Zhao Yuyu decisively took over the plot. The death of Su Jing's parents gave her an opportunity to change. The creditors she met were not the kind of evil creditors, but the friends of her parents. After learning of what happened to Su Jing, she felt strong sympathy, and she didn't rush to collect the debt, so she could pay it back slowly. This kind of setting was originally a matter of the author's thoughts. I think the readers will be relieved for Su Jing when they see such a plot, and finally they will not continue to abuse, and Su Jing is in order to repay debt. The image of insisting on studying and working at the same time, must be more profound than her joining the male protagonist's harem and becoming one of the females. The person who introduced work to Su Jing naturally became her best friend Yang Qianqian. She would also take the initiative to come to Yang Qianqian's house once a week on weekends to help Yang Qianqian with housework and cleaning for free. Many readers might think that in the process, Su Jing will gradually like the male protagonist Yang Ming, but they made a big mistake this time. The male protagonist Yang Ming is actually not a man who will take the initiative to attack. He is unconsciously attacking female characters, and he is very emotionally slow and passive. Why does such a male lead attack Su Jing? The strong Su Jing does not need any sympathy or pity, she will use her own efforts to get out of the predicament. After the death of her parents, she, alone, the most important person in her heart, became her best friend Yang Qianqian. For Yang Qianqian's happiness, she can do anything. But she didn't think that it was a happy thing for Yang Qianqian to like her brother that way. On the contrary, it would make Yang Qianqian very painful. In fact, after the death of her parents, Su Jing has long been in a blackened state. She has a very strong desire to monopolize Yang Qianqian and regards it as the only reason for her to live in the world. She puts all her feelings on her mind. When it came to Yang Qianqian, she fell in love with Yang Qianqian deeply. This was actually a kind of twisted love. If it weren't for her miserable life, she would not have become like this. So, when she listened to Yang Qianqian's emotional confession again, she pressed her lips, lowered her head slightly, her eyes lost focus. Why do you always mention that Yang Ming? Where is he better? Such a brother who does not understand his sister's heart. www.readaloud.com. As expected, he should die. But I can't do it myself. If Cici finds out, she will definitely hate me. Actually, there is no need for me to do anything. Are there so many stupid women around him? Damn those women too. If it weren't for them, how could Cici be so troubled? Everything is Yang Ming's fault, it's the women's fault. As long as they don't exist, Cici should be happy, because with me, I will definitely make Cici happy. When Swiba becomes black, it can often cause huge damage. Su Jing or Zhao Yuyu's trouble has officially begun. Su Jing first took the initiative to get to know Yang Ming's childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong through Yang Qianqian. This is a very scheming girl. Although she is always full of vitality on the surface, with a bright smile, she likes to dominate the male lead. The male protagonist is his own thing, and he doesn't want to be taken away by anyone. Su Jing and Li Xiaotong met in private. The opening sentence made Li Xiaotong's smile diminish. You should have seen it. Yang Qianqian's feelings for her brother surpassed the feelings of brothers and sisters. Li Xiaotong snorted coldly, and said, so what? Amin will always treat her as a sister, even if they are not related by blood. What? You, Yang Qianqian's little follower, was she sent to provoke me? Su Jing remained expressionless, but stated faintly, I'm here to help you. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, Recommendation Ticket. Chapter 32, Not many people are ruthless. The blackened Sujing has a very strong aura. The expressionless and indifferent tone gives people the feeling that everything is under control. It's a pity that she doesn't wear glasses, or she says every time. After finishing the business, he held his glasses again and added a sentence of mortal wisdom, and then the glasses flashed coldly, and the temperament of a super-intelligent, medium, person, too, became more vivid. Of course, Sujing in front of Yang Qianqian looks different, even though his face is still expressionless, but in some details, it can be seen how much she cares about Yang Qianqian. She still doesn't say much, but in action, but like a most loyal and reliable maid, taking care of Yang Qianqian meticulously. Sujing wants Yang Qianqian to never leave her. She also wants to replace the male protagonist Yang Ming in Yang Qianqian's heart. At this time, Li Xiaotong was suppressed by the aura of Sujing, and subconsciously asked, "Help me? What are you doing for me?" Sujing said in an unwavering tone, "Of course it is to help you get Yang Ming forever, so that he will not be robbed by other women. Don't you want to monopolize Yang Ming? Whether you like him or not, you have long ago think of him as your thing, right?" Li Xiaotong endured his heartbeat and replied, "Yes, Amin and I are childhood sweethearts. They have been so gentle and considerate to me since childhood. He will do whatever I ask him to do. I can't tolerate him being snatched away by other women, even if it's him. My sister Yang Qianqian. But I want to know why you, as Yang Qianqian's follower, help me? I don't believe you. You don't need to believe me. With your cleverness, you should have long been able to see how passive Yang Ming is. If you want a man and a woman to have a deep bond, is the most direct method, so you don't want to become his first woman. You can talk casually, do you still need a face? I just help you analyze it rationally. Besides, if you don't even have the consciousness to push him back, why do you want to monopolize him? This. I don't believe you didn't see it. In fact, Yang Ming likes the eldest Lu Sha more in my heart. If you let it go, he might choose her in the end. A lot of nonsense. I am Amin's childhood sweetheart. How can that shameless Lu Sha be comparable to the relationship between me and Amin for more than 10 years? Li Xiaotong did not regard Lu Sha as the biggest threat. What she was most vigilant about was Yang Ming's sister Yang Qianqian, because the bond between Yang Qianqian and Yang Ming was deeper than the bond between her and Yang Ming. Stupid Sao, at least 90% of the childhood sweethearts in this world are not against the heavenly descendants. As a childhood sweetheart, you really regard this identity as a treasure. As everyone knows, this identity is destined to make you a tragedy. If you don't dispute, one day, you will be out. The indifferent and rational words of Sujing always seemed so convincing. At least at this moment, Li Xiaotong had a strong sense of crisis. She originally thought that as long as she dragged on, she would definitely be able to rely on her to be better than Yang Qianqian and Lu Sha. A lot of scheming captured Yang Ming's heart, but after being awakened by Sujing, she could no longer sit firmly on the Diao Yute. First of all, you can choose to kiss Yang Ming when you are alone at school. He will definitely not want to. You can teach him how to kiss, because girls like to kiss a man with a high level of skills. He will not disappoint his future girlfriend. Right? You are willing to add experience to him. He will definitely follow you halfway through half pushing. Don't worry about anyone disturbing the two of you. I will help you eliminate all unexpected factors. As long as this step is successful, then it is half the battle. A man is an animal thinking about his lower body. As long as he is obsessed with your lips, he will inevitably ask for more. In this way, he will be completely fascinated by you. And the final battle place is Yang Ming's house. I will still hold Yang Qianqian, let you get what you want. In short, believe it or not, I can do what I say. It depends on whether you have that kind of consciousness. From the beginning to the end, the tone of Su Jing seemed calm, without any ups and downs. After she finished speaking, she left while studying. That's right, Su Jing still carried the study books when she was in trouble. Li Xiaotong's eyes flickered, and finally made a decision. However, Su Jing, who was in a darkened state of trouble, did not stop her actions. She had already listed the women who had the deepest feelings for Yang Ming, contacted them one by one, used different rhetoric, and told them that she thought if you want to compete for Yang Ming, even if you don't want to leave, having with him is a shortcut. She also made a meticulous plan to help the male lead Yang Ming plan the time, so that the rain and dew can be covered in the initial stage, which fully demonstrates her horror as a black chemical tyrant. Among them, the Lu Sha eldest is the most funny. Lu Sha wanted to know how to overcome all kinds of unfrank behaviors when getting along with Yang Ming. She obviously liked Yang Ming to death, but she liked to insult Yang Ming. He still slaps him in the hand, but Yang Ming is happy, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com doesn't know if he is trembling in his bones. Su Jing of course told Lu Sha very calmly and rationally that to overcome unfrank behavior, it is very simple, that is seeing is the panacea, muffled seeing is the best, and seeing is the best. The more postures, the more outspoken. Ms. Lu Sha thought with her 250 IQ and found it very reasonable, but she still couldn't decisively push back. Su Jing said that there was no problem, and she would prepare computer accessories for the two of them. When the time comes, the two of them are eager to see each other, and they can't do it without sex. Society, my sister Su, there are not many people who are ruthless. Everything is going according to the script of Su Jing. She feels that Yang Ming, the protagonist of the original Impotence, should be grateful to her, because she cured his impotence and Yang Ming will become the owner of the world. The most enjoyable of the harem heroes, vented all the grievances of the Impotence harem heroes, but his ending will inevitably be tragic, and there is a motto that will be passed down forever in the house world. You laughed at brother Ming died early, and Ming laughed at you less day. Su Jing or Zhao Yuyu also helped the creator So Li, because the book cartoonist So Li always restrained his great power, and only painted some ambiguous pictures, without any real guns and ammunition, but since then after that, pure love will become a work full of scenes. Of course, there is a holy light, and there is still no need to worry about the dew point. As long as there is no dew point, it can be listed as a normal work. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, happy holidays everyone. Chapter 33, Escape the Solar System. In the real world, even if Su Jing is the kind of super schoolmaster with meticulous thinking and first-rate planning ability, accidental omissions will definitely occur when doing things. After all kinds of accidents in reality are too great. But in the comics world, accidents don't exist. In other words, even if there is an accident, it is just the creator's arrangement. Now that Zhao Yuyu has taken over the plot, everything will be perfectly planned according to Su Jing. The script goes on. After all, the author also has to follow the will of Su Jing. So Li can no longer change the direction of the plot. This is the price of the character Su Jing who made pure love become popular. The most frightening thing is that So Li himself did not feel that there was something wrong with the plot she drew. Instead, she thought that her recent creative state was really great. Not only did her painting skills reach her peak, but even the plot has also completely gone out of the clichés, making people completely unable to guess its follow-up plot. Presumably all her readers, when watching her pure love, will be in a state of awkwardness. What about the good herbivorous male protagonist? What about the harmonious harem? What about a good reunion? How did the herbivorous male protagonist become a bulldozer and knock down all the female characters who have a good impression of him except his sister? How come the originally harmonious harem has been torn to such an extent that some female characters with weak personality have left the male lead sadly? All kinds of entangled and abused minds have caused the stockholders of each role to go bankrupt. Why did it become like this? Why are you so proficient? Obviously it's me first. As for the happy ending, ha 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 ha. Of course, Pure Love has not reached the finale, and during this period, Su Jing did not like the male protagonist as most readers originally guessed, but instead put all of her love on Yang Qianqian. Even has the lily cute attribute, which is beyond many people's expectations, but readers have said that this development is very good, it does not fall into the stereotypes at all, and still maintains the independence of Su Jing. She told Yang Qianqian the meticulous care has attracted many female readers into the pit. They all said that it would be good if they had such a girlfriend, and Su Jing Goddess Lily, they are 200% willing. Many people in the comics industry are sighing with emotion. This cartoonist named So Lee is afraid that he will use his debut novel to become a god. He can even tinker with Su Jing in the later stage of the comics. The highly popular female character, even with this female character, attracted so many female readers into the pit, so that Pure Love suddenly became the most popular harem comic by female readers. This teacher So Lee is really in the next great chess. The animation of Pure Love has also been officially decided, but this has made So Lee more and more trapped in a state of devil. She only feels that she is going to be super god. She has always maintained this state, in fact, it is Su Jing who has been blackened. Leading, creation goes on. The plot continued. Yang Ming, who was gentle and passive, was tempted into the water by his childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong. They went from kissing to stroking each other, and then Li Xiaotong took the initiative to vent Yang Ming with his hands and mouth. Yang Ming, who had tasted the pleasure of desire, thoroughly I unlocked my seal and acted in accordance with my desires. When getting along with other female characters, he is no longer a grass-eating man, but can't help but move his hands, and those female characters are too late to be happy. How could you reject Yang Ming? They all felt that Yang Ming must have been enlightened and finally made a choice. How did they know that at the beginning, Yang Ming maintained the status of Lu Ziawei for all female characters, but now as long as the girl does not refuse, he will ask for more. Many, because it's so comfortable and enjoyable, is this a scumbag? Obviously, it is true to face one's desires. In this process, So Lee, who is a cartoonist, also poured all her talents in drawing books into the work Pure Love, which made Pure Love become an obvious point. It seems that the scene organ is never described in the novel, but it is so sultry that the male readers are hard-faced and the female readers are blushing, but they are becoming more and more addicted to it. There is no way, it is so emotional. It can be said that you may not believe that the meet show between Yang Ming and the girls is not the most emotional. The most emotional scene is still in the role of Su Jing. On this day, Yang Ming finally couldn't help bringing his childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong home, and found out that his younger sister Yang Qianqian was not at home. She seemed to be going out with her best friend Su Jing. He couldn't help feeling that God helped me, so he couldn't wait to start real. When Li Xiaotong was overthrown, they couldn't help but do it in the living room. This is definitely Yang Qianqian's most painful day. Originally, Su Jing suddenly proposed to eat snacks, so she excitedly took Su Jing out to buy snacks and bought a lot. In Yang Qianqian's view, her best friend Su Jing finally got the hang of it, knowing to enjoy life, and no longer like a robot that only knows to learn. But when she and Su Jing came back and opened their door, she saw a scene that made her whole body collapse. Her favorite brother, the elder, will always take care of her sister very much, and she can be regarded as a child since she was a child. Li Xiaotong, a big childhood sweetheart, presses on the coffee table and slams hard from behind. He also slaps the other party's white buttocks, while the other party's chest is squeezed on the transparent coffee table. The dog and man are in a state of bliss. Did not notice that the door had been opened. If this hot scene appears in the animation, the color of the barrage will naturally turn green. www.readaloud.com. The scene was very embarrassing for a time. Yang Jianqian, who loved her brother deeply, had no courage to step into the house and denounced it. The older brother and sister, who were having with each other, wept bitterly and ran out. Su Jing of course also chased it out. Perhaps she was happy in her heart. In this way, Yang Jianqian would be completely disappointed in Yang Ming, right? But how is this possible? Of course he chose to forgive him. But this night, Yang Jianqian didn't want to go home anymore. She and Su Jing went to a love hotel because the money they had was only enough to live in the love hotel, and of course there was only one bed in the hotel room. When the two of them took a shower and slept on a bed, Su Jing, who had been very calm and expressionless, turned red and his heart beat faster. The contrast was so cute. Yang Jianqian turned her side, her eyes red, looking at Su Jing, and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Jing, what kind of person do you like? I want to know, tell me." Su Jing just looked at Yang Qunqin's lips, and countless pictures of her and Yang Qunqin's relationship flashed in her mind. She blushed, stroked Yang Qunqin's side face, and kissed her. When Soli was drawing this piece of beautiful to the extreme, a Japanese song called Parallel Lines was playing in the manga studio. Parallel lines. Escape from the solar system together and meet again on parallel lines. Like the shadow that I and you pull apart in the sunset. Parallel lines. Ah, parallel lines. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 34, Can't Control My Brush. Before Su Jing kissed Yang Jianqian, the comics gave Yang Jianqian a seductive close-up of her lips. When Soli painted this seductive lips, the whole person was panting and was completely excited, as if she was already entering the world of comics. I watched the first intimate contact between Su Jing and Yang Jianqian up close. In the same way, Su Jing's dark and deep eyes, of course, also had a close-up. She stared at Yang Jianqian affectionately, and then when Yang Jianqian asked who she liked, she didn't speak, just kissed it, and her tongue went in naturally. Yang Qunqin's lips were entangled with each other. After only a short period of time, Su Jing and Yang Jianqian split their lips, and then she rolled over and pressed on Yang Qunqin's soft body, with her hands on Yang Qunqin's shoulders, supporting her upper body, in a posture similar to Waldong, looking at Yang Jianqian with a bewildered face under her. At this time, the room was filled with bright moonlight, and the background was so beautiful that the breath of Su Jing was rapid. In this quiet night, it was clearly audible. If Soli is the most provocative and most stimulating the reader's senses when depicting the scene between the male protagonist and the women, then the lily scene between Su Jing and Yang Jianqian is extremely beautiful, like art is average, so that all readers can feel a pleasing, visual effect that is so good that it is explosive. Su Jing was flushed at this time, and she was no longer like the 3-no girl who was speechless and expressionless. There was no room for anyone in her world, except Yang Jianqian. In the comics, the dark and deep eyes of Su Jing were still taken close ups. Yang Qunqin's beautiful cheeks occupied the eyes of Su Jing, and Yang Jianqian asked in confusion, "Little, Xiao Jing, are you nervous?" Su Jing responded like this. "Yes, of course I will be nervous." "Why?" "Because I am a girl." Yang Jianqian covered her blushing cheeks, and replied, "Because Xiao Jing, it's a friend." When Su Jing heard such words, a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes, and then she was replaced by determination. She decisively took away Yang Qunqin's hand covering her cheek, bent down, and kissed it again. This time when she split her lips, she opened a piece of silver wire, and she said, "You and I do this kind of thing, but you still can't forget your brother, right?" Yang Qunqi heard the words brother, tears filled her eyes. In any case, the person she loves most is her brother. This is the setting in the pure love comics. Yang Jianqian is the girl who loves Yang Ming the most in the comics, and the comics world is different from reality. People in reality will easily change themselves, give up the people they love deeply, and choose more realistic objects, but the characters in the comics world will always follow the setting. Su Jing looked at Yang Qianqian, who was about to cry. She thought very sadly in her heart, Cici, she is about to cry, and I will cry. I still can't look at Cici so sad. Su Jing has been expressionless face, showing a melancholy and lonely look. She said, just say it reluctantly, okay? No. Why? Because I like Xiao Jing. Yang Jianqian said softly. Su Jing's face became expressionless again, her eyes deepened, because she knew that Yang Qianqian's liking for her was only limited to friends' likes. She was special in Yang Qianqian's heart, and Yang Jianqian did not want to lose her, so can't refuse. If you really can't get your heart, then at least you have to leave me your temperature, Su Jing thought with anguish in her heart. Make up for me well, it's okay. Su Jing said in Yang Qianqian's ear, and then put her earlobe in her mouth. When Su Jing did indescribable things to Yang Jianqian still thought of her brother. In any case, she could not put the love for her brother in her heart. Cici, tell me what you want, say it yourself. No. Otherwise, forget it. If you don't want to say it, then really forget it. Don't. You can't resist the pleasure. No, there is no such thing. It is Xiao Jing touching like this that makes me feel very comfortable, so. Well, that's because I like Cici. I'm touching the person I like, so you can feel it, so you feel comfortable. That's liking. Su Jing temporarily stopped the indescribable movement, but gently hugged Yang Jianqian tightly in her arms and buried her head on her chest, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in her life. Just like Yang Jianqian likes her brother anyway, even if the brother becomes a scum, she will like it, but she firmly believes that her brother was only seduced by the scum woman for a while. She is the perfect sister who always trusts her brother. And Su Jing can't give up Yang Jianqian anyway, even if Yang Jianqian just temporarily uses her as a substitute for her brother. One day, Yang Jianqian will choose to leave Su Jing. The warmth that a person can give is limited. I don't understand this truth. However, I was satisfied in Xiao Jing, and finally came to a cold place, alone. Yang Jianqian thought so. In reality, she is naked and entangled with Su Jing. The pictures in the comics show a pinnacle of beauty. After all, both of them are super beautiful girls. But in her conscious world, she only felt as if she was alone holding an umbrella, walking on an empty street with cold rain in the sky. She seemed to hear someone whispering in her ear, "Hey, you and Xiao Jing is not a friend, it's all on your own. You should have noticed that for the first time today, you took advantage of other people's goodwill. Just like the woman who robbed her brother, she was a scumbag. Congratulations. He. Why do you like people like me so much? Xiao Jing, I don't understand, please forgive me, I really can't understand. Cici, it's okay, I don't want you to understand, you don't need to understand, I can give everything for you. It doesn't matter, but you reading www.yunsha.com can't stop myself, just love your gentleness instead of my brother's gentleness in memory. I really am a scumbag. Do you feel sorry for me? A sad smile flashed across the deep eyes of Su Jing. Yang Jianqian said lightly, "Hey. It's a lie to you, I don't ask for more." Su Jing held her in her arms again. The creator Solely always has feelings when he draws the lily plots of Su Jing and Yang Jianqian. The whole body is hot and dry. She feels that if there are really girls like Su Jing in reality, no matter what, she will. It is necessary to cherish it, not like Yang Jianqian in the comics, just taking Su Jing as a substitute for her brother for the time being. Wait, if you continue to paint like this, how can pure love have a happy ending? Solely looked at her beloved masterpiece with infinite contentment, but the whole person was like eating shit. Well, since she has eaten shit, please all readers, try it too, and bear with her. The pursuit of art. It's this time, How can she take care of readers' emotions? She can no longer control her brushes. Anyway, she will continue to paint like this, for the Sujing she has fallen in love with. Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. The 515 event will be over soon, because tomorrow is June 1st, I can celebrate Children's Day. Everyone who has a treasure ball can become my fans and get the title of the so-called Yiren. Search in 515 great gods. Drunk lying and laughing Yiren is fine. There is no such shop after passing this village. Chapter 35, Get Up, is just like playing a game. When creators create, there will be a top situation. The drawn things will either become handed down classics or completely ruin the work. In this case, it is natural to have a responsible editor on the side to supervise it. However, Wei Suo, Soli's editor in charge, did not interfere with Soli's plot. On the contrary, he praised Soli's meat drama. He also supported the plot she drew. He thought that the hero had changed from a herbivore to a bulldozer. All the harem comics have been subverted. As for the beautiful lily plot between Yang Jianqian and Su Jing, he believes that this is the biggest highlight in the entire comic. It not only enriches the content of the meat show, but also reaches a level of art, which makes people very worried, and at the same time, the character Su Jing is greatly plumped. On the surface, she seems to have Yang Jianqian. In fact, she is still tragic and pitiful in love, because Yang Qianqian's favorite is her brother. In any case, it depends on the current plot development. Maybe the ending will be very difficult, but Wei Suo doesn't care about this kind of thing. He only knows that with Su Jing's blackening, the hero Yang Ming's scumming, the fun level of pure love has not only increased by a little bit, but it has also ushered in a super explosion in popularity. In the reader's questionnaire feedback, pure love has become the well-deserved popularity of Wind Comics. At the same time, pure love is on the Starting Point Comics website, and its click list, recommendation list, and monthly ticket list are also rising. There is a tendency to slay God to prove Taoism, attracting more readers into the pit, and many readers are anxiously waiting for the update of the comics. Such a grand occasion once again shocked the eyes of countless people in the industry. No way, the early stage of pure love is just a series of harem comics, and even its selling point is works that sell meat. It should not be on the stage, but who would have thought that it would be because of the character Su Jing has made the following plot more and more interesting, and even broke free of the original shackles, making this work more and more magical? In fact, there are similar examples in online novels, that is, Buddha is the Tao, which is dreaming of magic. In the early stage, it is a second-rate routine comprehension novel. In addition to killing and decisively, the protagonist is also in the plot and characters. There is not much highlight in the shaping of the novel. If this kind of novel is written according to the normal situation, it will only become an ordinary little white essay, and over time, it will be replaced by other similar little white essays. But who could have imagined that when the protagonist of this book entered the realm of the immortal world, its pattern and plot suddenly became magical, and its popularity became higher and higher, and finally reached the Buddhist book? There is no book in the world to the extent that it has created a torrent of water. Let the dream enter into the gods and the book of gods. Maybe there is an unknown secret behind this. Don't forget that there is also a very regrettable character in Buddha is the Way, that is, the dragon girl Aoluan, who has always been the protagonist Zhou Qing role, but in the end she was still watching Zhou Qing's eyes. Hung Jian died and was on the list of gods. The last sentence in the full text is, Zhou Qing knew that she would never see the heroic girl with the handheld sword again. Even if you can see it, it will be 5.6 billion years from now. However, although the ending of the dragon girl Aoluan is very regrettable, it must be admitted that she may be the most impressive female character in this super popular online novel that created a torrent of water, because she is the only one. People are so tragedy. As long as you mention Buddha is the Way, you will inevitably think of such an embarrassing female character, and obviously this is not a super popular work that wins by character shaping, it relies on super gods, settings and grand layout. And just like Buddha is the way cannot lack the foreshadowing and foreshadowing before entering the immortal realm, pure love cannot lack the general harem comic routine in the front, otherwise the story behind it will unfold. Reflecting such a subversiveness? It is precisely because the male protagonist Yang Ming was portrayed too standardly in the early stage of pure love, which is simply a portrayal of all the male protagonists of the harem comics. Now he follows his own desires and restores the nature of men's lower body thinking. Readers naturally see it. I'm so addicted. When I read other harem manga heroes, I'll feel that it's too fake, I don't feel it at all. How can there be real guns and live ammunition? In a sense, the later plot of pure love unfolds, making other routines of the harem comics quite embarrassing. It is simply smashing other people's jobs naked. But who made other harem comics? There is no such character as Su Jing. Because the popularity of pure love is increasing, all magazines and websites that are in line with sales will of course not interfere with Soleil's creation. Anyway, there is nothing discordant about it. As long as there is no dew point, it is a normal trend. Comic works. Under such a situation, no one can stop Soleil's creation after top. Reader? What kind of stuff is that www.readaloud.com? I am your father. Just wait for the update. What do you want to say to your author's father? Dream, have the ability to change my plot in the dream. That's right, Soleil has already swelled to this level. She is like the male protagonist in her comics who follows her own desires. She also follows her own feelings completely. As for the promises she had made before, she has completely forgotten them. I just think this is a meaningless bondage. She is a super cartoonist who wants to create classic masterpieces. But in order to get more readers into the pit, she kept brainwashing readers in the fan group and Weibo. Don't worry, everyone. The ending of this work of mine is definitely a delightful one. It's actually not much different from the happy ending. Will a super cartoonist like me cheat readers' sons? I am your father. There have always been only sons who cheat their fathers, but there is no father who cheats their sons. Not only that, after she became famous for pure love, she appeared on many shows and finally revealed her identity as a cartoonist. On the show, she naturally patted her and promised that her ending would be all satisfied. These various factors have made the popularity of pure love soar to the point that ordinary cartoonists can't imagine. In such a situation, Soleil finally created the most critical ending part of the entire comic. The fact that the scum of the male protagonist was finally exposed, he was about to overturn. 2 more seeking collection, rewards, recommended votes, recommended votes, recommended votes. Everyone must vote for recommended votes. If you don't vote, it's a waste. Just vote. Chapter 36, Remaining Man. In fact, Zhao Yuya had already received information from the door of the dimension. Through the possession of Su Jing, she gained enough power to leave the world of pure love during the fire of pure love. But how could she leave like this? If you leave like this, if Soleil, who has been stunned and upper, suddenly becomes normal and does not regard herself as the reader's father, and starts to kneel and lick the reader again, then maybe she finally draws it. In the end, the male protagonist Yang Ming, through the protagonist's halo, directly incorporated Yang Qianqian and Su Jing, the loving lily, into the harem, and let Su Jing be the lord of the harem and manage the harem for him. The many male readers, I would love to hear about it. After all, it's also a good point for the male lead to double the lily girl. But if this happens, the character Su Jing will still be forgotten. She must make Su Jing a classic character that all readers will remember. So, in any case, Zhao Yuya has to go on, even if she already knows, Soleil, the creator is still a beautiful cartoonist, and the information on QQ is actually fake. However, Zhao Yuya has no way to pity and cherish Yu Yu. Speaking of which, after seeing Soli's various publicity on fan groups and Weibo, she can draw a happy ending. She also admires Soli very much, and thinks this guy is really old. Lao Su always said that Magic Girl Madoka Magica is a healing animation. As a result, the senior sister Bama May turned around in 3 words. The final ending is even more so that people can't help but shoot the case. Lao Su's healing people's heart was swearing, and the word healing people's heart was simply broken by Lao Su's play. Zhao Yuyu thinks she should help Soli make a happy ending, so what kind of ending is so happy? Of course, it cannot be a happy ending for everyone. The scummed male protagonist Yang Ming must be sacked. And the blackened Sujing is also destined to not get a happy ending, because in fact she is the source of all evil of the scummed male protagonist. She is for her own selfish desires. Indirectly killed so many girls, even if she is indeed the most tragic character in the entire comic. What about it? If you are miserable, there is a reason to do something. After the blackening, Sujing is no longer the beautiful girl who was simply obsessed with studying at the time. She is still obsessed with Lily. If it were not for her sick love for Yang Qianqian, she would not have made things like that. In the same way, Yang Qianqian, a very kind sister role at first glance, is actually not a good person. She obviously doesn't really like Sujing, but she always gives Sujing a little hope if she completely rejects Sujing from the beginning. Maybe Sujing would not use that extreme method to get her. Anyway, no one is innocent. Even those female characters who are overthrown by the male protagonist cannot be said to have no responsibility at all. After all, the male protagonist is not the kind of strong man, even if the male protagonist turns into a bulldozer, as long as those girls refuse to refuse. The male protagonist is unlikely to succeed, but it is a pity that they are all half pushing and half pushing, which is all self-blame. It's time for snowflakes to fly again, whether in reality or in the comic book Pure Love. Yang Ming and Miss Lu Shat are holding hands, walking in the night commercial street. The snowflakes in the sky are slowly falling, creating a very romantic atmosphere. Serena's increasingly exquisite painting skills also make this scene. The background in China is impeccably beautiful. It's really cold. Yang Ming let go of Lu Sha's hand and breathed into his mouth to warm up. Through various with Yang Ming, all the postures were unlocked, so Lu Sha, who had overcome her arrogance, took Yang Ming's hand calmly and gently, and put his hand on her chest to help. He warmed up, and the flat-chested eldest Miss Lu Sha, under Yang Ming's continuous development, her increased a lot. The two looked at each other affectionately, like a pair of incomparably well-matched bi people. The scene where the girl warms the boy with her on the street is so warm and touching. It also inadvertently caused 100,000 critical damage to a passing single dog. The scene turned. Yang Ming's childhood sweetheart and the first woman, Li Xiaotong, were alone at home, facing a table of sumptuous dishes, with a gloomy expression. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the close photo of herself and Yang Ming on the screen. Muttering Yang Ming's name lightly, he placed one hand on his abdomen, stroked it slowly, and then dialed Yang Ming's mobile phone. "I didn't say it, I can't go back right away." Yang Ming responded impatiently. He was dining with Lu Sha in a high-end French restaurant, but at this time he could only go outside and call Li Xiaotong back and forth. "Why, I have already cooked dinner for you. It is very hearty. If you don't come back, it will be heated again by then," Li Xiaotong said irritably. "So, leave me alone, eat yourself first," Yang Ming also said anxiously. "He is dating Miss Lu Sha sweetly. Ammon, you don't understand the meaning of this dinner at all." Li Xiaotong said this, and then covered her abdomen. "I worked hard to eat with you. This, hey! You don't want to eat the food I cook so much?" "Of course not. Yu reading www.yuukavanshu.com. Why is that? Why don't you want to come back? Didn't I tell you, there are some things that are not convenient to leave?" "Liar. Hey! Ammon, who are you with now?" "I haven't been with anyone." Looking at the tone of your speech, are you going to cheat again? I also end up with the girls who were thrown away by you before? We are all living together. No, I really can't get away here. So I told you to explain to me. This, Look, hesitate, please be a little conscious, but you have to continue to worry about it. You have known it a long time ago, my stomach broke your child. Obviously I haven't told SA about this. Yang Ming whispered to himself, but Li Xiaotong heard it. Wait, why are you mentioning that guy's name now? Amin? Could it be, are you with Lu Shan now? Amin. Why are you pregnant with a baby? Why do you want to say it in front of everyone? I suddenly told me that I broke the baby, and I don't know what to do. Okay, I don't want to hear it anymore, just go back to yourself. Don't count on me when you think you're pregnant, take it for granted that it's my girlfriend. You are just my childhood sweetheart. Yang Ming yelled at the phone and hung up without mercy. Li Xiaotong's original gloomy expression has become more gloomy, his eyes dimmed, and he clutched his abdomen, so angry that he directly overturned the table full of rich dishes she cooked for Yang Ming. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 37, Sad Shore. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming grabbed his hair in distress, and then saw a WeChat message on the phone with the line "I will go back today," and Lu Sha, who had already appeared next to him, silently stared at him. However, Yang Ming still brought Lu Sha back to his home. In fact, this house was no longer the house where he and his sister lived. After he chose to live with Li Xiaotong, he naturally separated from his sister, and Yang Qianqian was of course with him. Su Jing lives together. Before the finale, So Li portrayed the lily love between Yang Qianqian and Su Jing quite beautifully and warmly, giving many readers an illusion even if the male protagonist Yang Ming overturned the car, it would be nothing, as long as Yang Qianqian and it is enough for Su Jing to stay together forever. Many female readers enter the pit not to see the scumbag, but to watch the beautiful and pure lily plot. After Yang Ming returned home, of course he found the mess in the kitchen all over the floor. With a look of disgust on his face, he had no choice but to deal with it all. When he had just cleaned up and suddenly heard the doorbell, he walked out of the kitchen hurriedly, but heard a clear slap in the face. Li Xiaotong, who had a very keen sixth sense, returned to Yang Ming's home. When she watched when Lu Sha opened the door, she became angry and gave Lu Sha a slap in the face. When Li Xiaotong noticed Yang Ming's appearance, she asked with a black face and loudly, "Why is this shameless vixen here?" Yang Ming couldn't help but panic and said, "Xiaotong, why are you? Why are you with her?" Li Xiaotong pointed at Lu Sha and said angrily to Yang Ming, This is... Yang Ming hesitated. "Lu Sha, you go, don't pester Amin anymore." Li Xiaotong almost pushed Lu Sha out of the door without saying a word. "Don't do this, Xiaotong." Yang Ming quickly pushed Li Xiaotong away and protected Lu Sha. "What's wrong with what I did? What is your relationship with her? I'm already pregnant with your child, do you want to get rid of me like this? Amin, you don't like Lu Sha anymore, don't you? This. You didn't take the initiative to call her, right? She did something? It must be like this, right? Sa, she didn't do anything. Nonsense. It was Lu Sha that you wanted Amin to bring you back." Li Xiaotong asked Lu Sha instead, "Get out of here." "Get out." Lu Sha, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, "Isn't you Li Xiaotong who seduced Brother Ming? You did that to steal Brother Ming from me, right?" "No. Ming and I are in love, our feelings are connected, we have been together since we were young." Li Xiaotong said loudly. "It's just your wishful thinking. Shut up, stop talking nonsense." I am not like you, but I am very forgiving, because I think men have several women, and it's not a big deal. My dad has several lovers. I will think about it for Ming brother. Miss Lu Sha speaking infinitely softly, he hugged Yang Ming's arm, leaned against his chest, and stared at Yang Ming affectionately. Yang Ming was deeply moved by Lu Sha. He couldn't help but remember that Lu Sha was so arrogant, savage, and willing to beat and scold him, but now he has changed to such a degree for him. What is this not true love? So the two of them looked at each other, their cheeks slowly approached, and they kissed in front of Li Xiaotong. It was not a normal kiss, but it was still ecstatic. Li Xiaotong looked at the unscrupulous dog men and women in front of him with a face of collapse, but didn't know that Yang Qianqian had the same feeling when she saw her having with her brother selflessly. Hey, the barrage seems to have automatically turned green again. This time, it was Li Xiaotong who left Yang Ming's house like a defeated dog. She kept muttering to herself, why did it become like this? When he did it with me, he said yes, as long as there is me. That's enough. Obviously it was me first, whether kissing or making love, obviously I was the first one, but why did it become like this? Li Xiaotong kept reminiscing about the little by little she was with Yang Ming, and finally the expressionless face of Su Jing appeared in her mind. This night, Li Xiaotong almost had insomnia. She was woken up by the vibration of the mobile phone. It turned out that a WeChat came. When she saw that the person was Yang Ming, she seemed to have grasped the last straw. She opened the WeChat expectantly. I found out that it was like this. SASA said that he would introduce a familiar hospital to you. It is said that if you get rid of it earlier, the burden on your body will be less. Li Xiaotong looked at this WeChat in disbelief. She was clutching her abdomen, the whole figure seemed completely broken. Yang Ming continued to go to school like an okay person. The whole figure seemed to have solved a huge trouble. He just walked into the classroom, but received a WeChat from Li Xiaotong. I have something to say to you, go to your house well, just the two of us. Yang Ming finally showed a relieved smile. In his opinion, Li Xiaotong is of course willing to abort. He happily told Lu Sha about this matter, and also said that from now on he will be with his favorite SASA. With the young lady, in his eyes, there will always be only salsa. The two continued to kiss in disbelief. Not far from the corner of no one, Yang Qianqian looked sadly at her elder brother who was kissing, then hugged Su Jing next to him, and kissed him bitterly. Su Jing naturally responded warmly, and she was willing to be Yang Ming's substitute, because everything is in her script. As long as Yang Ming dies, Yang Qianqian will always belong to her, right? Until the evening, Yang Ming and Li Xiaotong met at his home. He sat there and asked expectantly, how to say? Has it been decided? You have to rest assured with Sasha. Li Xiaotong lowered his head slightly, his eyes were extremely deep, and he was silent for a long time, but it made Yang Ming a little restless. He broke the silence and said, I'm going to make tea for you. I'll go. Li Xiaotong said in a low voice, and walked towards the kitchen on his own. Yang Ming couldn't help but frowned and sighed helplessly. He felt that Li Xiaotong seemed to be reluctant to have an abortion, which made him a headache, thinking about how to use his gentle and kindness to move her and get her to abort. Standing in the kitchen, Li Xiaotong suddenly saw the garbage bag of food she cooked for Yang Ming. She pursed her mouth, her eyes getting deeper and deeper. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Yang Ming, I'm sorry. Farewell. Just when Yang Ming looked at his mobile phone inexplicably, Yu read www.yuganchu. Li Xiaotong, who was holding a kitchen knife, appeared behind him and stabbed in fiercely. Yang Ming fell to the ground on her stomach. Li Xiaotong held a knife in both hands and poked down fiercely. Every time she stabbed, she remembered a beautiful picture of her once with Yang Ming. She said loudly, it's too much. Don't you want to live a happy life with Lu Sha alone? Flesh and blood fly. Blood splattered. Very happy. Yang Ming's face was distorted with pain. He stared at Li Xiaotong with wide eyes, never expected that the other party would do this. Li Xiaotong stabbed dozens of times, until Yang Ming died thoroughly, lying in a pool of blood. In reality, So Li also has a frenzied smile on his face, panting with excitement, and the paintbrush frantically outlines the manuscript paper. At this time, in her comics studio, there is a song titled Sad. The Japanese song of The Other Shore is a very niche song. It is said that it was originally going to be an episode of a certain game, but in the end this game died in the middle, because the company executives arbitrarily believed that this game would definitely be made. Lose money, but also be scolded to death by players. The sad side. Go to the other side of sorrow, and arrive in thousands of times. I am no longer important, and the dark clouds are tomorrow. In the silent darkness, the dream of landing is dancing. 2 more. This lowly is going to ask for a gift for Children's Day on Children's Day. This is a 2500 character chapter, asking for collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 38, Happy Ending. The plot of Pure Love certainly did not end because the male protagonist Yang Ming was hacked to death by his childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong, and then there was a twist that many readers could hardly guess. The first person who discovered that the male lead was hacked to death was the eldest Miss Lu Xia. Originally, she should be regarded as the winner of this Shura battle between the women, or the winner of this stage. Maybe when Yang Ming will also change his heart, abandoning Lu Xia just like abandoning Li Xiaotong. After all, Yang Ming had a very good relationship with Li Xiaotong at the beginning. He said to her personally that as long as she was there, it was enough, but what was the result? Still never regarded her as his girlfriend, only as a childhood sweetheart. After Li Xiaotong killed Yang Ming, she hid in her room, holding her legs in both hands, still in a state of psychological breakdown, until she received another WeChat message from Yang Ming's mobile phone, saying it was the nearby Hungmei Park waited for her. Li Xiaotong understood almost instantly that this was sent to her by Miss Lu Xia. She did not have any fear. She went to the appointment directly according to the shared geographic location, with one hand in her coat. It was night and the moonlight was bright. When she reached the destination, she saw a travel bag on the bench in the park. When she walked to the bench, Lu Xia's indifferent voice came from her ear, "Hospital, have you been there? The doctors there are very good." Lu Xia's eyes are hidden under her bangs, her head is slightly lowered, and her whole body exudes an unspeakable horror. "I didn't go." Li Xiaotong responded calmly. "Why?" "I don't want to go to the hospital you introduced." Li Xiaotong's voice became higher. "It's a lie. I want Brother Ming to change his mind, so I lied to him that he was pregnant with his child. It's not like this." "What's wrong?" "I am really pregnant." "Then you should go to the hospital for a good check." "Actually, you don't deserve to be pregnant with his child, because Ming's girlfriend should be me." "What?" "This is the truth, I am the girlfriend," he admitted. I want to be a Ming's girlfriend too." "Obviously it's just this kind of wish." "Obviously, I have been forcing myself to satisfy Amin's thoughts." "Why did it become like this in the end?" "Why?" Li Xiaotong cried bitterly. "Brother Ming is actually here, why don't you ask him how?" Lu Xia's dark and deep eyes looked at the travel bag on the bench. Li Xiaotong walked over, unzipped the zipper of the travel bag, and saw what was inside. It turned out to be Yang Ming's head. I am afraid that all readers in reality cannot imagine that a good harem manga that develops to the end is so terrifying. What makes readers gritted their teeth is that So Li deliberately used his exquisite drawing skills to paint well. A glance at Yang Ming's head satisfies her distorted psychology and successfully scared readers who were caught off guard. And Li Xiaotong in the comics also covered her mouth, her body trembled, and she couldn't help but vomit. "What you said before, let's check if it is true or not." Lu Sha took out the hatchet that had cut off Yang Ming's head, and it was still stained with blood. But quite good, after all, versatile, IQ as high as 250. Lu Sha rushed forward, and at the same time, Li Xiaotong, who had been putting one hand in his coat, also immediately took out the sharp kitchen knife that stabbed Yang Ming to death. Obviously he was already prepared. However, Li Xiaotong was still a step slower after all. Her hand holding the kitchen knife was directly controlled by Lu Sha, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Lu Sha's expression became extremely horrible and distorted, where there was still the original innocent, lovely and moving appearance, the dark and deep eyes became even darker. She picked up the hatchet, and the moonlight was on her sharp knife. A dazzling light was reflected on his body. At this moment, So Li drew a battle scene, which was comparable to the top-notch manga. Lu Sha's hatchet slashed Li Xiaotong's abdomen, and blood spewed out frantically. It was more and violent than the scene where Li Xiaotong stabbed Yang Ming to death. It turned out to be a campus harem comic, or a comic work that the author claims to be relaxed, happy, warm and healing. Under the moonlight, Li Xiaotong's expression became extremely curious. When she turned her eyes upward, she fell down. Lu Sha looked at Li Xiaotong in a pool of blood indifferently. Belly, finally seeing that the inside of the other party's stomach was empty, she faintly said to herself, "Sure enough, it's really a lie, there are no children in it." At this moment, Yang Qianqian suddenly appeared. She picked up her travel bag and ran away frantically. Lu Sha's expression suddenly became more terrifying and distorted. She said angrily, "Don't take my Ming brother away." When she said this, she picked up her hatchet and continued to rush up, trying to kill Yang Qianqian who had robbed her Ming brother, but someone stood in front of her. It was Su Jing. "Stop it!" Su Jing said blankly. "Go away. The police are here." "How is it possible? I have calculated the time for you to complete all this, and also calculated the time for the police to arrive after calling the police, so I can't go wrong." As soon as the voice of Su Jing fell, the police siren sounded on time. Lu Sha was shot dead on the spot while resisting arrest and even trying to hack the police. On the endless sea, the setting sun occupies the entire sea surface. The scenery is so beautiful. On a good ship, Yang Qianqian hugged the head of her brother she still loved, lying on her side. www.readaloud.com. The glow of the setting sun spread all over the ship, making the whole picture so warm and healing, whereas there a little bit of blood and horror. Yang Qianqian looked calm, with a contented smile on her face, completely different from the barely wry smile she and Su Jing together. She muttered to herself, "It's great. Finally there are only two of us, brother." She is really happy, no one can take her brother away anymore, and she doesn't need a substitute. The good ship sailed towards the sunset. The scene turned around. On the beach, Su Jing looked at the sunset in the sky. She was wearing a pure white dress, still wearing a very ordinary single ponytail, her face was expressionless, and she still had a book in her hand. At this moment, Su Jing is perhaps the most beautiful girl in the entire comic, and no one can compare her. She walked to the sea on her own, 2 lines of tears fell from her cheeks, but she smiled and said, "Cece is just second in all my favorite things, the world's first favorite, of course. Learn." She cried and laughed, her eternally lonely figure gradually drowned in the endless sea, and the sunset was still so beautiful and heartbreaking. The last image of Su Jing will remain in the minds of all readers forever. Su Jing, who had calculated everything, didn't get anything after all. This is the finale of pure love. It is very complete. Isn't it? The creator So Li in reality, after painting all this, he is still in a state of trance, sorrowful. Other shore loops over and over again. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 39, Hidden Merit and Fame, is approaching the end of the first semester, and Zhao Yuyu is still playing on her mobile phone. Wait, Who is Zhao Yuyu? Has this character really appeared in this book? Is indeed a heroine with passerby attributes. Even the author Loli is about to forget this inexistent Miss Zhao family. Zhao Yuyu's mental state is not very good recently. Even if she knows that the world of pure love works is just an illusory two-dimensional world, the characters in it are also very fake, so there are all kinds of exaggerated behaviors, but she is still invested after all emotional, otherwise it is impossible to make Sujing so impressive. However, Zhao Yuyu's possession of Sujing is different from that of acting as an actor in reality, because she only needs to set the character of Sujing as long as she has the ability and personality, etc., she can freely follow the character's settings. She did it. She was not acting, but really became Sujing, but her behavior was more reasonable and lifelike. In the general characterization works, the characters she possessed will be like in The Dark Knight. The fireflies are average and outstanding. Zhao Yuyu naturally led other characters through her own abilities. At least in pure love, there is more than just Sujing who stands out from the crowd. After the male protagonist Yang Ming is scummed, it will obviously make people last forever. Remember him, not to mention that he has such an unforgettable good ship ending. In addition, whether it is the eldest lady Lu She who plays with the hatchet very slippery, or Li Xiaotong, who has a kitchen knife in her pocket at any time, it is unforgettable, mainly because they play with the knife behind it so much. Almost the whole movie the scenes of the comics were arranged by these two blackened female characters. Of course, the black hand behind all of this is Sujing, a scholar who counts exhaustively after being blackened. And naturally, Yang Qianqian loves her brother no matter what. This character is destined to be madly sprayed by readers, especially those readers who are very optimistic about the pair of Lily CP by Yang Qianqian and Sujing, but in the end, Yang Qianqian would rather choose her brother. Don't think Sujing can do anything for her. This directly led to Sujing's irreparable tragic ending. Because Sujing no longer has any reason to live in this world, her parents passed away, and her best friend and favorite girl left her. Is it possible that she is really addicted to studying? She no longer has any purpose of learning, even if she finally said that her favorite is learning. The blackened Sujing, Lu Shat and Li Xiaotong actually did not end well. All in all, the main characters created in the later manga of Pure Love are impressive. In another world, Ito Makoto is remembered as a representative of the scum world. In this world, Yang Ming, who can be compared with Ito Makoto, finally appeared. This is all the credit of Zhao Yuyu. But our Miss Zhao family has always been very low-key. Although she did a great job in the world of Pure Love, this time she didn't play off and caused the work to collapse. On the contrary, it is very likely that the work will become a classic, but she won't yell all over the world. She is actually the root of all evil and the black hand behind the scenes. She has already wittily gone, hiding her merit and fame. Looking at the screenshots in her mobile phone album, Zhao Yuyu laughed happily. Her feelings of melancholy were slightly relieved. Now she is waiting for the finale of Pure Love to appear, and then I will take this screenshot. Send it to Soli's fan base. There is really no way, society is so sinister. In fact, Pure Love is still in a state of fancy driving crazy fans, because it is really too different. It is the first male protagonist turned into such a harem comic, which makes all readers feel special. Novelty, coupled with Soli's superb driving skills, after all, she used to be a professional drawing book. Even if she draws an H without a point, readers will be overwhelmed. After reading it, she can't help but find other spellcasting materials. One-time membrane method. Of course, this has also triggered a lot of criticism from the moral emperor. They think that Soli will make a good harem comic and make it like this. It is really frantic and will destroy the atmosphere of the entire harem comic, making this kind of comics the scumbag male protagonist is rampant. After all such commercial works are in line with popularity. Popular works will surely lead to follow suit. In fact, these moral emperor's worries are not necessary at all, because in another world, Cheng Cheng is also all the rage, but his type of harem hero is really a rare species. After Cheng Cheng, there is no Cheng Cheng. Sincere brother eternal. And the so-called brother Cheng died early was not spread from a single work, but because Makoto Ito was caught for cheating in school days, and Mommy, turned around, was also, turned around, by Mommy. Yukansha.com. However, there were several love works after the male protagonist opened his harem. Not only was the male protagonist okay, but the harem also coexisted fairly harmoniously, so the masses shouted, "You died so early," and "Cheng, you die. I'm so wronged." Brother Xiao from the Kingdom of Heaven is arguing for Makoto Ito, "Why is this guy so happy to open the harem, but Brother Majestic wants a good boat? Why is that person not me? You bastard, hurry up, let's get out of the boat." In fact, it's a single dog who is generally unable to open a harem or even a dead house without a girlfriend, shouting jealously. There is another poem, "Cheng Cheng laughed at me as cowardly, I laughed at Cheng Cheng died early. You Xiao Cheng died early, and Cheng laughed at you less every day. Brother Cheng laughs at you for less time, you laugh at Brother Cheng never." How should I put it? This kind of unfolding of pure love is actually a very evil unfolding. It can be regarded as a kind of devil disintegration method, which can attract eyeballs and gain popularity crazily during this period of time, because it is also the number one in the world. If there are other works that want to follow the trend and do this, readers who have already experienced depression and despair may not choose this type of work anymore. Most of them are normal readers. It is simply difficult to bear this kind of almost annihilated ending. Who really wants to find abuse? Therefore, Zhao Yuyu feels that the cartoonist named So Li will certainly be famous for the work Pure Love, but when the ending comes out, readers will definitely be apprehensive when they look at her new work. For fear that there will be some characters in it that will be blackened, causing the comic plot to go wild, the gods unfold to the extent that everyone is afraid, and the ending is even more unpredictable. And So Li's promise, even a punctuation mark cannot be believed. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 40, Crazy Amway. Although the first semester of high school is about to pass, Zhao Yuyu still seems to have no sense of existence in the school and class. Probably because in terms of grades, she is only stable at around 20 in the class. She is considered a middle-upper student, but she is still not an honor student. How can she be remembered? In some group activities, such as the autumn games, New Year's Day party, etc., Zhao Yuyu is still reduced to a spectator, and can only shout 666 to those great gods with specialties from the side. And of course, Zhao Yuyu didn't even want to participate in the competitions of various subjects. She felt that the great gods who participated in the competitions were not on the same plane as her. For those competition questions, she had been at the same table as Zhou Fang's in front of her. I've seen it a few times, but it's not a human problem at all. Zhou Fang participated in the chemistry competition. It is said that the first class of the evening self-study will go to intensive training. Therefore, top students like Zhou Fang will pay attention to all their spare time to do their homework, otherwise they will not have time to complete their homework. How can they be idle like Zhao Yuyu? In fact, in Zhao Yuyu's original plan, she wanted to use Su Jing to learn in comics to improve her academic performance in reality. At least one semester can be spent to make it to the top 5 in the class, but she is not as good as that. Heavenly calculation. This is naturally the blame for So Li, who insists on the abuse of Su Jing in Pure Love. Although she still doesn't let go of the scroll, Su Jing is not a genius. With a few hard work, her learning efficiency is greatly reduced. Later, Zhao Yuyu simply made a big deal, which directly caused Su Jing to blacken and fell deeply in love with Yang Qianqian. This love, but the first-class enemy of learning, does not rule out those who are both prematurely in love and can maintain academic performance. Great people, but the fact is that most of the students who fall in love with each other have a sharp decline in their grades. Otherwise, why would the school prohibit it? Zhao Yuyu can also be regarded as experiencing the feeling of unrequited love in the comics world. It is really a torture of the heart. This also affects her in reality subtly. She feels that love is really not a good thing, so she should stay away. Better. As long as you don't have expectations, you won't be disappointed. Although Zhao Yuyu did not pass Su Jing to achieve her original goal, she has improved her grades a little bit. In addition, she pretended to work hard in front of the teachers, so the teachers actually treated her. The impression is pretty good. I don't know that she can't help taking out her mobile phone to play when the teacher is away. She is a complete mobile phone control. The mobile phone is her main body. Zhao Yuyu without a mobile phone will be very anxious, uncomfortable. Same as Zhao Yuyu's homework, the difficult problems are basically solved by finding the answers on the internet. She feels that it would be too painful and time-consuming to think by herself. In fact, it was because her grades were maintained and very stable. Otherwise, she would not come to the evening self-study, and she would have to be called out by Lao Chu every minute to talk, and eventually she would be voluntarily come to the evening self-study. She couldn't be so chic on weekends. When others only put it for 4 hours, she could go home directly and go to school on Monday. Zhao Yuyu is still more playful. She thinks that the school has shrunk the 2-day weekend to a few hours. It is simply abusing students. Exam-oriented education is really annoying. It is simply stifling the students' specialty and creativity. Although she has never been specialized or creative. Maybe no sense of existence is also her specialty? As for creativity, she also has Zhao Yuyu. She is still quite creative in doing things. Zhao Yuyu's starting point account Yuyu has gradually gained fame in starting point novels and comics websites, because as long as she reads which novel or comic she is happy, she will reward the other party with a leader. Even Pure Love, I also rewarded a leader, because every time she saw the content created by Soli, she followed her script. She felt very happy and naturally rewarded it. Anyway, 1,000 yuan is for a lady like her just a small amount of money. Moreover, with the title of leader, she will have a harder haircut to sew at that time, and she will be more confident and more appealing. She is already looking forward to how Soli will face the fans after watching the ending. The explosive reaction. It's a pity that it's still Monday. The finale of Pure Love will only appear on Wind Manga this weekend, and the final exam will be on Tuesday next week. I don't know the students who watched the ending of Pure Love. Readers, what kind of mentality will they face the final exam? As far as Zhao Yuyu knows, that Zhang Chao classmate seems to be a loyal reader of Pure Love, but unfortunately now he is no longer at the same table as Wang Yang, because the two likes to talk too much, and the result was broken up by Lao Chu ruthlessly. Zhao Yuyu mourned Zhang Chao silently in her heart. I don't know if he would kill him to find Soli to settle the accounts, or that he should worry about himself, because after he knew that Soli is a beautiful cartoonist, he decided that after Soli, he felt that the other party was the author of his natal, so he madly gave the boys in the class Pure Love this work. The effect is still quite good, after all, they are all adolescent boys, even if you don't watch the plot. With the benefits in this comic, it is enough to attract them. Zhang Chao also often relays Soli's various promises to boys. www.readaloud.com. What kind of ending must be a happy ending? Every character will get happiness. Soli is like me with super good character and respects readers. How can creators pit everyone? Under the influence of Zhang Chao, many boys feel that this beautiful female cartoonist is too kind to readers. Such a morally creative creator is really rare. Every time Zhao Yuyu saw Zhang Chao's eyes gleaming when she mentioned Soli, she felt that Zhang Chao's pill, the black powder turned black, was much more terrifying than the original sunspot. Zhang Chao is no longer Wang Yang's tablemate. Wang Yang's new tablemate is called Chu Pengcheng. This is really an excellent student with excellent grades. The study committee member in the class is quite decent. It's a pity that such a student it's a bit boring. When the class is over, I do my homework silently in my seat, because I have to take part in physics and math competition training for 1 or 2 classes in the evening. This naturally suffers Wang Yang, a fan of online novels, because his new desk mate is not interested in novels at all, and he doesn't have the time to read novels at all, but it is also good, that is, Wang Yang does not have to worry about problems and can't do it. Now, you can directly bring the other parties for reference. Although Chu Pengcheng is a decent person, he is not pedantic and petty, and Wang Yang is allowed to reference. Although this is actually wrong, if he is stingy with his homework for reference to his desk mates, it would be too bad for him. There is no spare time to explain until the other party will do it, and whether the other party is willing to listen is also a problem, so it is better to open one eye and close one eye, and directly give the other party a reference to make a good relationship. Zhao Yuyu's tablemate has actually changed. Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 41, Can't Be Better. Zhao Yuyu's new tablemate is Zhang Qing, the literary and artistic committee member. The person who mentioned the most girls' names during late-night chats in the boys' dormitory. If the boys are allowed to vote for class flowers, then Zhang Qing's election should not be a big problem. The sense of existence is much stronger than Zhao Yuyu. Zhang Qing is actually not good. She is in the middle and lower reaches of the class, not as good as Zhao Yuyu, but she sings really well. At the New Year's Day party, she wore an ancient Chinese costume and astounded the audience with the song Half-Pot Yarn. Let her become the representative of this class. Everyone knows that there is a girl who sings very well in this high school. 3. She is also very beautiful. Of course, the most important thing is that she has a big chest. The True Love Tower has been established by good people in the school post bar. Many boys have posted posts to support their goddess. Then there were a lot of rumors about Zhang Qing in the class. Why did a handsome senior in high school fall in love with her and wanted to chase her? There were also love letters in the locker in the storage room at the back of her class. Gifts or something. In short, there is no girl in the class who is not jealous of her, because she is so popular with boys. Of course, Zhao Yuyu is an exception. She has a very saint personality and treats everyone equally. Secondly, she is used to being a passerby. Regardless of whether there is a girl who chased together in those years such as Zhang Qing, she will do it anyway. It's so transparent, why would anyone notice her? Zhao Yuyu sometimes likes the feeling of no one's attention. You can do your own things silently, actually, just play with your mobile phone, and am very happy to entertain yourself. Zhang Qing and Zhao Yuyu became the same table. The reason is naturally that she and her original tablemate Tang Yan fell out. The specific contradiction between Zhao Yuyu's indifferent gossip, and the day students who just focus on playing with mobile phones are of course not clear. In fact, Zhang Qing and Tang Yan are still in the same dormitory, and the relationship was okay at the beginning, but as Zhang Qing gets more and more dazzling, the two gradually estranged, and some usual small conflicts slowly accumulate. For example, Tang Yan always likes to take up some points. Zhang Qing's small advantage, using each other's shampoo and shower gel when taking a bath in the dormitory, Zhang Qing couldn't bear it, and finally broke. Zhang Qing's popularity among girls is indeed not very good. After all, no one wants to be willing to be a green leaf. In addition to her own arrogance, her interpersonal relationship is relatively bad. Her personality is bright and generous, and she should be very good in theory. For those who do good interpersonal relationships, they did not expect that many girls would think she is hypocritical, and that the smiles she often put on her face are illusions. On the contrary, it was Zhao Yuyu. Although at the beginning, as a very few day students, she did not fit into the circle of girls, but as time goes by, many girls who have been in contact with Zhao Yuyu think that this classmate is pretty good, and get along with her. She looks very comfortable, and there is no need to worry about her stealing the limelight. Jiang Qing didn't know her at all before she became the same table with Zhao Yuyu. In Jiang Qing's impression, Zhao Yuyu should be a very low-key girl, giving people a sense of moderation. Whether it is hairstyle or dressing, she is very simple. On Sunday, the school network will be open, so you don't need to wear the rustic blue and white sports school uniforms. Many girls who love beauty will dress up on this day and vent their grievances about school uniforms. Jiang Qing, who originally loves beauty, is no exception. However, Zhao Yuyu is completely indifferent and still wears very clean school uniforms. So Jiang Qing regarded Zhao Yuyu as that kind of very old-fashioned obedient girl. She only felt that she was at the same table with the other party. She was afraid that she did not have any common language. She was also worried that the other party would be jealous of her and deliberately could not get along with her. Anyway, she experienced entang after Yan fell out. Jiang Qing didn't laugh so much. She was deeply aware of the difference between high school and junior high school. Then when Jiang Qing truly became Zhao Yuyu's table mate, she was suddenly surprised to find that Zhao Yuyu was really cute. If she had long hair, it would be a goddess. The skin is still good. You can use skin like snow, obviously based on Zhao Yuyu's appearance. Shouldn't she be so inexistent? Why hasn't she noticed this classmate Zhao Yuyu before? But the first day she became Zhao Yuyu at the same table, the other party smiled and greeted her very naturally. Hello, classmate Jiang Qing, you sing so well, I admire you very much. If it was Jiang Qing from the past, she would naturally accept the compliment of the other party happily, because this is the truth, but now Jiang Qing has learned to watch her words and colors. After she confirmed that Zhao Yuyu was not satirizing her, she smiled faintly and said, "You okay, thanks for the compliment." Jiang Qing was very cold at first. After all, she now understands that she is really not very popular among girls. There are always some superficial sisters who maliciously slander her girls. Otherwise, how could she still have a relationship with her? The good Tang Yan fell out. Taking advantage of her was just an incentive. The key was to do it in person and behind it, which was very disgusting. Zhao Yuyu didn't care about Jiang Qing's high coldness. Anyway, she had an attitude no matter who she treated, like a saint sitting in the clouds. It didn't take long for the cold Jiang Qing to be completely conquered by the hidden Zhao Yuyu. This table mate is really rich. He has never shown off purposely, but the details revealed inadvertently made Jiang Qing, a girl who knows a little about luxury goods, was completely impressed. She also took the opportunity to praise Zhao Yuyu's skin and tried to chat with the other party about the skincare products used by girls, but the other party knew everything and talked freely. Jiang Qing was squeezed immediately. But why can she be so low-key? Jiang Qing still couldn't understand, but this didn't prevent her from directly giving Zhao Yuyu the nickname of Miss www.readaloud.com, and the name was very smooth. Follow Miss Zhao. There are naturally a lot of benefits. She can often eat from Miss Zhao high-end snacks that she is not willing to buy, but she does not dare to eat arrogantly in class, but Zhao to Miss eat snacks secretly in class, as if it were a matter of course, because the other party's sense of existence is low. The teacher seldom asks Zhao Yuyu to get up and answer questions. In addition, Jiang Qing's mobile phone charging problem has been completely solved in the future. As long as Zhao Yuyu takes her back to help her charge, this kind of effort, the easygoing Miss Zhao will never refuse. At the same time, Jiang Qing also took Zhao Yuyu's "I have gained a lot of knowledge that I can show off. I can borrow various miscellaneous books including fashion magazines at any time, and I will bluff the other girls in the dormitory." On the thigh of Miss Zhao's family, Jiang Qing felt that school life was really happy. Anyway, there was a lot of time. And Jiang Qing soon discovered that her desk mate, Miss Zhao, was only superficially obedient. In fact, she was really messed up in her studies. She was addicted to mobile phones to the point where she couldn't help herself, but she willingly served Miss Zhao. Let the wind go, and always pay attention to the teacher's movements. Zhao Yuyu couldn't praise her new tablemate anymore. Lao Chu was indeed a good and responsible class teacher. Knowing what kind of tablemate she needed, she sent her little angel Zhongqing. At the same time, in the comic studio of the super popular manga artist Sol Li, a big quarrel between the manga artist and the editor in charge finally occurred. The topic of quarrel, of course, is about the finale of Pure Love. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 42, 1. It's My Own Way. Before Wei Suo, as the editor in charge, allowed Sol Li to create with his own feelings. That's because the content created by Sol Li is really interesting and very emotional. Even the editor-in-chief of the magazine is watching Pure Love. The editorial department will always be her strongest backing for Sol Li to maintain her state and create with peace of mind. At the same time, the performance of Pure Love is also the key. Its popularity has been rising steadily, which has given Sol Li a lot of creative autonomy. As long as Sol Li can maintain this kind of performance, she can paint no matter what. Manga, one needs to be interesting, and the other needs to be popular. In fact, it's unceremonious to say that although the scumbag actor will be cast aside by many readers, this kind of person as the protagonist is really very emotional, often driving at a disagreement. Kissing is just an appetizer, real guns and live ammunition are the most attractive. Yes, unlike other harem comic protagonists, other girls have pushed him backwards, and he can also turn down others. There are still many honest people readers. Why don't you want to be a scumbag who can have with women? Although their final ending is to take over, this does not prevent them from having fun through comics. Whether it's the comics industry or the online novel industry, as long as it's popular comics or novels, the creators of these works can't wait to serialize them until they cease to be popular. In fact, often it is those works that have been serialized for a longer period of time, the more popular they will be, unless they collapse in the middle and their popularity plummets. Is not only comics and novels, but even after TV series became popular, there will be second and third seasons. As for movies, of course there will be sequels. This is the commonality of commercial works. Therefore, when Wei Suo heard that Sol Li was about to finish Pure Love, he was completely confused. How could such a popular work be finished so easily? The scumbag Yang Ming hasn't overthrown Su Jing and Yang Qian, the loving lily. In Wei Suo's thoughts, even if the male protagonist chooses only one female protagonist in the end to whiten the protagonist, and finally announces that the male protagonist turns back the prodigal son, then this female protagonist should also be the most popular Su Jing. In fact, many people it can be seen that the person who can make the male lead so cool right now is Su Jing's secret promotion, otherwise the male lead might still be a herbivorous man who is incomprehensible. Readers even think that Yang Ming and Su Jing are a good match, because only a character like Su Jing can count the male lead so hard that the other party has no chance of cheating. Anyway, Wei Suo felt that Pure Love could not be said to be able to fight for another 10 years. It would not be a big problem to draw another 2 or 3 years. The appearance of the character Su Jing simply saved the entire game of chess. Wei Suo's understanding of Sol Li, she would definitely be happy to just drag it on like this, even if he fills the comics with water, and makes memories and killings from time to time. Anyway, doing this will make more money. But what he never thought was that Sol Li actually told him to get the manuscript of the finale. What the was this going on? Wei Suo regretted that he was too indifferent to Sol Li. According to the rules of the industry, he had to discuss the storyboard with Sol Li before drawing the original manuscript. After the two reached a consensus, Sol Li relied on the storyboard. I went to draw the original manuscript, but because Sol Li's performance recently is so good, and the other side has become a super popular cartoonist with Pure Love in one fell swoop, you know, Pure Love is still the other party's debut, and the other party is still so young. Such a talented cartoonist, given some privileges, there is nothing wrong with it. The editor-in-chief of Wind Comics all said, let Soli let go of drawing. At the same time, the senior management of Wind Manga magazine is already discussing a new contract. Of course, they hope to win over this talented cartoonist who turned out to be born. The talent shown by the other party in the later period of Pure Love has made many people in the industry. Seeing everything in their eyes, everyone asserted that Soli could be a god. Wei Suo got the manuscript, and didn't rush to read it, but said bitterly, "Teacher Soli, Pure Love is very popular now. It ended so quickly. Isn't it a pity?" Soli shook his head and said, "It doesn't make any sense to let me paint, because I know that I can't find that feeling anymore. I think this ending is the highest masterpiece of this work, so be it." Wei Suo felt Soli's determination. He knew that, with Soli's current status, the magazine wouldn't take her anyway if he was more capricious. Some other magazines were willing to ask her for articles, and she could even go directly. It is serialized on the Starting Point Cartoon Network, but there are also many Suritai fans on the internet. In desperation, Wei Suo could only start to look through the manuscript of the ending. He didn't know why Zhang Ziqiang, Soli's assistant, gave him a strange look, then bowed his head with a guilty conscience. And when he watched the finale of Pure Love, he finally knew why. If Wei Suo is not an editor, but an ordinary reader, then he must now scold his mother directly. What the is this ending? Is just playing the piano. Changed from a good campus harem comic to a thriller comic. You know, after the blackening, Li Xiaotong and Lu Xie had very distorted and terrifying expressions when they were attacking people. Compared with Su Jing, who was smiling and crying in the last pure white dress, it clearly set off Su Jing. The beauty. And the most important thing is, you reading www. Whether it's the male protagonist Yang Ming or the other main female characters, yuukonshu.com is completely wiped out. Even if it's Yang Qianqian, she seems to be alive on the surface, but if you guess a little bit, you will understand. Yang Qianqian, who was sailing toward the sunset on the good boat, would definitely not be able to return. The ending of this total extinction is simply maddening depression. Wei Suo even felt that Soli was afraid that the old Su from Dongying was not possessed, and he came up with such a finale that would leave a psychological shadow on all readers. For this finale, Wind Manga will never be published. Teacher Soli, you are just fooling around. This is the first time that Wei Suo took out the majesty of a responsible editor. He put the manuscript into the manuscript bag, and then he slammed Soli's workbench. I must let this finale be seen by readers. If Wind Comics is not published, I will post it directly on my Weibo. In addition, I will choose to terminate the contract with Wind Comics. Soli both hands he embraced his chest and said more firmly. You have lost your mind, you are crazy. Wind Comics is not published but for your own good, do you know the consequences of your ending being seen by readers? Wei Suo shouted loudly. Of course I know, but I understand better that I am creating classics, and no one can stop me from creating classics. Under the influence of a certain mysterious law of causality, Soli became more determined in his behavior. Today's first update seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. The second update is still the old rule at 12 o'clock in the morning. In order to make the list, next week is the last week of the new book list. I am going to stand up. If everyone can make this book into the top 3 in the new book list, I will really be a woman. How about it? Chapter 43, full of positive energy. If Soli was still a rookie cartoonist when Pure Love was tepid, then her behavior of being tough with the editor in charge and threatening the magazine is just to die and make fun of her future in the regular comics industry. But today is different. Now Pure Love is really too popular, and since her personal image was exposed, her fans have also increased. Basically, readers who know a little about the comics industry know how to be number one the beauty cartoonist turned out to be. Her fans on the internet are also very cohesive. On the Pure Love interface of Starting Point Comics, the Silver League really appeared. This was announced by the entire site, but she could only get a quarter, which made her all have the idea of going directly to the Starting Point comic network. Even the class of Zhao Yuyu, that Zhang Chao, saved $100 in pocket money through gritted teeth and rewarded solely. This $100 is a huge sum of money for a student of ordinary family background. But Zhang Chao is willing. He loves Solly and her works from the bottom of his heart. If Solly starts a new series, he will definitely continue to support it. All in all, Solly now has the confidence to be a big bully. Even if she falls out with Feng Manga, she will not worry about finding her next home. This is talented and self-willed. Taking a step back, she can make a lot of money even if she continues to draw the notebooks, even as long as she announces that Solly and Wang Li are the same person, then her notebook sales are estimated to explode. Anyway, Wei Suo really has no choice but to take Solly. He had always thought that Solly is a very realistic cartoonist. Everything is in line with money and popularity. He serves every reader and makes all readers as much as possible. You can read her works happily. After all, commercial comics should make readers feel happy and enjoyable after reading them. Moreover, he has heard Solly criticize those literary cartoonists who poisoned readers and fed more than once. How come she herself has become like this now? Why do you want to use comics to create classics, and I haven't seen those top passionate kingly comics, to create classics in this way? In desperation, Wei Suo took the manuscript bag and went to the editor-in-chief. Then he told the other party Solly's attitude to see how the editor-in-chief handled it. Anyway, he really didn't take Solly. I didn't take a closer look at the finale, just a cursory reading. I only felt that it was really a horrible ending for readers. After Wei Suo left, the assistant Zhang Ziqiang couldn't help but looked at Solly in admiration, and couldn't help but said, "Teacher Solly, you are really amazing, but if you do this, is it a bit too much?" "Of course, I quite agree with your God ending. It can really make this pure love be remembered by all readers, and several characters in it will also become classic characters." Solly sighed. She actually felt that her state was still a bit wrong. She didn't seem to have replied from the kind of inspiration bursting out, as if entering the comic world and seeing all this happening with her own eyes, but she really couldn't help it. "In any case, I want the true ending of this work to be seen by the readers, rather than making a happy ending perfunctorily. Also, you promised on Weibo that you will give readers a happy ending. Isn't this ending so happy? It will ruin the whole life, and the scumbag must die. Isn't this full of positive energy?" "Hehe, you are right. Okay, our cooperation will come to an end. Let's settle the assistant fee." "Okay, Teacher Solly." Zhang Ziqiang has already seen that Solly is determined to give readers positive energy. He feels that if he has the opportunity to become a serial cartoonist in the future, he must also learn from a positive energy cartoonist like Solly. The editor-in-chief of Wind Comics, Yin Lang, carefully looked at the finale of Pure Love. Wei Suo beside him was fidgeting on the side. He was afraid that Yin Lang would see the places where the gods were unfolding, so he would directly shoot the case and tear up. "If you drop the original manuscript, then maybe you will have a complete break with Solly." Although Wei Suo didn't look at the original manuscript carefully, she also discovered that this ending was indeed not the result of Solly's scribbling. On the contrary, she showed her most pinnacle painting skills in the finale, that kind of visual expressiveness. It's really tough, but this is obviously not a good thing. The psychological impact on readers will definitely be greater. Okay. It's really interesting. Yin Lang suddenly patted his desk, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This kind of scum hero is killed, it's really happy." Wei Suo couldn't help but looked at his editor-in-chief and cautiously said, "But the protagonist just died like this. Is this suspected of playing with readers? It's too miserable, it's completely different from the ending that readers expected." The same, not to mention that Mr. Solly made a big promise on Weibo before that the ending of Pure Love must be happy and happy for every character. Yin Lang frowned and seemed to think about it, but he didn't respond, but continued to look through it until he finally saw Su Jing in a pure white dress with the ultimate beauty, carrying her books, slowly walking towards the sea. He once again took a shot at the crime www.readaloud.com and said angrily, "This guy Soli is really dying. Such a good girl as Su Jing did not live happily with Yang Qianqian. I'm so mad." Wei Suo saw Yin Lang jumping and rolled his eyes. He did not expect that the editor-in-chief, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed the revolution and went astray by the heresy lily. No wonder he saw the male protagonist Yang Ming being caught when he was killed. He was too happy to close his legs and laughed like a 200 Jin child. After a while, Yin Lang calmed down, sat down again, and restored the majesty of the editor-in-chief. He helped his glasses, thrust his hands on the table, knocked his chin on it, and the glasses reflected cold light. He said indifferently, "I just from the mindset of a pure reader, to watch the finale of Pure Love. In all fairness, the death of the male protagonist can be regarded as a great pleasure, but Su Jing is also a tragedy. Which is a bit too much, but considering that Su Jing did it, those things that make Su Jing alive would seem to be wrong, as if to encourage readers to use all means for love, in order to get one person, to hurt other people. This behavior is too distorted." After the blackening Su Jing, although still very pitiful, but even more hateful. Yin Lang did not rush to comment on the ending. On the contrary, Wei Suo couldn't sit still. He asked anxiously, "Editor-in-chief, then, do you think our Wind manga is published or not?" 2 more seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets a new week. This is the signing list of the last week of the book. It depends on you if you can make it to the top 3 recommended tickets. The potential value of the signing list is related to the book collection, recommendation tickets, and member clicks. Can you realize my women's clothing? I will see this week. Chapter 44, A Strong Sense of Anticipation. Wind Comics finally decided to publish the finale of Pure Love, because even if they do not publish it, Soli is determined to publish the finale on the internet, so it is better to use the finale of Pure Love again for contributing to increasing the sales of magazines. Besides Soli, a genius beauty cartoonist who is a man of God, it is still worth compromising with her. As long as her lower comics continue to remain popular, there will be no loss in Wind Comics. Actually, there is basically no suspense about whether Soli's next comic will succeed. She has a lot of fans now. After the editor-in-chief Yin Lang discussed the finale of Pure Love with the editors, he believed that this finale would certainly arouse strong readers' reaction, but it could indeed leave a deep impression on all readers, and even make Pure Love become the most unique one among the many harem comics. As long as the readers mention the harem comics, they won't forget Pure Love. In a sense, it's also a good thing. It's better than those over time. Works that are gradually forgotten by readers are better. Besides, the painting of this finale is indeed very artistic. The almost extinct gloomy ending seems to be a tribute to Lao Tzu. This is also a very good gimmick, which may make those weird readers use this good boat. The ending blows to the sky and will always be a stock passed down in the house world. This work will also be considered a manufactured by God. All in all, the finale of Pure Love was decided to be published in the next issue of Wind Manga. Many readers of Pure Love, when they learned that the next episode turned out to be the final words of Pure Love, somewhat unbelievable, one after another on the internet to discuss. Why is Pure Love ending so quickly? It is so popular now that it should continue to be watered. I hope Teacher Soli can be watered for another 10 years. Pure Love should at least wait until the animation is over before it ends. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the good thing that sales soared after the animation? I still want to see Yang Ming, a scumbag, overthrow more beautiful girls, and I can't bear to end it. Su Jing and Yang Qianqian's beautiful lily car has not been driven enough yet. How can it be finished? Just wait to see Yang Qianqian's body and mind, and Su Jing's goddess will guide you. Anyway, the ending of Pure Love should be perfect. After all, Sol-Lee has such a good character and good morals, he will not cheat us, right? Yes, although the ending seems to come suddenly, I still believe that she will bring a satisfying finale, and as long as she opens a new serial, I will definitely continue to support it. Teacher Sol-Lee said that if she poisoned us to feed shit, she would eat by herself. There is no one who likes to eat in this world, right? This day is Saturday. After returning to the dormitory after self-study for the night, Zhang Chao looked at the comments made by many fans of Pure Love on the internet. Of course, he felt the same way, although he was also very unwilling to let Pure Love be next. The words are over, but out of absolute trust in his natal author Sol-Lee, he feels that Sol-Lee will definitely not let him down. Sol-Lee is so beautiful and kind, how could he cheat readers, poison readers, and feed their shit? What? At the same time, Zhang Chao also decided that as long as Sol-Lee goes to start a new series, he will continue to support him and join Sol-Lee's fan base. It would be great if he could communicate with Sol-Lee up close. Brother Chao, what are you looking at, laughing so ripplingly? A roommate named Su Heidao came over, put Zhang Chao on the shoulder, and said. Zhang Chao answered truthfully, Pure Love is about to come to an end. I'm watching online comments on this matter. What? Is Pure Love finally coming to an end? I am very happy to follow the update under your recommendation. I really want to be the male protagonist named Yang Ming. It's so cool. You can engage in women like that. Why are everyone in high school? Why is the gap so big? I'm still a virgin. Su Heidao mentioned Yang Ming with envy and hatred on his face. Su Heidao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yang Ming's scum. He felt that it was him instead. If a girl clearly showed a good impression on him, how could he be able to control it if he was allowed to do what he did? He felt that after watching Pure Love, his body seemed to be hollowed out, and the rural people couldn't keep up with nutrition. Zhang Chao glanced at Su Heidao somewhat contemptuously, and said, Fatty Su, why do you be like a male dog in heat all day long? The highlight of Pure Love is obviously the beautiful lily between my goddess Su Jing and Yang Qianqian. Do you know why the name of this work is called Pure Love? It is to express that pure love only exists between the same sex, and heterosexuals are all dirty reproductive impulses. Su Heidao didn't care about Zhang Chao's irony www.readaloud.com and continued to hook up with Zhang Chao. He laughed and said, anyway, thank you for your recommendation anyway. I didn't expect the comics to be so good looking. People who have been recommended by you for this comic all think that your vision is very good, and you can find such a magical work. Zhang Chao showed a look of satisfaction and pride on his face. He said that this is his natal author Sol-Lee's work for the gods, can it not look good? The next weekend, Zhang Chao had no intention of studying in the morning self-study class. His head was full of the finale of Pure Love. I just don't know what kind of surprises Sol-Lee will bring him. Can he make him happy? In the afternoon, Zhang Chao bought Feng manga as before. He didn't even go to the cafeteria for lunch. He would rather go back to the dormitory to eat instant noodles and see Pure Love for the first time. He felt that he was no different from the star-chasing fans among those girls, except that his object of chasing stars was Sol-Lee, and her work Pure Love. He even saved his pocket money to reward Sol-Lee. When Zhang Chao saw the full-color cover of Wind Comics, there was the goddess Su Jing wearing a pure white dress with picturesque eyebrows and extremely beautiful. He felt that his girl's heart had completely exploded, how much he wanted to enter. In the two-dimensional world, appreciate her beauty at close range. In the three-dimensional world, there is absolutely no goddess like Su Jing. With a strong sense of expectation, he opened the magazine and skillfully turned to Sol-Lee's column. Today's first update seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. Now the signing list is 8th. Everyone's recommended votes are more powerful. Can you make it to the top 3? Complete, just it depends on your support. Chapter 45, Why did it become like this? Although Zhang Chao had known from the previous plot of Pure Love that Yang Ming was scumbag, he still didn't expect that Yang Ming would be scumbag to such a degree. He had been as glued as his childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong before. After a long time, Yang Ming changed his heart again. He felt that Lu Sha, the eldest lady of the heavenly descending department, made him like it even more. The change of the other party also deeply moved Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming still wandered between the two, until Li Xiaotong relied on his keen intuition to return to Yang Ming's residence, and made a big noise, saying that he could not tolerate Lu Sha, but Lu Sha said that he could tolerate everything. Yang Ming made a choice. In fact, he also felt that it was very enjoyable to be with Miss Lu Sha. He had money to spend. He would rather eat high-end Western food with Lu Sha than to go back to eat the meals made by Li Xiaotong himself. When Zhang Chao saw this, he became even more disgusted with the male lead. He only hoped that So Li would not listen to the nonsense of accepting the whole party and including Su Jing and Yang Qunqin in the harem, which he absolutely cannot accept. He wanted to see Su Jing and Yang Qianqian live happily together. But the next plot development completely exceeded Zhang Chao's expectations. He never thought that because Li Xiaotong could not accept that Yang Ming finally chose Lu Sha, she stabbed Yang Ming directly with a kitchen knife. She was still riding on Yang Ming's body and stabbing him one by one. The scene suddenly became very bloody. Zhang Chao hasn't finished the instant noodles yet, so he has completely lost his appetite, and even wants to spit out the noodles he ate. How could this style of painting suddenly become like this? Moreover, under Solina's painting skills that have reached his peak level, the picture of the male chopper stabbing more than a dozen knives in a row is extremely tense. If someone substitutes for that childhood sweetheart Li Xiaotong, it will definitely be very enjoyable. The scumbag, he should just be stabbed to death. Zhang Chao also felt very grateful, because if he had replaced the male lead, he would feel quite sour now. This would have been pretty good to think that all the women live in harmony. How could he be loved by his childhood sweetheart so much? He was stabbed to death, and he was riding down on his body and poking fiercely. Anyway, at this moment, Zhang Chao feels very enjoyable. His three views are still relatively positive. Since Yang Ming became scum, he has completely hated the male lead, even though he was watching the male lead driving without saying a word. He also saw it very well, but he thought it was all the credit of his natal cartoonist So Li. In order to respect So Li's labor results, he must of course appreciate it carefully. His purpose is so pure, but it is a pity that after reading it, he still wants to be wrong. The whole body is hot and dry. I can only sigh that So Li's painting skills are too great. And now that Yang Ming is dead, Zhang Chao couldn't help but feel a greater sense of anticipation. If she remembers correctly, Su Jing was behind the scumming of Yang Ming. Although she herself did not do anything to Yang Ming, however, she took advantage of the women's goodwill towards Yang Ming and asked them to do everything in order to compete for Yang Ming. In the end, Li Xiaotong was abandoned, blackened, and reluctantly killed the male lead. This was clearly achieved. Su Jing's purpose to make Yang Qianqian give up Yang Ming completely. Yes, Yang Ming is already dead. Why does Yang Qianqian still attach a heart to her brother? As expected, is Su Jing and Yang Qianqian living together happily? A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chao's face. He continued to watch, and the plot behind made his eyes wide open. He did not expect that Miss Lu Sha had such a square hatchet technique, and ended Li Xiaotong with a hatchet. Also cut open the other party's belly, just to prove that there is no child in the other party's belly. Hey, this is very comfortable. Obviously, Lu Sha was blackened because of Yang Ming's death, because the two of them had already agreed to be each other's angels, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming would be sent to the sky directly by Li Xiaotong. She could only use that this is an extreme way to retaliate against Li Xiaotong. Zhang Chao only felt that this ending was really unfolding by various gods, and it was not unnecessarily exciting. The images of Lu Sha hatchet and Li Xiaotong were also terrifying, making his spirit contaminated. He deeply doubted that he might watched a fake pure love. And later Lu Xie resisted arrest and was shot dead on the spot, which made Zhang Chao look dumbfounded. This lunch is really free of money. How come this ending is getting more and more wrong? However, Zhang Chao still has a trace of the greatest hope in his heart. This is also the biggest motivation for him to watch pure love. Of course, in the end, did Su Jing live happily with Yang Qianqian? He thinks that as long as this is the case, the previous mental pollution can be completely purified. If it is not, ha 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 ha, how can such an accident happen? The beautiful and kind-hearted Solita, but categorically stated that the ending must be a happy ending. The first one is just an accident. Yu reading www.yuganju. The real reunion on Com should refer to the beautiful lily love between Su Jing and Yang Qianqian, right? That's right, absolutely. Zhang Chao's smile became even brighter, until he saw the ending of the good ship that made his whole person about to collapse. Yang Qianqian went to sea with her brother's head and completely abandoned Su Jing. How can this sister role be controlled to such a degree by brother? Why is she so desperate to her brother? Is just too fucking. Zhang Chao's brilliant smile completely solidified, causing him to completely collapse. The whole person felt that his mentality was bursting. Naturally, the ultimate beautiful Su Jing walks to the sea under the sunset, completely submerged by the sea picture. At that moment, Su Jing became the most beautiful female character in pure love. She smiled and shed tears, saying that learning is the most love in her heart, making her image of learning that loves learning deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Anyway, as long as the reader thinks of the role of Su Jing, the first impression is that he must be a schoolmaster, and then he has a miserable life experience, filial piety to his parents, proficient housework, and the most affectionate. Zhang Chao, with a burst of mentality, directly tore Wind Comics to pieces. His eyes have turned red, and the whole person is like crazy. He muttered to himself, why did it become like this, for the first time like this? A cartoonist, and there is such a pure love drawn to my heart. Two happy things overlap. And these two happy things bring me more happiness. I got it, this time to be happy like a dream. But why did it become like this? Two more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 46, No Love. At the same time, on Sunday, Zhao Yuyu came to study in the evening for an unprecedented time. After all, there are still 2 days before the final exam. Although she is usually mixed in study, she knew to be serious when she got to the exam. I can't make waves anymore, it is a vivid expression of not burning incense at ordinary times, but holding Buddha's feet temporarily. In terms of exams, Zhao Yuyu is not good at strategy problems, she is very good at slurping dishes. She can try her best to ensure that she does not lose points on simple questions, and there are no obvious shortcomings in many subjects, so she takes each exam every time. The results can be stabilized without too much fluctuation. I have also mentioned before, for example, her Chinese composition. Although she can't write a composition like the gifted Han Leng that makes the scoring teacher feel astonished, but with her graceful and slender handwriting, refreshing and clean curls, she is surprised to use that there are one general argument and 3 sub-theories. At the same time, celebrity examples are bad, and the argumentative essays get good essay scores. For this composition with a full score of 70 points, Han Leng can get 60 points for normal performance and 65 points for extraordinary performance. Zhao Yuyu's composition has never been lower than 58 points, and of course he has never scored a high score. The fluctuation is very small. In fact, the true level of her composition is only around 55 points. She just gave the scoring teacher a good first impression with the neat and clean surface, and improved her composition score. Lao Chu never called Zhao Yuyu to read the composition, because the composition was really lacking in highlights, and the writing style was so ordinary that it couldn't be ordinary, but he would use Zhao Yuyu's curled face on the projector as a positive example, calling everyone to Zhao Yuyu's neat curling face studying. This can be considered as one of Zhao Yuyu's few sense of existence. Lao Chu also said that if Han Leng's dog climbing calligraphy can be practiced, the curls will be cleaner, and the composition will get full marks. It is not impossible. Lao Chu sometimes couldn't help but complain about Zhao Yuyu's composition, saying that you don't always have to Han Xin, Sima Qian, Newton, Edison, Shi Taisheng, can't it work? Can you just get some more novel celebrity examples? On the surface, Zhao Yuyu happily accepted Lao Chu's advice, but when it came time for the exam, she still used a routine that was too old and resolutely did not change it. Anyway, she could use this routine to get a good composition score, not by luck. Then why bother to memorize new celebrity examples? Zhao Yuyu is now more and more expecting that she will be able to obtain the ability of Sujing possession. As long as Sujing becomes a classic character, then she can let Sujing possess her in reality and gain the study-addicted ability. So that she can only concentrate for more than 20 minutes in class. She will go into a short run and be in a daze. This makes her feel very uncomfortable, because this is really a waste of time. Even if the wasted time is used to play on the phone, it's better than being in a daze, but unfortunately she is not so courageous to play with her mobile phone in class. That kind of operation is too difficult. And as long as she turns on the ability of Sujing possession, this kind of thing will definitely not happen again. How serious Sujing is in class, Zhao Yuyu has already experienced in the comics world. She feels Sujing's obsession with learning is just like her obsession with mobile phones. It seems that she feels uncomfortable and restless without studying, like a fish losing water. If Zhao Yuyu remembers correctly, today should be the day when the finale of Pure Love comes out. Next, we will see whether Sujing can become a classic girl in the minds of readers after the influence of Pure Love slowly ferments. Roll. However, before the evening self-study started, it was the free time when the students returned to the classroom after dinner. Of course, some students would also use this time to go back to the dormitory to take a shower, so that the evening self-study could be refreshed. At this time, there was a loud noise in the corridor outside the class, which attracted the attention of many students in the class. Zhao Yuyu's seat at this time has been adjusted to the window position in the classroom corridor, not close to the window, but a distance from Zhongqing. Originally, Zhao Yuyu's seat was at the innermost side of the classroom by the window, close to the window. Seat every 2 weeks, it will be replaced by the group. In fact, the position of Zhao Yuyu is very dangerous now, because Lao Chu, a sinister guy, always likes to pass by the classroom slowly from the back of the classroom and observe in secret. If Zhao Yuyu is too arrogant to play on the phone, there is definitely a great possibility of being caught. She is right now, so whenever her seat is in the first group of the classroom corridor by the window, she is the most painful. She has to endure the 2-week morning reading class without using mobile phones, and pretend to be a serious early reading. It seems that in the second group, she will also be extremely vigilant. Only when in the third and fourth groups, her humanoid radar can be fully effective. At the same time, with the assistance of Zhongqing's little angel, she dared to play mobile phone unscrupulously. Zhao Yuyu was originally not interested in the noise outside at all. She was going to study in the evening, but she was going to take it seriously, review all the content of the first semester of high school, and carefully redo the questions on the wrong question set. The difficult questions will definitely be awkward in the exam room, but at least the simple and medium difficulty questions www.readaloud.com she can guarantee the correct rate. She only hopes that the final exam results can be in the top 2 of the class 10, so she took advantage of this free time to play with her mobile phone for a while, and after she had enough addiction, she then went to study at night seriously. As for why she came to school to study evenings with her classmates, of course, there is a more learning atmosphere in the classroom. She was afraid that she could not control her hands at home, and she could not help playing with her mobile phone. Strong remorse, and at the same time anxious. I am afraid that I will roll over in the final exam. While in the classroom with everyone in the evening self-study, with Lao Chu's insidiousness, she would certainly secretly observe it secretly, which allowed Zhao Yuyu, who always had awe of Lao Chu, to force herself to review seriously. So, learning is really a very difficult thing for Zhao Yuyu, so she really wants the ability to indulge in learning behind Su Jing's possession. This day is finally not far away. However, when Zhao Yuyu was too lazy to pay attention to the noise outside the classroom, when she was playing with her mobile phone, her desk mate Zhang Qing lightly patted Zhao Yuyu on the shoulder and said in a surprised tone, "Zhang Chao seems to be affected by our class." A boy surrounded, and it was Su Heidao, a fat guy who took the lead. "Isn't their relationship very good?" Zhao Yuyu put her mobile phone away, and she saw about 4 or 5 boys in the classroom on the edge of the classroom corridor, surrounded by Zhang Chao, looking sad and angry. Su Heidao wanted to go up to the as if Zhang Chao, and Zhang Chao's mouth was open. Li was still muttering, "I'm so stupid, really, I only know So Li, just like Sister Xianglin." His face looked like nothing to love. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 47, Is there such an operation? Many classmates in the class, of course, don't know how Zhang Chao made the group of boys who originally seemed to like to circle him so sad and angry that they treated Zhang Chao like killing his father's enemy. You know, because Zhang Chao is a veteran comic fan, he can speak up to the gossip of various comics industry. During this semester, he also recommended a lot of high-quality comics to his classmates, so he was still in class. The more prestigious classmates who were drawn into the comics world by him were naturally led by him, and gradually formed a relatively united small group. It is a pity that this high school, which focuses on learning, does not have club activities, otherwise Zhang Chao can definitely organize a comic research club. But now, Zhang Chao's Man Research Society is on the verge of falling apart. Those students who are not interested in comics naturally look like watching the excitement. Zhao Yuyu, who had always disdained Zhang Chao before, was at the same table with Zhou Fang. With her neck stretched high and her face unabashedly gloating, she, as a top student, just couldn't understand those guys who spent time on meaningless comics and novels, and felt that they were wasting their youth. Zhang Qing, Zhao Yuyu's current desk mate, was not gloating, but she was also very curiously watching the situation outside the classroom. She also called Zhao Yuyu to be a crowd of onlookers. She subconsciously asked Zhao Yuyu, "Miss, what are they doing?" "Up." Zhao Yuyu did not answer, but she quickly came to her senses. She was afraid that the finale of Pure Love was too lethal, causing these male classmates who originally chased Pure Love to be extremely happy. All of them were scammed, and then they remembered that it was Zhang Chao, a big idiot, who kept pacifying them, let them enter the pit, and believe in the evil of the scam cartoonist Poison King So Li. In this regard, Zhao Yuyu still feels a little guilty, because in a sense, she is the man behind the plot of Pure Love, but she can't help it. Originally, she only wanted to use Su Jing's ability in the comics. To improve her academic performance, she didn't expect So Li to turn her from a passerby into a supporting role, and eventually even appointed her to be the heroine. She can't be humble anymore. Since the creators have already researched and decided that she will be the heroine, she can only use that extreme way to portray the role of Su Jing, otherwise according to Pure Love, a harem manga with characters with IQ problems and the plot relies on selling meat, how can it impress all readers and make Su Jing an unforgettable classic female character? She is fighting poison with poison. Zhao Yuyu clearly wanted to be the only one So Li who was okay with her, but she was accidentally stunned by countless readers. But she didn't have to carry the pot, it was all So Li's fault. Outside the classroom, Su Heidao patted his chest and said pitifully to Zhang Chao, "Brother Chao, I really treat you as a brother. So trust you, why would you recommend this Pure Love to me?" The cartoonist named Soli is simply the devil, the Poison King. Zhang Chao had no face to answer Su Heidao's complaint. Didn't he have a deep resentment towards Soli, a feminine female cartoonist? He has completely turned black. Su Jing is his goddess, and she ended up like that in the end. The ending of that good ship is simply a sinkhole. It typically poisons readers and feeds shit, but they are packaged in a tempting chocolate look. Do you know how much I sacrificed for pure love? In order to call on these guys who are used to watching piracy on the internet, to support the Poison King Soli, watch the original comics, and reward pure love, I put myself B-cup touched this group of guys to let them vent their desire after watching pure love. Tell me, pure love gave me such an ending. I really want to die. My heart is gone. Su Heidao's fat face was shaking, and he was about to cry, feeling wronged like a 500 jin child. When the surrounding Man Research Society members heard Su Heidao's words, they all lowered their heads silently, wanting to laugh inexplicably. Zhang Chao's original unlovable look immediately changed, and he was shocked. Hold the grass. Is there such an operation? Said, he touched Su Heidao's chest with his hand. Is this the feel of the legendary B-cup? Zhang Chao ran away after touching it. Su Heidao chased him wildly, trying to catch him hanging and hitting him. As a result, the two chasing and slapstick were caught upright by Lao Qiu. They were severely criticized and said if the two of them fail in the final exam, they will look good. Both of them showed an expression of the baby's heart is bitter. They were so depressed by the ending of pure love that they had no intention of taking the exam. Okay. We'll definitely fail the exam. But in fact, it doesn't matter if you fail the final exam. Often the second semester starts, and the teachers have forgotten the cruel words they said last semester. Zhao Yuyu felt that she had a very fulfilling self-study in the evening of 3/4 www.readaloud.com under the threat of the final exam. She hardly forced herself a bit, and also found a feeling similar to Su Jing's indulge in learning, thinking that she could use it directly in the future with Su Jing's ability. Her mood became excited. In the car going home, she finally took out her mobile phone again. She felt that the feeling of playing with the mobile phone was really great at this time. One was because she had to endure it for a long time, and the other was because the serious review really made her feel at ease. It made her even more confident when she played with her mobile phone. She started to use Weibo, and she realized that the finale of Pure Love has become a hot topic on Weibo. Black, hatchet, good ship and other words have become so common for a while, and the name of the character that everyone mentions the most is Su Jing. Of course, it's because Su Jing's role is sufficiently controversial, and her role experience and personality are also the fullest in the entire Pure Love, and it can even be said to be the only IQ in Pure Love that is online. As for that IQ, Lu Shat, the eldest lady of 250, was really 205. Before Su Jing calculated the male lead for Yang Qianqian, but with her own ability, she avenged her parents. There was also a lot of discussion at the time, and almost no one questioned Su Jing's retaliatory behavior, because it is really very relieved and enjoyable. But when Su Jing calculated the male protagonist for her distorted love for Yang Qianqian, her increasingly darkened personality gradually aroused controversy. Now that the finale comes out, everyone's controversy over this character has almost reached its peak. And dissatisfaction with the ending also reached its peak. And Soli's promise, it has become a joke. Chapter 48, Character Card. The number of followers of Soli's Weibo fans has increased even faster after the finale of Pure Love was released. This is not because the ending she produced is very fan-absorbing, but because there are many readers who have been cheated. In order to make it more convenient to scold Soli every day, I naturally pay attention to her Weibo. In her latest Weibo reply, you can see how violent the readers are. The ending of Pure Love is to poison us and feed us shit. Said that I will never see your silly work again. But I will come to your Weibo every day and spray you well. The scum hero Yang Ming died when he died. Anyway, I hate scum, but in the end why not give Su Jing a good ending? She is so miserable, the author, can't you sympathize with her? I think So Li, you guy, for fear of being a fan of Lao Su, deliberately came up with an almost annihilated ending to play with simple readers like us. I admit that she succeeded in making a big news, this pure love, I'm afraid I won't forget it for the rest of my life. I support Goddess Su Jing. It's so angry. The ending of this sudden change in style is really unexpected, it's toxic. When I saw Su Jing in the pure white dress on the beach at the end, my tears fell in an instant, and I really wanted to hug her. The role of Yang Qianqian is a disgusting guy. In order to force Su Jing to have a tragic ending, Yang Qianqian is set to always be drunk to her brother Yang Ming. If it is placed in reality, there will be no good boat. This kind of extreme ending, holding a head towards the sunset or something, is really disgusting. You must be on purpose. I just smiled and posted the promise you made on Weibo. Everyone sees how scheming your scam is. Every time you say that the ending of pure love is a happy ending, it turned out to be a deception. Many readers have fallen into the pit and harvested fiercely. I have already seen you through. Wow, society is really sinister. Wait, why don't you eat shit? Live streaming. Zhao Yuyu saw many pure love readers on Weibo scolding So Li's comments, and a smile appeared on her face. It was So Li's fault that all this was originally, who made So Li suddenly notice the role of Su Jing, and then began to play with the idea of Su Jing, so that she didn't even have a chance to study quietly. As the host of Su Jing, Zhao Yuyu naturally had to fight back fiercely. In addition to scolding So Li on Weibo, the debate about the character Su Jing has also intensified. About 70% of readers are on Su Jing's side. They sympathize with Su Jing very much and think that So Li is the last after painting Su Jing to death. It is simply to deliberately oppose the readers and add obstacles to the readers. Many readers said that after watching this ending, at least 10.5 months will be in a melancholy state. There are also some readers who like to be sensational and unconventional, and choose to criticize Su Jing. The views held by these people are like this. Throughout the entire pure love, in fact, the person who can do things the most is Su Jing. Yes, this female character is the culprit that led to the tragedy of the comic ending. Some people like to use emotions, see Su Jing born from a pitiful background, and always showing a love of learning, he can't help but feel good about her. In fact, this character is too deep in his mind, too deep in calculations, and the three views are not correct. He always likes to go to extremes. If it weren't for her messing things up, the male lead would definitely not become scumbags, and he would definitely make everyone happy. So, Su Jing's final tragedy was just a death that was justified. Poor people must be hateful. A woman like Su Jing is really terrible. She is like a man's natural enemy. As a straight man, I can't understand her lily and grab the resources of a girl. I can't understand her protagonist Yang Ming behind her back. I don't know what So Li thinks. She actually drew such a messy character like Su Jing. She is not the male protagonist's harem, she has completely deviated from the harem comics. Fortunately, I have strong psychological endurance. Otherwise, I would have given up on this comic a long time ago. In short, Su Jing's final death was also very good, so that she always lived in that tragic appearance. In the world, people are bored to watch. When such remarks appeared, those loyal supporters of the goddess Su Jing, of course, could not sit still and directly supported Su Jing. What's wrong with Su Jing's calculation of the male lead for the sake of true love? If the male lead Yang Ming can be more responsible, not easily tempted, and become a creature of desire for thinking in the lower body, then Su Jing's calculations will not succeed. How can it be as if it's all Su Jing's fault? The logic of some people is really touching. Yang Ming is a born scum, he is damned, but Su Jing is innocent. It's a pity that Su Jing was blind and fell in love with a Yang Qianqian who is also a scumbag. It is true that these siblings are not a family and do not enter a family. Yang Qianqian has been using Su Jing from beginning to end, using her as a substitute, and finally kicking Su Jing away. That's how people praised him. Yang Qianqian is dedicated and loyal. Since she loves her brother so much, why don't she just reject Su Jing and let Su Jing go to learn to have a love and hobby? I believe Su Jing is strong, but then, it is obvious that Su Jing is getting deeper and deeper. The ending of that tragedy can only make me sigh, but I want to say no matter what, the sole character of pure love in Yu Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is Su Jing. Only Su Jing is worthy of pure the word Lien. The goddess Su Jing who always supports me. To put it bluntly, without Su Jing, this second-rate harem manga could become popular. I didn't expect that some people thought Su Jing was damned, self-inflicted, and the person who said this, will your conscience hurt? Without the goddess Su Jing, there would be no exaggerated remarks made by you clowns to gain attention. I suspect that you were so frustrated by the ending that you deliberately said that kind of remarks. After Zhao Yuyu saw countless readers arguing about the character Su Jing, and even arguing forever, she knew that she had indeed succeeded in creating a classic female character, and she saw that in her mind. On Fan Xianeo's Door of Dimensional, there is an extra card of the dimensional character Su Jing wearing a pure white dress and a normal single ponytail. She will always hold a book in her hand, with no expression on her face. Zhao Yuyu used her soul consciousness to touch this character card, and temporarily discovered that there are 3 ways to use it, and perhaps will unlock more ways to use it in the future. Now one of the 3 ways is naturally to use it normally to obtain all the abilities of Su Jing possession, the second is a one-time sacrifice of the character card, and you designate to enter a world of works of the same energy level, and the third is a one-time sacrifice of the character card, so that the next time you enter the gate of the dimension, you must enter a world of works with a higher energy level. Of course, this world with higher energy levels is random, not specified. Today's first update seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Don't always forget to vote, you will waste it if you don't vote. Chapter 49, Learning is really good. When Zhao Yuyu saw these 3 ways of use, she quickly understood what they meant. The first way of use was what she expected. Naturally, she obtained the ability of the comic character Su Jing in reality. This way of use was it is sustainable, because Su Jing is a classic character. As long as readers keep remembering her, they can provide her with a steady stream of willingness for Zhao Yuyu to use. The second method is obviously to use the ability of the classic character Su Jing to exchange the ability of another classic character, because after sacrificing the character card of Su Jing, you can specify to enter a world of works, but because of Su Jing it comes from the world of daily life at the lowest energy level, so the designated world of works must also be the world of daily works without any superpowers. As long as a person with normal IQ can designate to enter the world of a certain work, he must choose to enter the world that is a classic work, and decisively possess a classic female character destined to become highly popular, so as to lie down and win. If nothing else, you should finally get the character card of the classic character. You don't need to be as troublesome and laborious as Zhao Yuyu in pure love, so Zhao Yuyu thinks this is actually an equivalent exchange. Su Jing is a character card to exchange for character cards of other daily classic female characters. But here comes the problem. The real world in which Zhao Yuyu lives is a parallel world. Although there are some amazing and classic works in her memory, such as the Celestial Silkworm Potato and Lao Su, but it is more like Super the King of Ability and Pure Love are unfamiliar works that she has never heard of. She can't even judge whether a work is a classic or not. After all, sometimes high popularity does not mean it is a classic, and some are in the serialization process. Popularity is common, and it is suddenly discovered after the end, and then it becomes a classic work. It is not uncommon. Therefore, if you rashly sacrifice the Su Jing character card and designate to enter a world of daily life that is not a classic work, you will lose your blood. If you don't say anything about the Su Jing character card, you can't be sure that you can whether to lie down and win. Moreover, the creation of works also takes time. Zhao Yuyu obtained the character card of Su Jing, but it took a whole semester to wait until the end of Pure Love before she gained anything. Therefore, she was very happy about Su Jing. Zhang character card is also very emotional, after all, she is a classic character created by her own efforts. So this second way of use seems to be very tempting, but in fact it must be cautious, unless she has obtained enough classic character cards, otherwise it is better not to sacrifice at will. After all, the sacrifice is over. The character card disappears completely. As for the third method of use, Zhao Yuyu doesn't even think about it now, she wouldn't be gambled like this at all. Although she would not die of non-fate, but she is not the emperor of super character, she can sacrifice the Su Jing character card directly and randomly enter the world of classic works with a higher energy level, and complete Lai win. If she enters the world of second-rate works like the King of Superpowers again, she doesn't know how to shape classic women role. And once the Su Jing character card is sacrificed, Zhao Yuyu can't use the ability of Su Jing at all. This is absolutely unacceptable to Zhao Yuyu, who is now desperate to improve her academic performance. It is not that Zhao Yuyu does not desire superpowers, but she can restrain her impulse and weigh the pros and cons as much as possible. Anyway, she feels that what she needs most now is the ability to indulge in learning, and that ordinary superpower, such as there is no way to make her invincible in the world if she thinks about motivation or something. Instead, she will be noticed by some big forces. This is not because there have been too many online novels and comics recently. The persecution has a serious paranoia, and she is afraid of being arrested by the government. Doing research, she even worried that after she gained superpowers, the originally scientific real world would become unscientific. Just like the anime recreators, when more and more characters in the work reacted. Traveling to reality, fighting in reality, making the real world become illusory. Zhao Yuyu feels that such a world is still too terrifying. She also believes that the gate of dimensional will definitely restrict superpowers. Otherwise, if you have the ability to destroy the world, it will really destroy the world, even the original classic works. Disappeared, isn't that a paradox? And the human beings are all dead, who will give her character card aspiration? Zhao Yuyu is too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, she will explore the door of the dimension bit by bit, and now she wants to try the feeling after activating the Su Jing character card. After activating the Su Jing character card very naturally, she only felt that the familiar feeling appeared again. However, at the beginning, this feeling could only appear in the comic world of pure love, but now, it really appears in the real world. Zhao Yuyu is very excited. www.readaloud.com. She even wants to jump up happily. This is the big harvest after her hard work. The gate of dimensionality is awesome. However, she is now Su Jing possessed. Even if she is happy, she can only look expressionless, unless she can meet her Yang Qian, but this is impossible after all. When she noticed at this point, I felt a faint heartache. However, Zhao Yuyu is not Su Jing after all, so she hurriedly dispelled this negative emotion, but plunged into the study, as if she was taking drugs. Cool. Enjoyable. Is great. Why is learning such a happy thing? Why did she never realize that studying can be so attractive? Zhao Yuyu even feels that studying in reality is simply more comfortable and enjoyable than when she studied in the world of pure love. Perhaps the essential reason is that in reality, she uses her own body, but in the two-dimensional world of pure love, after all, it is just a fictional character's body, separated by a layer, just like dreaming. Similarly, the five senses have been reduced. This is actually a good thing. Otherwise, when Su Jing was abused by Su Li, Zhao Yuyu would have died unexpectedly. Zhao Yuyu had forgotten one thing she was going to do in the state of being addicted to studying. 2 more seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, Recommended tickets. Why do I have to open a single chapter for recommended tickets? After reading it, it is a good habit to read books. Keep this book at the top of the two-dimensional recommendation list. Chapter 50, Fall in Love with Su Jing. What Zhao Yuyu originally wanted to do was, of course, to post the black history of her previous screenshots in Soli's fan base, and then use her identity as the leader to beat Soli and make that guy feel condemned by his conscience. She is different from other readers who have been scammed. She did this purely to give a sigh of relief for Su Jing. Now Zhao Yuyu feels that she is about to fall in love with Su Jing because she can have the classic character card of Su Jing. It's really wonderful. Even Zhao Yuyu feels that she will not sacrifice the character card Su Jing casually no matter what. In the real world, she is not like Su Jing. She has great restrictions on learning, such as taking care of serious illnesses. Her father, cooking for her mother, helping with housework, etc. She is an eldest lady with a good life, and her parents are very healthy. She obviously spends a lot of time studying, but because her perseverance is too bad, she can't control herself. In her hands, she always wants to play with her mobile phone. This has led to her more than 10 years of life. I don't know how much time was wasted on meaningless fun. She can't change it if she wants to change it. There is really no motivation or that. Insist on. But after she has the Su Jing character card, she can use Su Jing's abilities to learn more things in her free time, such as a certain specialty that she has always lacked. She always admires those things. The versatile classmates who can play musical instruments, can sing and dance, are like her classmate Zhongqing at various evening parties at school, but Zhao Yuyu is actually the envy of Zhao Yuyu in her heart. However, Zhao Yuyu has always had a peaceful mind, a gentle personality, and envy, but never jealous of others, or even targeted others because of jealousy. She would only secretly lament that she has no talent, but she has no determination to work hard to learn a specialty. Can only be responsible for shouting 666 on the side. But now, the situation is different. Su Jing is obsessed with learning, and not only in textbooks. She is very willing to accept any knowledge, but in the comics world, she has no such opportunity at all, but in reality in the world, Zhao Yuyu can use Su Jing's ability to learn anything she wants to learn. For example, if she wants to learn a musical instrument, if Su Jing is possessed, she can definitely keep learning. When she was a child, she remembered that she had learned piano, violin, guhan, etc., but she persisted in violin for 3 months. The others did not persist for a month, so she gave up. Every time she started to learn, are full of confidence and think that she can stick to it, but the fact is that she has to learn a certain musical instrument every week off, but others can play it. This has caused a great imbalance in her heart. Why can't I play well on the rest day? When this kind of thought appeared, she had the kind of positive learning enthusiasm at the beginning, as if she was inspired to become a certain musical instrument master's lofty ideal, but then disappeared completely. She was full of how to spend the rest day easily and happily. So with the passage of time, Zhao Yuyu can be considered to have seen herself completely. She is not a person with great perseverance and persistence, but the kind of mortal who does things for 3 minutes. Plus her own family conditions are quite superior. Under any pressure in life, ordinary children want to learn a certain musical instrument, and the money they spend will also make the child understand what the price is. This will prompt the child to cherish this hard-won opportunity, but Zhao Yuyu never cherish it. A small amount of money. In fact, the money she rewarded on the Starting Point website this semester was tens of thousands of dollars. She didn't feel anything. She even saved tens of thousands of dollars as her own little money vault. In terms of money, she has never really had enough money to spend. After all, she is not fanatical in pursuing certain super limited edition luxury goods. A handmade dress costs more than 100,000 yuan. She feels that she wears it. Thousands of pieces of clothes are enough, and she is used to wearing school uniforms at school, and she has no idea of showing off what she is wearing, so that other students put on all kinds of fashionable clothes on weekends. But she was still wearing a school uniform, making people who don't know her think how difficult her family is. Who knows that Zhao Yuyu is a white and rich girl? And the winter vacation is coming, and the Chinese New Year is coming. Zhao Yuyu Guang's New Year's money should be able to collect tens of thousands of yuan. Although her mother Wang Wei always plays with her daughter, she never asks her children to pay the New Year's money directly like other parents. Turning in, obviously I also agree with the statement that my daughter wants to be rich. It will never happen in some novels or comics. Why is the eldest lady going to KTV to become a princess because of lack of pocket money, and then she is about to embark on the road of friendship between Yuan and Yuan? At that time, she was saved by the hero of the hanging silk, and then fell in love with the protagonist, and successfully joined the protagonist's harem. It is precisely because Zhao Yuyu does not have a special sense of value for money at all, she also takes very lightly on the things that money can buy, and rarely has the idea of showing off her wealth, because she thinks that is nothing great, but sometimes she inadvertently the details revealed will shock and worship classmates such as Zhongqing who are observant, and even give a reward of 1,000 yuan to the leader and add a book friend group. The group friends are surrounded and shouted, "Typical tyrant, you lack legs. A pendant." She really doesn't think there is any local tyrant for the leader of 1,000 yuan. www.readaloud.com. Next time, if you are in a good mood, you can reward a few 10,000 yuan a day in the Silver League. The site-wide announcement, that is also a manifestation of a sense of existence. It's just that Zhao Yuyu sometimes feels that if she can spend the money she earns, it's even better, and she can even completely eliminate the pocket money given by her father. It's so temperamental and compelling, so she has now gained the indulge in learning. After the ability, I still want to get an ability to make money, but it still depends on what is the world of daily works that she randomly enters next, and whether she can seize the opportunity to create a classic character, which can be a singer, painters, writers, and the like. She would not dislike it. She even hopes that she can enter the world of entertaining celebrity novels and create a super classic character, and after obtaining the character card of this character, in the real world, she can also use singing to make money, but this is not an easy task, and if she really wants to enter the world of works, then what does she need to sacrifice a classic character card for? Zhao Yuyu's mentality is still very good. She always has a mentality of if you don't have expectations, you won't be disappointed. When she went to bed that night, she slept extremely peacefully, and she did not rush to open the door of the dimension and enter a new one. The world of works, at least wait until the final exam is over. She has to indulge in studying these days and become the goddess Su Jing. Today's first update: seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. The new book list is off. The book has reached the 6th highest in the total list. Although there is only one day, thank you very much. Sure enough, I was also very stable. I didn't overturn the car, otherwise I would be embarrassed. Chapter 51, I'm innocent. When Zhao Yuyu obtained the Su Jing classic character card, and finally could sleep beautifully, there was a poor creator who could not sleep all night. She is naturally So Li. When the finale of Pure Love was successfully published in Wind Comics, So Li seemed to have recovered from the state of magic stunned. She suddenly remembered that she had been with the editor Wei for this finale. Suo Dashang's behavior, she couldn't help covering her forehead, and only felt that she was really up at the beginning. According to her original style, she has always followed the responsibility. After all, she is still a rookie cartoonist. I'm going, the one who would terminate the contract with the magazine if I didn't agree with me. I look like a rookie cartoonist. I am even more mad than a great god. So Li slapped her cheeks and gave birth to a strong regret. I don't know why she was so impulsive at the time. She still respected the editor Wei Suo quite a bit. So Li chose to read the finale of Pure Love published in Wind Comics and watched it carefully. Anyway, in her impression, she was quite satisfied with the ending and believed that it was the embodiment of her highest creative level. That's why she strongly urged the magazine to publish this ending. She took out the sample magazine, and before opening it, she suddenly thought of a question: why did she choose to end this pure love so early? Obviously this work has been so popular before, and the animation plan has been confirmed. She should at least end it after the animation is broadcast. You know, cartoonists actually get the biggest benefit from animation. After the animation becomes popular, it drives the sales of comic book books. At the same time, it also makes the comics that are being serialized become more popular. Therefore, there are few comics. GOY finished the manga before the animation was finished and aired. They would rather change the story in a month or even 3 months. They would not end. They waited for the animation to make this serialized work more popular. One step. After the completion of the comics, the animations are mostly remakes of the classic old comics, such as Parasite Beast. Maybe the animation production technology was still lacking at that time, and certain special effects could not be perfectly produced. Wait until the animation production. It will be animated again when the technology is more advanced. With Solei's style of pursuing sales and popularity, and treating readers as gods, if there is no head, then you must definitely water and drag, at least after the animation, and then based on the popularity of the comics, consider the inexhaustible. The question is, why no matter which world, there are such long comics that have been serialized for more than 10 years? It is because many cartoonists have seen that their comics have maintained their popularity. The more they serialize, the higher their popularity. Of course, they choose to keep serializing until the painting collapses, or it's too watery, like Dragon Ball. Reaper has the suspicion of painting collapse, and even if the painting collapses, they still have a group of loyal fans. If you look at it this way, you will find that the old comics are much more stable than opening a new series. Has a new serial hit the street? Solei felt that she was really wrong at the beginning, as if she was not like herself. She shook her head, opened Wind Comics, and began to look at the ending part she drew. She just read a few pages and she bears it. I couldn't help muttering to myself, I was in a state of mind at the time. This painting and this sub-mirror were really works that I could only draw when I was at the peak of my state. No wonder I wanted to make this so much. In the final publication, it seems that I also know very well that it is impossible to paint in such a peak state. Now let me paint according to the ready-made, I can't paint the original feeling. Solei blew a wave of herself and couldn't help but laugh. She only felt a sense of accomplishment. In any case, being able to draw such a picture really made her feel amazing. However, when she carefully read the ending of her painting, she couldn't laugh anymore. She hugged her head with her hands, and grabbed her hair that was already a little messy. The whole person seemed to want broken, she said furiously, this ending is poisonous. How could I draw this ending? I really am not the kind of author who likes to poison readers and feed shit. Solei felt that she was really too innocent. She obviously wanted to draw a happy ending. How did she end up with an all-destructive ending? Even the most popular goddess Sujing was painted to death, although she has not yet done so. Going to her Weibo and secretly observing in the QQ fan group, but she can already predict that what she painted, and what she promised, was 1,000 miles away, which triggered a strong reader reaction. Solei immediately opened her Weibo with her mobile phone and found out that the topic of the finale of her Pure Love became popular, and her Weibo was overwhelmed by the anger of readers, and many readers threatened to give it to she sent razor blades, and many readers turned black because of her inconsistent words and deeds. She hurriedly scanned, and saw a certain reader who turned black said that because he gave his classmate Pure Love, reading www.yunsha.com caused him to almost be killed, and then he scolded Solijhen. It is a snake-hearted man. At the beginning, he deliberately said a happy ending to trick everyone into the pit. When the popularity is highest, then he will utterly depress everyone. This routine is too deep. The final conclusion is that of course Soli, a sham, can't believe even a punctuation mark when he speaks it out. When Soli saw those dense messages, her scalp numb, but she also knew that she should be completely famous in the entire comics world. Everyone knows this Soli, it's true. My skin is cruel and cruel. It is estimated that I have been acquainted with Lao Su for a long time, so I played such a gloomy ending that was unexpected to everyone in a harem comic, which turned pure love into a complete one. An extremely impressive work. Of course, this sacred work is still very watery. No matter how amazing its ending is, it can't conceal its early clichés and the thinness of the characters, but who makes it scumming, hatchet, and blackening? What about good boats? Of course, it also has an eternal classic character Su Jing, which is enough. Soli was an ostrich for a whole day. On the next night, she opened her Fan QQ group and found that the information in it had already been 999 plus. She didn't look at the chat history inside. She knew that. For sure most group's friends are criticizing her for her bad behavior, so she appeared in the group and the first message she sent out was, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm late, but I'm innocent, all this is Su Jing's fault. 2 more seeking collections, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets cannot be stopped, I will be very anxious without a recommended ticket." Chapter 52, I have never seen such a shameless person. Zhao Yuyu set a special attention to Soli. As long as the dog owner Soli appeared in the group, she would be reminded. When she saw the message from Su's haircut, she couldn't help but chuckled and said to Su, "It's a good idea, too. Although this is actually a fact, who can believe it? Anyway, she never recites this pot, Zhao Yuyu. Today is Monday night, and tomorrow Zhao Yuyu will have her final exam, but she can play with her mobile phone comfortably, because when she was at school during the day, she had been addicted to studying for a day, whether it was the morning reading class or the end of get out of class time. She was studying quietly, and she hadn't even taken out her mobile phone. In fact, often before the final exams, students are more relaxed. Just like this day, the whole day is self-study. If Zhao Yuyu's original style is followed, she can have one class time to review well. That's fine, because she took 3 nights of self-study seriously yesterday, so today she will definitely swell and feel that she is fully prepared for the final exam. But that's all. This time I entered the top 10 in the class, so there shouldn't be a big problem. So, she can naturally play with her mobile phone for a day. However, Zhao Yuyu, who is in the state of Su Jing possession, will only feel that the time for review is not enough, and there are many omissions. You must make up as much as possible to prevent encountering the kind of teacher that Ming Ming said in the exam, but because of her own reasons. She must eliminate all accidents and bring out all her potential. Su Jing is not a genius, and IQ is just a normal person, but she works harder and is too careful than ordinary people. If Zhao Yuyu uses the state of Su Jing possessed to take the test, she will never have to worry about doing something wrong because of her carelessness. Even those difficult problems that she would get big after reading them and couldn't afford to challenge the desire at all, she would be patient and study hard. Even if there is no way to solve the problems completely, at least the simple ones can be solved. Solve it, after all. There are usually a few small questions for that kind of mathematics finale. Zhao Yuyu, in a normal state, saw that kind of big topic, but didn't do it. She was already worried and lost her momentum. She felt that it would be better to spend the time studying the big topic to check those simple topics. After all, she is good at abusive food well. Therefore, after Zhao Yuyu obtained Su Jing's classic character card, she no longer worried about her study and examination problems, so when she did not turn on Su Jing's ability, she appeared to be more playful, playing more fun and more fun. Emboldened. When studying hard, she will work harder than others, and when playing happily, she will be happier than others. Anyway, Zhao Yuyu's performance during the day on this day shocked many people who knew her. For example, her deskmate Zhang Qing originally thought that Zhao Yuyu would definitely let her watch the wind while playing on her mobile phone, but the other party didn't show it all day. The phone comes. When the class was over, Zhao Yuyu's front seat Wang Yang wanted to turn around and talk to her, and talk about a certain online novel he had recently read. It turned out that Zhao Yuyu was still buried in the lecture notes, exuding a domineering aura. I'm sorry to bother Zhao Yuyu. The most important thing is that this is not serious in a short period of time, but serious in a whole day. This is very scary. She will not be crossed by other people, right? Wang Yang, who has read a lot of online novels, couldn't help but slander. I just want to return to thinking like this. Of course, Wang Yang would not really think so. He can only use tomorrow to be the final exam, and classmate Zhao Yuyu is frantically holding the Buddha's feet to explain. Zhang Qing naturally thinks so. Under the leadership of Zhao Yuyu, she also rarely reviewed it carefully, otherwise she must have been fishing for a day. In fact, she is also very playful and not very self-disciplined. There is also Zhou Feng, Zhao Yuyu's former deskmate, who also noticed the very serious Zhao Yuyu. She was full of sympathy and felt that Zhao Yuyu was doing useless work. It is serious now. It is too late. Kung Fu should be spent in normal times. Although Zhou Feng has a good impression of Zhao Yuyu's character and feels that Zhao Yuyu is really nice to get along with, but in her studies, she despises Zhao Yuyu. Although she has never shown this in front of Zhao Yuyu, she has a strong heart in her heart. She was better than Zhao Yuyu in all the monthly and midterm exams in the first semester. Most of them were in the top 10 of the class. Once she was too nervous because of the difficulty of mathematics. I cried secretly in the quilt at night, thinking it was a great shame, but Zhao Yuyu's best test score was tied for 19th in the class, basically hovering between 20 to 30. Zhou Feng feels that Zhao Yuyu is very pitiful, and she saves others by herself. She thinks that the other party has always been in shame. This time the final exam, there must be no surprises. Zhou Feng decided to rush to the top 5 of the class, continue to consolidate his status as a top student, and then still maintain a sense of superiority to pay attention to Zhao Yuyu, and pity the shameful Zhao Yuyu. However, she really wanted to be at the same table with Zhao Yuyu, because her new table-mate Tang Yan had a much worse personality than Zhao Yuyu. She was too stingy. She was obviously ugly but still felt good about herself. It's bluffing, big mouth, a show B, grades so bad, 40 or 50 people in the class, and always secretly copying her homework when she is studying late to participate in chemistry competition training. She found this afterwards. I decisively took the homework I wrote to the chemistry laboratory. You Tang Yan should copy my homework too? Her homework will only be reference for Zhao Yuyu. Although Zhao Yuyu went home to do it by herself in most cases, she went online to find the answer if she didn't. Zhou Feng didn't have a chance to give Zhao Yuyu a reference. Helpless. If Zhou Feng sympathizes with Zhao Yuyu, then she completely despises her new table-mate Tang Yan, and she is also very upset with Zhao Yuyu's new table-mate Zhang Qing. This guy and Zhao Yuyu are talking and laughing. Don't get me wrong, she absolutely it's not jealous. She just thinks that Zhang Qing is not a serious person at first glance. She has such a big chest. Although the other party is a literary committee and a class cadre, she doesn't look at the results of those 30 or 40. Yes, she was afraid that Zhang Qing would ruin Zhao Yuyu's grades, so wouldn't Zhao Yuyu be even more pitiful? As expected, Zhao Yuyu's most suitable table-mate should be her Zhou Feng. Zhao Yuyu, who had been studying for a whole day, decisively turned off the state of Sujing possession after returning home, and then she became a lazy Miss Zhao family in an instant. She became addicted to studying, too addicted to mobile phones. Then she saw Soli's apology and throwing the pot, and the fans of Li Soli naturally fry the pot. I have never seen such a brazen person. Today's first update seeking collection, rewards, recommended tickets, recommended tickets, recommended tickets. Recommended tickets are getting less and less, and Yi Luo is really crying. Chapter 53, Shen Hao Yu Yu. After Zhao Yuyu saw the message from Soli, a lot of replies from fans suddenly appeared in the group. Sude, you smashed this pot, it's really 666. Yeah, you are so innocent, it sounds better than singing. Change the ending, leave the group if you don't change, Zhaming can die, Su Jing must live. Fade skirt, fade skirt, fade skirt, fade skirt, fade skirt. Death to Solita, this ending made me have a nightmare, I was really depressed. You pay me. Why can you be so cruel? My goddess Sujing has been miserable ever since she changed from a passerby to a female matchmaker and has a background setting. I thought she could be happy with Yang Qianqian, but I didn't expect Yang Qianqian and her brother's virtue is to treat my goddess Sujing as a casual pal friend, and finally hugged her brother's head to get a good boat. As a result, my goddess Sujing couldn't live anymore. Sure enough, I can never live unless I study. Will betray Sujing. There was a voice of condemnation in the group, and at this time, in order to make her appearance more eye-catching, Zhao Yuyu directly sent a red envelope with a 1000 quick password in the group. The password is I have never seen such a shameless person. There are a total of 50 bags, and each person can get an average of 20 yuan. This is the money for a meal. At this moment, the password is swiped in the group. As soon as Soli saw that it was the red envelope of her first leader Yu Yu, she didn't care if the password was cursing her, she just responded to this sentence, and she shamelessly sent the password and grabbed it directly. At RMB 50, which was much higher than the average, she felt cute and instantly happy. What is the first leader? Of course, it is the leader of the fan list. The fan value is more than 500,000 yuan. If you change it to Hua yuan, it will be a reward of more than 5,000 yuan. Such a real tyrant reader, of course, will choose to kneel and lick, and Yu red envelopes are distributed in the group at least 100 yuan, so she saw the red envelope of this trench, she didn't even think about it, she must grab it. I didn't expect it to be a super big bag of 1000 yuan this time. There is a voice of worship in the group. Thank you Yu Shen Hao, I have the money for supper. I was in a group with Yu Hao. I was really happy. I was going to take off my skirt, but for the sake of Yu Hao, I just stayed shamelessly. Worship Shen Hao, it's the first time that maid has grabbed such a big red envelope. I'm so excited. Do you local tyrants lack leg pendants? Look at what I just saw, Solita, you scam, you still have the face to grab Yu Hao's red envelope. You are really a shameless person. Worship Shen Hao. In addition, I remember that at the beginning, it seemed that a scammer said that he would never cheat the leader, right? Now, hey. Yu Hao still don't look at King Soli's new work, so I don't need to be scammed again. Wrong billion. Wrong 100 million plus 10086. Soli saw those fans who seduce Yu and don't look at her new work, and she wished to kick these troublemakers directly. No matter what, she would hug Yu's thighs. People are not ordinary trenches, look. People's starting account, at least I rewarded the leader of 7 or 8 works, and there are more titles of Hall Master and Rudder Master. 100 yuan is like 1 yuan, just reward it. This is a real trench. Although there is no way to compare with those super gods who have rewarded several million anchors, Yu can definitely be regarded as gods in the Starting Point novel and comics network. This year, there is one who likes novels so much. Shen Hao of comics, it's really not easy. What makes Soli thankful is that the other party received the most rewards in her pure love, which naturally shows that she is the most favored in the other party's heart, but now she has come up with such an ending. She was afraid that when the other party was angry, she quit the group and never looked at her work again. Everyone has always been fascinated by the gender of Shen Hao Yu, because whether it is her starting account or QQ profile, her gender is female, even her nickname, which is very feminine, but including solely many people think that Yu should be a male. After all, why would a female watch the work Pure Love and give it so much money as a reward? However, how did they know that Zhao Yuyu did not like this Pure Love much, but Pure Love did bring her a lot of help, and finally succeeded in obtaining the Sujing Classic character card, although it is said that the ending of Pure Love is not her business, but as kind as her, she still has a compensatory mentality for Sol Li after all. It just so happens that she has nothing else, that is. The money is too much, and a few $1,000s is just for her. It's no different from dozens of dollars, so just give Sol Li a reward. Who makes Sol Li also a beauty? She always admires high-value and talented people, regardless of male or female. So if Sol Li is really a wretched and ugly uncle, then she will not treat each other like this. It is really that the early stage of Pure Love is too impressive. If possible, Zhao Yu really does not want to enter this kind of brainlessness. In the works of Harem Xiang, if you want this kind of work to become a sacred work, you can only use the sword to go slant, and the hatchet is good for the boat to play once, but you can't play it again. At this time, Sol Li was afraid that Yu would really withdraw from the group. She did not hesitate to give Yu an administrator, and also took the initiative to add a friend of Yu www.readaloud.com since she believes that Yu is a male reader, and she must be full of affection for a female cartoonist like her. She decided to send Yu some of her previous portrait photos as an extra benefit. Body, still quite confident. That's right, this is the real Sol Li, kneeling and licking almost unlimited to the local tyrant readers. How can he recognize the idiot reader? I'm your father? She always regards readers as her parents. Readers are God. Just when Sol Li grabbed 50 red envelopes and cheekily thanked Yu Shenhao, only to see Yu replied in the group, originally, this 1,000 yuan was going to be rewarded to Pure Love, to commemorate its end, but after seeing its ending, I decided to post it in the group and share it with everyone. As soon as the words came out, the fans in the group were happy. They either typed 666 or laughed out emojis. Obviously this Yu local tyrant was molesting Sol Li. Of course, they would like to see it. Now Hey Sol Li has already become popular in the group. Of course, this kind of black is all kindly black, and those who really cannot accept the ending of Pure Love have already withdrawn from the group. Sol Li saw the response from Yu. Although he knew that the other party should be joking, he still felt heartache. Why is this society so sinister? When Sol Li thought this way, Zhao Yu smiled evil charm and sent the black history of the screenshots on her phone to the group. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Yulo who has no recommendation ticket is really dying. Weeping Blood asks for recommendation ticket. Achieve Yulo's dream by voting for recommendations. Chapter 54, Make an appointment. Of these black histories, the most conspicuous is naturally the chat records in this group. My lord, please rest assured, am I the author who plays with readers and poisons readers to feed like that? If it is true, I will eat myself. I will sell some details about the development of the plot now, but about this work I can assure you now that it will be a very happy ending. After all, an old driver like me can drive steadily. After all, Sol Li set up feeding to readers, she eats shit, this almost annihilated ending, isn't it just feeding to readers? Actually, it would be nice if she didn't talk so full. It was true that at that time, she really did not expect that she would appear in such an ending. After seeing the ending, she felt that the author was really crazy. I just lost my mind. Sol Li also did not expect that he would draw an ending that some readers thought was a tribute to Lao Su, so there is also a screenshot of her Weibo, which is also very conspicuous. I'm not the teacher Rin Akamoto, I'm a girl abuse madman, and I'm not the teacher Su Yuan Xian. I always like the popular characters in Bento and have an all-out ending. Pure Love is my first comic book. The style is very relaxed, joyful, warm and healing. Now I am a little bit of Sujing, I only miss a poem called How Can I See the Rainbow Without Going Through Wind and Rain. I also like the role of Sujing. I am even quite a bit. I prefer her, so of course her ending is happy. Similarly, the ending of this work is also a happy ending. Every character can get happiness. Tragedy doesn't exist. Don't worry, everyone. Sujing, who has experienced wind and rain, did not see the rainbow, but went straight to the sea. In addition, there are a few short videos. When Soli was on the show, he patted his chest to assure readers that the ending would be a happy ending. After the ending came out, the readers discovered that all the main characters were there. The underworld has gone to reunion, isn't it all gone? Such a reunion ending can be regarded as fulfilling her promise. Zhao Yuyu also uploaded these pictures to the group album as precious black historical materials, and the fans in the group are all happy and crazy at this moment. Too much relief. Yuyu Ahao is really too sick, so I got a good picture. Yuyu Ahao has already seen Su Da's scams? Was she planning to pit everyone at that time? It's really terrible. I laughed so hard, I just want to know what Solita's expression is now. Will I blush when I see these screenshots? Soli is big, is it unexpected, surprised or surprised, unhappy? Sure enough, you can't stand upright, Soli, you silly guy, milk yourself so hard that you milk yourself to death. Suda, I just had fresh here, would you like to taste it? Come out now please tell me how you feel now. Come out, live and eat shit, start a group video, perform on stage, eat well, eat deliciously, I will double click 666 and give you a big rocket. Soli can't wait to find a hole in the hole or leave the group directly. However, she is the leader of the whole group, and the whole group is also her most loyal fans. Almost all the leaders are in this group. Of course she does not. Maybe as soon as she is gone, her new work still needs fans to continue to support it. In fact, she is now inclined to go to the Starting Point Comic Network to first publish her new work, because she is very famous on the internet now, and even some of the characters in her work have been made into emoticons, popular on the internet, and intuitive tell her that online comics are the future direction. Starting Point Comics is backed by Tencent's father. There are many channels and it is easy to animate. The most important thing is that at least rewards can be divided into half instead of quarter. Therefore, she has never signed a new contract with Wind Comics. Anyway, she has been successful in Wind Comics. Pure Love has at least increased the sales of Wind Comics by several %. The finale, The Violent Reader reaction, also caused the sales of this issue of Wind Comics to soar, and she has done her best. If at this time, it was not Yuya who published Soli's Black History, but the other group friends whom Soli's eyes were born with, then she would definitely have a lot of grievances in her heart. Cleared the other party out of the group, but since it was Yu Hao, then of course she chose to forgive him. Soli felt very honored. It turned out that this Hao fanned her so much. Otherwise, how could she save the videos she set up, and even the videos on the show? It's impossible for the other party to know that the ending of her work will be pitted, right? Of course this kind of thing is impossible. Because Soli herself hadn't expected that she would draw such an ending in the upper situation. At this time, Soli suddenly remembered what he had said, that he had sneered at it, that is, many creators said that they actually don't want the ending to be tragic, but they themselves can't control the plot. The characters in their works already have, because of their will, they chose to face their own story sincerely, so the plot went to tragedy. This statement is really true. It turns out that those creators are not throwing the pot, but this will happen. So she replied decisively to many fans in the group, saying that she really did not voluntarily paint this ending, but that she respected the will of the characters in her work and allowed Sujing to play freely, which naturally led to this. The ending, so all of this is Sujing's fault. She also found many similar cases and successfully joined the creators who claimed to be unable to control the plot, and strongly supported this statement. In fact, the creators are helpless at the tragic ending. www.readaloud.com. It is the characters in the work, their free will is doing things. After Solly explained this way in the group, he also posted this explanation on Weibo, frantically throwing himself off the pot, and triggered a new round of complaints from readers. Of course, most readers cannot accept Solly's statement. This is too illusory. However, some creators reposted Solly's Weibo and expressed their support, because sometimes in the process of inspiration bursts, they will really come up. They clearly want to draw a happy ending, only to find that this is really not in line with a certain. The character of the individual can only be deduced according to the character of the character, which naturally leads to tragedy. Time will heal everything. In any case, the ending of Pure Love brought Solly a huge reputation. Whether the reputation is good or bad, it is always a manifestation of popularity. Anyway, Solly's deep down, I was quite satisfied with the extreme ending of this evil way. Practicing the words "reader, I am your father" is really cool and cool. And Solly's crazy dumping of the pot to Sujing made everything is Sujing's fault, as talk that has been passed down in the house world, but it also continued to increase the classic level of the character Sujing. Finally, Solly talked privately with Shenhao, who had already added a friend to Yu, only to find that the other party was in the same city as herself. She decided to ask the other party out, thank each other in person, and try to improve the relationship between herself and the other party. Relationship. Obviously it was Zhao Yuyu who cheated others, and others would also like to thank her. There is no one. Today's first update: ask for collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Be sure to vote for the recommendation ticket. Click on the word recommendation ticket which turns blue, and you can vote. Chapter 55, Final Exam. Solly is not at all worried that Yu is a bad person. After all, they are the real gods. In the view of Solly, who worships money, rich people, especially rich people who like her works, are definitely good people. She actually wants to ask about the other party's opinions about the new work, to see what style of work the other party likes, and can she trick a wave of huge rewards. The two agreed to face Ji on the first 5 days of the Spring Festival. It was Zhao Yuyu's winter vacation time. She was going back to her hometown with her parents for the New Year. She went back the day before the New Year's Day. It's a small town built on the back of a mountain, and there is a very complete set of ancestor worship ceremonies every Chinese New Year. To be honest, Zhao Yuyu actually hates that set of so-called rituals that include traditional culture. She thinks it is feudal superstition, but anyway, it will not affect her mobile phone play. It does not matter. Anyway, the 4G signal in the small town, it's still very good. Don't worry about her. Dozens of gigabytes of traffic can't be used out. For Zhao Yuyu, where isn't it the same as playing mobile phones? The so-called travel, it's just another place to play on the phone. The ancestral home in her hometown is also very comfortable. It has air conditioning, floor heating, computers, internet, etc. The air is cleaner than in big cities. Except that there are no bustling commercial pedestrian streets or 3D cinemas, you can also live in the small town where her hometown is. It's very comfortable. This small town is simply a mahjong town. The whole street is full of mahjong halls. I don't know when a mahjong league will be held. Anyway, her grandfather Zhao Rongchun likes playing mahjong very much. Rub. Grandpa has 2 sons and a daughter. Her father, Zhao Ji, as the youngest, seems to be the worst mixed up. He is just the director of a private hospital. The other eldest son, Zhao Jiaran, is the boss of a well-known technology-listed company and holds the shares of a well-known internet company. Are a minority shareholder of Tencent's father. In addition, he is also a director of the Douyu Live broadcast platform, and he is barely a business tycoon. The second daughter, Zhao Jiajia, is married to the mayor of a prefecture-level city. He is a very economically developed city. In a prefecture-level city, as the mayor's wife, she has a lot of beauty and she is also a deputy governor of a certain city bank. Judging from the family of Zhao Yuyu, although the power certainly cannot be compared with the real super family, it is the kind that has hundreds of billions of family property, and the provincial officials such as the governor are all younger brothers. Of course, this kind of super family survives. It doesn't exist, it's still a problem. Anyway, Zhao Yuyu has only seen it in novels, but anyway, compared to ordinary people, she is rich in gold, and she is named Zhao after all. Anyway, Zhao Yuyu takes the most money from her uncle and aunt every year, so she naturally has a lot of affection for the brothers and sisters of the two fathers. The final exam on Tuesday finally came. Zhao Yuyu started the Sujing possession state since entering school. This made her somewhat unhappy that she had changed from short ears to shoulder-length haircuts. She felt that only a ponytail can give full play to her strength, because this is the hairstyle of the classic female character Su Jing. That's right, Zhao Yuyu has decided to have long hair. She with short hair is cute, but she can't compare with her with long hair. The most suitable hairstyle for her is always black, long, and straight. This is her instinct, or rather the surviving male aesthetics, the wealth left to her, anyway, is that the black long straight is the best and the most perfect. But the hair also needs to grow slowly, and more importantly, it needs to be well maintained. If the hair is black and straight, if you are not particularly confident in your hair quality, then forget it. Zhao Yuyu has taken care of her skin and hair quality since she was a child. After all, there is a mother who can play with her daughter. Of course, it is fun to raise her daughter to be white, tender and beautiful. Gradually, she is also accustomed to maintenance and will never use harmful cosmetics, but the best known care products that are good for the body, no matter how expensive they are, she will always use them, and she is not bad for money. It's a pity that most men have problems with their eyes these years. They are all staring at women who can't look at those who have a red face and remove makeup. Male students of the same age will look at those with better grades, bigger breasts, more talented or simply. It is the beautiful teacher Yuji, Zhao Yuyu, who wears a large and clean sports school uniform all the year round and has short hair with her ears, turned out to be a passerby. Only a few people noticed that she was the whole class. Even the most beautiful in the whole school. It's just that her beauty is unassuming, very beautiful and extremely attractive, and only those with a real aesthetic and style can discover it. Anyway, starting from the next semester, Zhao Yuyu should be able to change from a bob head to a single ponytail. At that time, she may notice that she is more beautiful. She is more suitable for long-haired hairstyles. Yuyuganshu.com even if it is a ponytail. In reality, she is also step by step, from a passerby with no sense of existence to a little supporting role with a little sense of existence. At this time, although Zhao Yuyu was in a state of Sujing possessed, she was still a little nervous before the Chinese test, because she was holding the Buddha's feet temporarily after all. If she had obtained Sujing Classics half a semester earlier if you have a character card, then you definitely don't have to worry about it. She always feels that there is still something that hasn't been reviewed, and the ancient poems to be memorized are not solid, because she is afraid that she will suddenly become trapped during the exam and can't remember it. So that when she picked up the stationery and went to the 7th class as the examination room, she reluctantly went through the language documents several times, and looked at the content that she thought was likely to be taken. She became more regretful about why. Normally, she doesn't work harder. Of course, she has such thoughts, purely because she is in a state of Sujing possessed. If it were the usual Zhao Yuyu, then she would not have this idea of reflecting on her usual study and not working hard. What? When Zhao Yuyu walked to class 7 upstairs, she found that some of the students in class 7 had not left yet, and she could only wait outside. Then she unexpectedly discovered that her old classmate Han Leng was actually alone with her. In the examination room, the other party was leaning against the railing on the second floor, with eyes closed with thick dark circles, still looking like a fairy. When Zhao Yuyu saw this, she took the initiative to step forward and greeted Han Leng blankly, "Talented Han, did you cultivate immortality again last night?" She actually wanted to smile, but don't forget, now she is in the state of Sujing possessed, so her face is paralyzed. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 56, Self-Satisfaction. The tone of Zhao Yuyu's speech also appeared to be very flat, without any waves, and without her usual gentleness, but it was like dubbing those classic 3-no characters. Such a voice appeared in reality, but it was unique, because in reality few people will speak in this tone without any fluctuations at all. Han Leng had closed his eyes and raised his mind well. He suddenly heard a voice that he felt familiar. He could not help but open his eyes, only to realize that it was Zhao Yuyu who was expressionless. She exuded an inexplicable aura. An expression of surprise suddenly appeared. Is this guy really Zhao Yuyu? In his impression, the eldest daughter who kept a gentle smile and behaved quite calmly and gracefully. Of course, this eldest lady inadvertently exposed the fact that she is actually a very playful and detached girl. For example, she always likes to play with her mobile phone secretly in the morning class, and she even seems to be lazy during the cleaning. There is no sense of responsibility, let alone a sense of collective honor. In addition, she is not the kind of high-profile, show-off person. She always wears blue and white sports uniforms. In the whole class, she is really inconspicuous. If Han Leng hadn't had a pleasant deal with this eldest lady, then he would not really notice her. Although they were still junior high school classmates, Han Leng's impression of Zhao Yuyu was really very rare and weak. Since when, he has been paying attention to Zhao Yuyu silently, and more feel that this eldest daughter is so cute. Perhaps it was from the early morning when he began to use words to pour out his boring but sweet youth troubles in his private notebook, perhaps from that time deliberately pretending to be asleep and being caught by Lao Chiu, he willingly standing up. He felt very sacred and solemn at that moment, as if a knight stood up for the princess. Whether she knew what he did for her silently, he was moved by himself anyway. Literati is like this, whether it is in writing or emotionally, once you fall into a state of self-esteem, there is no end, completely regardless of what others think, or even whether they know it or not. I like you, it has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter if you don't know, I'm just happy. Expectation is a kind of semi-awake and semi-crazy burning, which makes the anxious soul illusion that he is living in the future. This is Han Leng. A young boy who is very talented but whose thinking circuit is different from ordinary people. He is destined to be alone. So after that transaction, he obviously had Zhao Yuyu's WeChat, but he never took the initiative to send a message to Zhao Yuyu. Of course, at the beginning, he also edited a lot of text, but without exception, he didn't click to send it brainlessly, but silently. Deleted, and gradually he never did this kind of thing again, but he still loved to visit Zhao Yuyu's circle of friends, paying attention to her various colorful life as a young lady during the holidays. Unlike him, can only play League of Legends at home, or the code word exploded. In the classroom, he also followed Zhao Yuyu silently. Whenever he saw her front seat Wang Yang and turned around to talk to Zhao Yuyu, he felt very upset in his heart. It is said that the discussion was still online novels, which made Han Leng even more. I am upset, he is a serious starting point for a contracted writer. He has written fine online novels with an average subscription of more than 3,000. Whenever he appears in the group of contracted authors, others call him a big guy, to the internet novel circle. All kinds of great gods, gossip, etc., are even more clear, and he has also talked and laughed with certain great gods. And that Wang Yang is just a member of the Green League of the historical Platinum Green Apple, and he is not a well-known local reader, but he likes to brag in the dormitory all day, so that a bunch of people don't know about the internet literary circle. Classmates are unclear, but in the classroom, he actually has the face to talk and give pointers to Zhao Yuyu in front of Zhao Yuyu. Anyway, Han Lang despised Wang Yang countless times in his heart, but still didn't have any specific actions. He only hated that he was not Zhao Yuyu's front seat. Of course, if he is really the front seat of Zhao Yuyu, I am afraid that he would not bother to turn around and talk to Zhao Yuyu, just fall into meaningless self-satisfaction. Therefore, although he felt that Zhao Yuyu's state was not right at this time, he did not show any strange appearance. Instead, he nodded coldly and was a little bit happy. Miss Zhao actually greeted him on the initiative, and I felt so happy. He pondered for a moment, and then faintly responded, I don't know what to do at all times in life, so I choose to cultivate immortals every day. Sleep more before death, it is better to sleep long after death. Han Lang thought that his words should make the lovely classmate Zhao Yuyu smile, and then responded gently to him. However, Zhao Yuyu was still expressionless and cold. She also looked at the Chinese textbooks from time to time, and seemed to be unable to control what she was learning. Desire. Oh! Zhao Yuyu cherishes words like gold. Han Lang suddenly felt melancholy, but his expression was still cold, but he felt that there was a deep gap between himself and Zhao Yuyu, which was obviously his too much brain supplement www.readaloud.com, because the distance between him and Zhao Yuyu has never been close, so where is the gap? The two stood silently outside the door of Class 7, waiting for the students inside to slowly leave the classroom and rush to the examination room. But standing side by side like this, Han Lang felt new again. And he decided to write such a sentence in the next language test. The grass is bearing its seeds, and the wind is shaking its leaves. We stand and don't speak, it is very beautiful. Then Han Lang felt that the gap between him and Zhao Yuyu was gone. After all, they were standing together. How could there be a gap in such a tacit silence together? It must have been his illusion just now. Just when Han Lang had a cold face on the surface, and when she was infinitely self-satisfied, Zhao Yuyu had already walked into the examination room on her own. She quickly found her seat, sat down and continued her study. She must wait until the invigilator. Only when you enter the examination room will the review materials be actively put on the podium. Anyway, you must seize every minute of your time. Han Lang saw that Zhao Yuyu, who was standing with him, had entered the examination room. He scratched his head in embarrassment and also entered the examination room. The Chinese exam was a piece of cake for him, of course, he was doing it sometimes. When reading comprehension, he will feel that certain topics are really mentally retarded. As an author, he naturally knows that he doesn't think so much when writing essays. As a result, the teacher who wrote the paper just asked the students to analyze from a sentence, which expresses the author's thoughts and feelings. The topic, let the author do it himself. I guess it would be awkward. How do I know what thoughts and feelings I am expressing? I didn't think much. Today's first update: seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 57, I'm comforting her. In fact, the Chinese exam is relatively easy for most students. In other words, it seems that there is no real feeling for a good exam. After all, there are not many objective questions such as multiple choice and dictated questions in Chinese. The reading comprehension that occupies the largest part of the score is very subjective. It depends entirely on whether you can match the radio waves of the teacher who made the question. The radio waves of the author of Uehara are useless, because the original author also reads and comprehends his own article. Will be stunned. The best place to score points is in classical Chinese. As long as you have a solid foundation in classical Chinese texts, although the classical Chinese texts in the test are unfamiliar, they actually have similarities, even relying on your sense of the classical Chinese texts. It can be answered, after all, there are very few very radio wave problems in reading comprehension in classical Chinese. Even if it is a poor student, as long as it is a Chinese, the language test will not be worse. As long as you do it carefully, there will be no extreme situations such as the math test, which is only 2 to 30 points. Zhao Yuyu successfully finished the Chinese test. She did all the silent writing questions anyway. She was sure of the multiple choice questions. The volume of the composition was still very tidy. The reading comprehension was completely in accordance with the routine taught by Lao Chu, so contact as much as possible. Context, using the method of expanding the original text to explain, poetry appreciation is not difficult for her. So on the whole, she feels very good. With the state of Sujing possession, she naturally has the self-confidence of a scholarly tyrant. After finishing the Chinese test, she did not release the state of Sujing possessed, but continued to review mathematics every minute and every second, because she was going to take the test in the afternoon. Mathematics has always been her hard work, because she usually does the foundation is not very solid. Whenever I encounter a problem, I habitually use my mobile phone to find answers on the internet, but I definitely can't use my mobile phone during the exam. This is what makes Zhao Yuyu very regretful. If she spends more time in peacetime, it will be fine. She obviously loves learning. Of course she has this idea, it is purely that she is still in the state of Sujing possession. If when she is closed, she will definitely not regret it so much, nor will she love learning so much. When there is a test day, time will always pass quickly. The math test in the afternoon will come soon. But this time the math test is very difficult. Come to Zhao Yuyu, who is only good at abusive food and not good at studying difficult problems. Said that it was a nightmare. Although she started the state of Sujing possessed, she could not improve her real strength in a short time. If there is no such state, it is estimated that Zhao Yuyu will be in the examination room and her mentality will be just fine. If it collapses, it will completely smash the math test this time. Fortunately, there was Su Jing. She maintained an unusually calm state of mind throughout the whole process. First, she worked out the slightly simple questions and ensured that they were correct. From simple to difficult, step by step. In the end, although time was too late. Can't delve into the final finale, but Zhao Yuyu knows that Su Jing has helped her achieve the greatest potential she can already play. She is only to blame, she is usually too confused. After experiencing this kind of powerlessness again, Zhao Yuyu can't wait to do math problems for several hours every day after the winter vacation. Of course, it is because she is in a state of Su Jing possession, very positive and motivated. As soon as the math test was finished, there were wailing voices around, and then some classmates had already begun to curse. Grass. There was a rumor that the final mathematics exam was given by our principal, Ge Jun. I didn't believe it, but now I know that the truth is so cruel. Wow, President Ge is enough too. I don't want to let the college entrance examination candidates of this province say that one year after another, even our freshmen in high school will not let him go. I'm really crazy. It happened that I was before the exam. I also watched Pure Love, and my head is full of hatchets. How can I calm down and do such a difficult topic? No way, Ge Jun said that he will never take the college entrance examination propositions anymore. Maybe he still has some skills. He feels that his talent is buried, so he can only harm our students. It's really annoying. It's too late. It's not a good year to go home. After Zhao Yuyu finished the math test, she temporarily relieved the state of Su Jing possessed. She felt that if she kept using the classic character card of Su Jing, that would not be a good thing. She was Zhao Yuyu, not Su Jing. One must be very firm, or else she was really taken away by Su Jing. Zhao Yuyu still prefers to maintain a relaxed and peaceful attitude, rather than letting herself be full of pressure, that would be too tired to live. However, when she released the state of Su Jing possession, she realized that her mood suddenly became very depressed. After all, she had no time to do the last big problem in mathematics. She wanted to do it this time. The final exam came back, but she didn't expect to encounter such a difficult math exam, which made her regret closing the state of Sujing possession. How could there be a poor girl like Sujing, a young lady from a greenhouse like her? That's tough. However, Zhao Yuyu did not escape from her true self. She reopened the state of Sujing possession timidly. No matter what, she had to be herself firmly. Zhao Yuyu lowered her head and walked down the second floor. She happened to meet Chen Haoran, the representative of mathematics who had just come out of the examination room next door. The other party looked relaxed. She didn't seem to think the math test just now was so difficult. As soon as Chen Haoran saw Zhao Yuyu, the great science who participated in the physics competition www.readaloud.com, Chen Haoran's eyes lit up. He took the initiative to get up and approached Zhao Yuyu skillfully. Anyway, every morning when he receives Zhao Yuyu's homework, he will choose, and the other party chatted a few words, and then he was very energetic all day long. Zhao Yuyu, how did you get on the test? Chen Haoran asked with concern. I didn't have time to do the last big question. Zhao Yuyu replied in a low mood. Chen Haoran felt that he should comfort Zhao Yuyu well, so he said, it's okay, it's too simple to do it, and it's an insult to IQ. Zhao Yuyu raised her head and looked at Chen Haoran with a sincere expression. In her pure and moving eyes, a little bit of crystal had emerged. She pursed her mouth, bulged her cheeks, and walked straight to the bathroom. Chen Haoran laughed stupidly, but heard Han Leng's voice from next to him. What did you just say to Zhao Yuyu? I'm comforting her. She said that she didn't have time to do the last big question, and I told her that it was an insult to IQ to do that question. Just do it this way. That formula. Hold the grass. With you so comforting, you are a brute. Han Leng snorted, I haven't done the last big problem. Chen Haoran innocently defended, I feel the comfort effect is very good. She was moved to tears. She is a pure and good girl. Hey, if love is as simple as the last big question of the math exam, it will be fine. Up. Han Leng was stunned when he heard this excuse. He squinted at his good brother Chen Haoran, thinking that this elm bump was hopeless. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. Chapter 58, New World of Works. Although the mathematics exam caused a lot of psychological trauma to Zhao Yuyu, what was even more frenzied was that the mathematics representative in the class actually went forward to make up for the knife, which instantly reduced Zhao Yuyu's good impression of Chen Haoran, but overall, she is quite satisfied with the performance of this final exam. In the subsequent English, physics, chemistry, and other exams, she feels that she has exerted her full potential, and she can guarantee that she will not deduct points for carelessness. Who will let her have it? Is Sujing by your side? This time the final math exam was very difficult for most of the students. The former deskmate of Zhao Yuyu, Zhou Feng, said that when she returned to the dormitory at noon after the exam, her tears came down again, because she felt that she was doing math this time. The exam was very bad, she felt that her total score, let alone enter the top 5, was afraid that it would fall out of the top 10, to her, this was a shame. The final exam results will be sent home during the winter vacation. The school is so sad that the students can't even have a good new year. Zhou Feng found out that his class ranking was only 18th, and his math scores were so miserable that he had only 160 points. After 111 points, it seems that she is also laughing at her as a single dog in the future. It is estimated that she will become a leftover fighter, because in her heart, graduate school is a must, and PhD is also planned. Female doctors are still very scary, especially female doctors with no looks. Fortunately, it was the final exam. Zhou Feng didn't know about this final exam until she came in the second semester. Zhao Yuyu, whom she had been very pitying for, actually took the 7th in the class. The most important thing is that the math score is 138. At the forefront of the class, Zhao Yuyu actually took a big advantage because the math test was difficult. This must be accidental. Zhou Fang thinks that Zhao Yuyu is only lucky enough to perform supernormally, and it happened to hit the big luck temporarily, that's why she got such a result in the exam, but with the passage of time, she discovered that the truth is sometimes cruel. Zhao Yuyu, who originally expressed ambition to indulge in studying during the winter vacation, once returned home, she lost her ambition in the state of Sujing possession. She was even more troubled by the thick stack of winter vacation homework. Too lazy to bother. Why did it become like this? Since when did it become like this? Zhao Yuyu still remembers that when she was in elementary school, she was also a top student. Every time she went home from vacation, she would inevitably finish all the vacation homework in one go, and then play happily. And probably after entering junior high school, she no longer has this kind of self-consciousness. It was okay in the first grade. She also knew that she should spread the vacation homework every day to do it. After completing the daily weight, she would go out to play, that was pretty good. In the second grade, she would rush the vacation homework frantically in the last 3 days, knowing that the teacher would not correct the vacation homework, so she wrote some difficult topics, and she read and understood the language without reading the article at all. Do you dare to believe it? As for the 3rd year of junior high school, it is to go to school to reference other people's vacation homework, because Zhao Yuyu discovered that she would not accept vacation homework for several days after school started. This did not happen to give her a reference to other people's vacation is the homework time. In this way, her vacation time will not be wasted. Yes, why are there such anti-human things like summer homework and winter homework? During the holidays, students should be allowed to play unscrupulously, so these homework, as expected, should go to school to do it. Look, her Zhao Yuyu is so witty. Now in high school, the internet has become extremely developed. Zhao Yuyu, who has become a mobile phone control and tablet control, no longer needs to reference other students' homework. If he can find ready-made answers on the internet, that's pretty stable. Zhao Yuyu recently became obsessed with a game called Glory of the King. It is said that this game is played by elementary school students. People gave it the nickname King of Pesticide, and Zhao Yuyu, who played the game at the level of elementary school students, naturally played very well. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because Tencent's father's promotion and marketing are too strong. Honor of Kings suddenly became popular. Alliance's King of Glory, as a result, Zhao Yuyu, a summoner of elementary school level, was naturally abused from time to time, and was scolded by others as primary school students. It is a pity that King of Glory is not a Krypton Gold game, but a relatively balanced competitive game. This makes Zhao Yuyu, a Huayuan player who is accustomed to the Krypton Gold torturing people, lost the place to use it, and she stayed open. Watching her home base being exploded, and all kinds of comments spraying her on the chat bar, she was so angry that she deleted the game. Zhao Yuyu thinks this kind of competitive game is really boring. She can't beat others and can't scold others. Because she has been kind to others since she was a child, she rarely disputes with others, let alone scolds others. Attribute, there is no one to bully her. I don't know if this is a sad thing. After deleting King of Glory, Zhao Yuyu was a little unbelieving and turned on her desktop computer at home. She didn't know what computer configuration, anyway, she only knew that her computer could play any game, and the various screen effects were turned to the top. There will be no screen jams. She saw League of Legends on her desktop and decided to find her self-esteem in League of Legends. In this game, she has reached level 30. Awesome! However, the full level of League of Legends is the beginning. Yuyu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Her qualifying stage has always been Brave Brass, which is completely in line with her primary school status, but she buys a lot of skins, especially the cute skins. She often buys them on impulse, but it is very obviously, even a skin dog cannot increase her level. Just when she just opened League of Legends, suddenly her QQ uploaded information, which turned out to be Han Leng's. The other party was very excited to ask if she was playing League of Legends. She replied that they were even more excited. He said that he would take Zhao Yuyu to the point, because he happened to be in the same area with her Jushan Peak. This area has a nickname called Giant Pit, because it is said that the players in this area are the best, but anyway, Han Leng is already in the brilliant diamond rank in this area, and a heroic brass with Zhao Yuyu is more than enough. 30 minutes later, Zhao Yuyu looked at the word failure on the screen, and she had the urge to delete the game again. On the other side, Han Leng looked at the computer screen awkwardly, and couldn't move it. Zhao Yuyu's dishes were beyond his expectation. The key point was that several other teammates were also real dishes. Loss came to comfort his teammates, because every wave was a miserable loss. The opponent died 1 or 2, and they were all destroyed. Can he still open his eyes and say, this wave is not a loss? It turned out that bringing a girl to the point is so difficult. Han Leng finally realized this painful fact. And Zhao Yuyu's food on the game deeply shocked him, but he thinks it is also very cute. Zhao Yuyu didn't bother to play games anymore. When she went to bed at night, she finally decided to enter Xianeo's dimensional gate again to see what the world of works she entered for the third time. Chapter 59, Esports does not need a girlfriend. Whenever Zhao Yuyu sees this mysterious door of dimension, she will have a sense of intimacy with it. Obviously, this door of dimension is something that belongs to her completely and is deeply rooted in it. In her soul, she and her are not separated from each other. On the gate of dimensional, the only classic character Su Jing is still lifelike. Every time she sees her expressionlessly focused on the book, Zhao Yuyu, she will feel particularly at ease. No matter what, Su Jing is her most solid backing. After a few days, Zhao Yuyu finally opened the dimensional gate again. The soul can also be said to be consciousness, and she has completely entered the dimensional gate, and then she can possess any female character. However, accidents sometimes happen. She discovered that this work called The Strongest King did not even have a named female character. Those female characters who appeared on the scene were all onlookers who were responsible for shouting 666, and onlookers who didn't even have a name. Did she actually enter a Dan Mei novel full of male characters through the gate of the dimension? If this is the case, it will be very annoying, because the feeling in Tan Mei's novels can completely replace female characters, and a BL novel, the audience is also full of rotten girls, and the attention will definitely be on the men who fall in love. How does she create a classic female role in her role? In Dan Mei essays, female characters are destined to be supporting roles. You must know that she can't be attached to a male character. What she has is a perfect female soul. Only a female soul that incorporates a male soul can be called perfect. Isn't she supposed to feel lucky that she has not crossed into a novel of alien animals that does not even appear in human characters? She remembers a recent novel called Legend of the Cretaceous Crocodile Crossing the Cretaceous Period, which tells the story of a human soul crossing the body of the Cretaceous crocodile in the Cretaceous. A leader, but that hateful author is still a eunuch, and she is really off. And if one day she travels to this kind of novel, she will definitely be stunned. Where did the female characters from the Cretaceous be possessed by her, or as long as they are females, they can be possessed, creating a classic female creature image? Can it inherit the abilities of the female creature? This can only be known when Zhao Yuyu really penetrates the world of that kind of work. Zhao Yuyu really annoys the randomness of this dimensional door. She always does something for her, which prevents her from doing things happily. She obviously wants to travel through the world of entertainment stars. She is ready to cause. I took a handful of Hatsune Miku or Ichi, and now I actually crossed into the work The Strongest King without a named female character. After being confused for a while, Zhao Yuyu calmed down and learned a little bit about this work called The Strongest King. There is only a brief introduction and character introduction. Just like Baidu Encyclopedia, if you want to fully understand, you still have to wait for her to be in reality. Read this work through. However, Zhao Yuyu is a little relieved that this is not a Tanmei novel, but an esports novel. It probably tells the story of a top professional Lin Feng who has been full of regrets in his career. After the decline, he resigned and chose to become the anchor of the Eternal War game, but he still has a professional heart and wants to become the strongest king. This title is the title that the team MVP can only have after the team won a series championship. At the same time, it also needs to win the championship in the solo competition. Because of the lack of teammates, the best team performance of his career is the world runner-up. Of course, he won the championship in the individual solo competition, but he never won the title of the strongest king. Then he was struck by lightning accidentally and won the gold finger, making his consciousness and body reach a level. At the new peak, he can finally return to the peak and eventually become the strongest king. After reading a brief introduction similar to Beta Bake, Zhao Yuyu couldn't help but spit out, "What kind of ghost game is this Eternal War?" These days, he wrote an originally niche esports novel, but he didn't write League of Legends, and writing a game that she has never heard of, it seems that it is very likely that the author himself conceived it. It is difficult to use this novel to make a big hit, and then sell the game copyright in the novel and embark on the pinnacle of life. Of course, the most important thing is why there is not even a named female character in this novel. Is this the legendary esports does not need a girlfriend? Zhao Yuyu had no choice but to withdraw from the dimensional gate first, or go to sleep first. In fact, for her, entering the dimensional gate is not much different from sleeping. www.readaloud.com. The body can be rested. But there is always a difference in spirit and psychology, so when she engages in the world of pure love, she does not enter it every day. It will only make her own spirit extremely tense, so unless if there are any special circumstances, otherwise she must pay great attention to the combination of work and rest. When she woke up the next day, she took the tablet computer on the bedside and searched the internet for The Strongest King. The author Rosemary is different from the writer Zhao Yuyu imagined on the street. The other party turned out to be an esports novel. One of the representative figures in China has written 3 excellent League of Legends novels, with a total of more than 10 million words, each of which has good reputation and achievements, and the godhood is being stabilized. It depends on whether this the strongest king can be. He got the starting point of the great god contract, but there is a slight flaw, that is, every time he writes about female characters, he will be frantically complained by many readers. "Please don't write about women and emotional dramas, we are still good friends." In this case, Rosemary's new book The Strongest King simply doesn't write about a named female character. Anyway, his male characters are written very well, almost all of them are flesh and blood and lifelike. Both teammates and opponents are very bright. There are few brain-disabled villains. Every game is written very wonderfully. It's just that the new book The Strongest King is not about League of Legends but because he conceived a new game. Not tepid, if he doesn't have a reader base, then this book is probably stunned. Zhao Yuyu has never read an esports novel, and feels that reading this novel is better than playing a game on her own, but now, she has patience and watched The Strongest King. 2 more seeking collection, reward, recommendation ticket. Chapter 60, Loki Creator. Zhao Yuyu originally just bit the bullet to read it. After all, she is not very interested in this type of online novel, but what she never expected is that she had read it all in one go from morning to night on this day. With a total of more than 400,000 words in The Strongest King, we have caught up to the latest chapter. I wish that the author named Rosemary could update it faster. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yuyu directly rewarded a leader for this The Strongest King, only to find that this book has 7 leaders. Similarly, although it is not as popular as the few League of Legends novels written by the previous author, it is also having entered the boutique channel. With this new book, coupled with his old book, it is not a big problem for the author to earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. Obviously, the author of The Chinese God, whose pen name is Rosemary, wants to prove through the new book The Strongest King, to obtain the starting point of the Great and even the Platinum contract, so he must leave the game of League of Legends shackled. He originally conceived a game by himself, so that his work can have copyright value, whether it is publishing or creating a super IP, it is easier. However, this naturally has a negative effect, that is, this book did not have the popularity of the previous League of Legends esports novels in the early days, and the author himself is too low-key, rarely communicates with readers, does not ask for votes, and is too lazy to brush votes. This has led to the fact that The Strongest King is a great book with great potential, but it can only be as tepid as it is now. You know, in this world's starting point website, the phenomenon of swiping votes is also very serious. Whether it is the new book list, click list, recommended ticket list or even monthly ticket list, there are a large number of brushes, and even the top 10 positions on the homepage are covered by the list. If you really rush to the top 10 with your own strength, you will be brushed down in less than a day. Therefore, the average old readers have experience. The real good books are in the 20th or 30th, and the top 10 books, unless it is that this kind of supreme with extremely high fan cohesion, or even the books of the great gods, they are all brushed up. Some great gods or ancient gods, obviously new works are not as good as their previous works, but they just pay for their own works. To make the list, anyway, for Ziobi readers, the quality of the new work is enough to attract them. Rosemary was crushed by the brushes. The new book list was squeezed at 11th place every week. After it was released, the new book monthly ticket list was also squeezed at 11th place. It just couldn't make it to the homepage, which obviously affected greatly the results of his The Strongest King, but the author's mentality is really good, still maintaining a stable update of 6,000 words every day, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Because the author is too low-key and mysterious, his pen name Rosemary is very artistic, it sounds very feminine, the writing style is also very delicate and beautiful, and the male characters are very well portrayed, so many readers think that Rosemary is a female author who was given the nickname Literature Girl, and many readers regard it as their goddess. As a female author, Rosemary is not easy to mix in the male channel. Writing a very niche esports novel is even more difficult, so the reward for his novels is always very high, and the fans are very ironic. If he chooses to ask for votes, even like other great gods, what kind of Green League fan organizations like this are absolutely huge. After all, sometimes readers are very strange. If you don't open a single chapter to ask for a recommendation, you will not consciously vote. However, the mysterious and low-key Rosemary probably finally discovered from the process of browsing the book review area that he was actually regarded as a goddess and literary girl, so he hurriedly issued a statement in the works, saying that he is actually a male author. Rather than being a literary girl, she even laughed at herself and said that if she were really a female author, she wouldn't be so troublesome to portray female characters and write emotional dramas. In fact, Rosemary has chosen to exploit its strengths and avoid its weaknesses, so the new book The Strongest King simply does not portray a female character. Only the female fans who shout 666 to the male lead appear. After Zhao Yuya watched The Strongest King in one go, she felt that she was instantly attracted to this low-key, mysterious, and dedicated Rosemary Big, because it was really well written. Although the name of the hero Lin Feng is very unique, it seems 10 online novels, all 5 male protagonists are called Lin Feng, but this Lin Feng portrays a male god, he is a black belly type with a high IQ, and he has the style of a great esports god, even if it is on him. At his age, when he was about to retire, he could still use his IQ to make up for the decline in operation and compete with the top players in the professional circle, but he was already tired at that time and felt that his body could not keep up with the young players. Now, esports is just a meal of youth. It's not good if you don't accept the old. Then he won the golden finger, and the sense of expectation at the beginning came in an instant. The most important thing is that the strongest king has no messy emotional drama www.readaloud.com, and it is also very in line with Zhao Yuyu's appetite. After all, Zhao Yuyu, a female reader, is really not interested in that kind of harem stallion Wen's hung. No wonder Rosemary also has a saying at the starting point, called "The starting point is 3,000 harem kings, there is only one Rosemary." Logically speaking, it should be a good thing for Zhao Yuyu to enter Rosemary's work The Strongest King. After 3 esports novels, Rosemary's writing style has become a success, and the plot control is even more powerful. It has reached a new height, and the portrayal of male characters is even more exciting. Even if The Strongest King is suppressed by the brush in the early stage and has more words in the later stage, it will definitely be able to rise and eventually become a popular masterpiece. Of course, can it become a classic, or 2 things? After all, luck is still very important, but the probability of it becoming a classic is really high. Zhao Yuyu can lie down and win. However, there is no female character, which really makes Zhao Yuyu very helpless. It's so weird, even if it's a novel without a girl, it can't be to such an extent. It's okay to have a female passerby character possessed by her. With the mentality of trying it out, Zhao Yuyu went to read Rosemary's 3 equally good League of Legends novels. It took her 8 days, and then she finally understood why Rosemary didn't write female characters. Now, the female characters who appear on the stage are really vases, brain handicapped, mentally handicapped, and the emotional scenes are even more terrible. Rosemary's claim that he is a male author is really not deceiving readers. The female characters he wrote seem to be completely ignorant of women, and the emotional drama seems to be the author's personal ending to match the male and female protagonists, which is very confusing. Today's first update: Seeking Collection, Reward, Recommendation Ticket, Recommendation Ticket, Recommendation Ticket.